ဆရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအဲ့ဆရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းမှုဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်ဆရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်ဆရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းမှုဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသက်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသက်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် နှုတ်ပြအဲ့ဒါစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်ပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်ပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ ဈေးနှုန်းပြတစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာဈေးနှုန်းပြတစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Live from MSL Myanmar, Season 2 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming phone by Infinix. Official beverage partner by VCode. Official ISP partner by AGB Communication. Authorized by Myanmar Esports Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day here for the MSL Myanmar Season 2. Last day, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Mirko. He was here yesterday with you guys, with Leo, and we're here to bring you the action, the last 2 series for the playoffs here. It's a best of 5 to kick it off today, the lower bracket final, and we'll see who moves forward into the grand final to face off. I feel like a surprising team based on what I saw yesterday, man. Yangon Galacticos in that grand final spot. Mirko, how we doing after yesterday, man? I heard you and Leo talk a lot about your guys' favorite players on that and everything else. Some of the surprises, Hellcurt off the top of my head. How are we feeling after yesterday, man?
Hey, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling super excited to see, the 2 teams here, Team 7 and AI, and then later whoever makes it to the grand finals to go up against Yangon Galacticos again. Because yes, like you said earlier, Naisu, and like the viewers have basically experienced the whole day yesterday, Hellcurt can come through any map. Doesn't even matter if it's just dangerous grass, right? It can come up even when you have an assassin in the jungle. So the prerequisites that we kind of had in our mind of like how the Hellcurt roam can come in for Yangon Galacticos, we got to delete that. Throw that expectation out the window because they can play it anywhere. And for Team 7 and AI, it's also honestly kind of like a crazy matchup because no one expected, or I wouldn't say no one, but not a lot of people expected Team 7 to win against Falcon and AI to drop from upper bracket finals to the lower bracket finals today. So either way, we're going to get a banger. I'm hoping, though, we're not going to get a full 3-0 like yesterday. It was a full day of sweeps. Nice. So I know you love these long games with like it going full 5 games, 20 minutes each. So I want that to happen.
Hey man, that's kind of I feel like full 5 games, 20 minutes each. That's a little bit of a different wish list now. I feel like that we are in this meta that's developed. I mean, you know, you and I now having concluded our own regional playoffs and finals and everything else. You've seen that, but I guess you know, that's one of the things about specifically for Myanmar is always when we talk about the teams from Myanmar, it's that distinctive play style, and that play style like doesn't let them really see too many long games. You know, like on average their game time is pretty quickly. I know you've mentioned that there's these shades of that kind of micro play style that we see from Myanmar that has that shades of what we see over in Indonesia, for example. And I think the sweeps, the back-to-back sweeps that you guys got to experience yesterday was depictions of that. I think even myself, like coming into this, I remember you mentioning too, Team 7 was one of those teams that you were kind of like looking out for, you know, based on what you've seen over the course of them entering the playoffs. And would you say that you were pretty much on point with kind of your expectations for Team 7, even though that, like you said, most people probably wouldn't have expected what they accomplished, you know, sweeping a team we're so familiar with, man, you know, Falcon Esports. That was a surprise in a way, but you were pretty much saying that, you know, Team 7 was one of the teams, Mirko, that you were looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely looking forward to seeing Team 7, how they could surprise a lot of people, but I still actually predicted Falcon. I thought Falcon were going to do it either way. I thought if Team 7 made it to like the upper brackets through the play-ins first, then they would probably be able to like shock some people making it to the grand finals first, maybe. But the fact that they were in the lower bracket semifinals up against Falcon, I was already kind of like, oh man, it's going to be so sad to see one of these teams lose. Again, Team 7, a team that I was really looking out for throughout the regular season of MSL, right? They actually were undefeated for quite a bit with Falcon before they ultimately lost to Yangon Galacticos. So there's that, the storyline for Team 7 going through it all again. Can they make it to the grand finals to try to redeem themselves off of their only loss before before the second loss, but like their only loss pre-win streak or post-win streak?
Yeah.
So AI Esports, Team 7, this is already like a different style though, Naisu. Like Team 7 have a very odd style of MLBB where they like to play with 3 carries, 3 very greedy picks every single time. We saw 3 MMs yesterday to 3 carries with the jungle from Yisun-Chin turning to Hayabusa, but still with the Kimi Grangers. And for AI, it's kind of more of like a balanced comp from what we saw against Yangon Galacticos. They just want to go and stick with the fundamentals. So there is already going to be like a massive difference between Team 7 and AI Esports.
I feel like one of the things you guys pointed out, and I know we'll see some of those stats later on, but you know, now we consider like the maps, you know, the maps that we get to see. And I think if we look at Team 7's sweep against Falcon Esports, you know, they played 2 dangerous grass maps. And isn't it dangerous grass that is that map? I mean, it's most likely dangerous grass is the most effective map, I would say, like draft wise that you have. I think most players and coaches they'd be the ones saying that too, like dangerous grass has the biggest effect. But you know, we saw how they played around dangerous grass. I'm wondering if they approach that first match that we get to see today playing against AI Esports, if that's really going to be kind of like the effect again. If they get dangerous grass, if they don't, how will they play? Because those lineups you're talking about, you know, usually we say like, okay, those are expensive lineups. They're kind of greedy in a way, you know, very specific heroes coming into play that need a lot of that economy or that gold buildup to actually be functional and work.
You take a look at the regular season and then into like the pattern of playoffs, you can really see that the teams who didn't take losses in the regular season ultimately became too complacent. They became too confident and they just never wanted to take that big step in forward to, again, innovate in the drafts, look for those big experimentations. And that's something that I think AI Esports and Team 7 will have to look out for. The thing is right now, Naisu, Team 7 are coming off of a 3-0 win, so momentum is with them. Meanwhile, I think AI has to just break that mold of going for traditional picks. That's why a lot of the ex-pros rated them so highly.
Yeah, it's funny because if the year for this portion of MLBB competition around, because there's so much going on, by the way, right? Like it feels like every single day there's something to watch right now, and
Yeah.
you know, even
Japan's
in the
happening
other
right now,
leagues.
by the way.
I was gonna say I was just watching Japan, their
Yeah.
qualifiers. Feel like I'm watching an anime, man. You know, like, but it's great to see them also bring their own flavor of play, because even some of their picks a little bit different. I mean, you still see a lot of the similar jungle picks that we're probably going to see here too. But I think that was the thing is, if you look at kind of what's happening here in a lot of the playoffs going around right now in MLBB esports, teams that went in, let's say their regular season went a certain way, and then you kind of have these expectations into playoffs, like how are they gonna, you know, perform in the playoffs. You're seeing a lot of teams kind of get upset in a way, or like some surprises happen with some of the teams. Again, a lot of the talents out there, or even the players themselves, like you mentioned with Ken, putting out predictions out there, a lot of them have been wrong, man, you know. And I feel like even right now there's some more grand finals concluding, I think even over in Malaysia today, so there's been surprises all around. Part of that though is what do you think it is, man? Is it like was it the change of, well, it's not even technically a big change or anything, I know we had a patch, but is it just the fact that we've kind of shifted over into a different version of the meta, the pacing of the game, some of the picks? Like, what is that biggest kind of factor where some of these teams that struggled, let's say in the regular season, are now shining in the playoffs?
I think it's just the improvement and them getting used to the meta, right? Initially, the meta, I mean, yes, even though we did get just a few changes in the meta, those changes have like drastic I would say drastic impact in towards like the way you play the game, just because of like just little things that initially when the patch came out you weren't able to abuse, right? Because it was still so new to you, it's kind of foreign to you. After playing a few games, after playing a month full of scrims, you get a better feel of what it feels like playing in dangerous grass, what better picks come out, like the Hellcat Roam, and then stuff that was only able to be utilized in the some matches and some maps like dangerous grass, like the Hellcat, become pretty good in other maps as well if you're able to play it right. So it's just them getting used to the current landscape of MLBB, plus the new patches just dropped that really, I would say, enhance the dangerous grass even more with the Hilda getting buffed. So small things like that add up. It's small learns here and there for everyone that's playing MLBB professionally, and I think that's why, even though the patch is kind of minor, you still get that big value out of just, you know, again, adjusting towards it.
What were you guys using for the is it CP for the chastised plate?
Yes, sir.
Pauldrons.
Chastised pauldron.
Chastised pauldrons. The CP over here. Speaking of the patch, of course, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this. So again, if you guys haven't been informed, there was a patch update. So Freya got revamped. I believe we haven't seen the Freya pop up just yet. Is it allowed to be played actually? I'm wondering if the Freya can even be played. No.
That's a good question, man. I actually don't know. Like, we haven't seen it, but we have seen it it's been picked up in China. So
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So I don't know if we'll see it pop out today. Maybe we do, but of course the hero adjustments that we briefly mentioned here too. Some of the nerfs going on. I feel like some of those were definitely warranted. It's funny that even the Alucard gets nerfed. So
that's a random one, honestly, man. Like, sometimes you see these nerfs and you're like, okay, who are we buffing and nerfing these heroes for, man? Because like Layla Alucard, some
like
picks are just what?
Who woke up on the wrong side of the bed and was like, yep, Alucard's getting it, man, you know? But this is the equipment we were talking about. So this is also I feel like out of the patch, like this is probably the most impactful that we saw too, aside from, like you mentioned, the Hilda buff. But you know, the CP, the chastised pauldron, it's kind of, I don't know if maybe we just need more time with it, but I think overall the Guardian Helm is great. Like, this is a pretty big change here, a pretty big buff for the Guardian Helm, but also the Black Eye Shield is kind of like the value from a Black Eye Shield now is great. You know, Dominance Ice had its changes too. Do you think these had like I mean, you've probably talked about this yesterday too. Like, what's the biggest impact here from these item changes?
I think the Guardian Helmet really. Chastised Pauldron is pretty good as well. It really comes down to like the different matchups first, right? Chastised Pauldron is great against the attack speed heroes, but it's also, funnily enough, pretty good against like Harrods. We saw it built up against the Harrods yesterday. That was a pretty good pickup, just mainly because even though Harrod has the unlead dashes, you can slow it down by quite a bit just through having that attack speed nerf from the Harrod. But mainly, yeah, we're seeing more Guardian Helmets here and there.
Yeah.
It's just because of the Twilight Armor passive that now you get, which is the Defender one. Upon taking more than 500 damage in a single instance, excess damage beyond that amount is reduced by 20 plus 0.2% max HP. So that's really good against the bursty teams. Teams who really like to go for like these one kind of go in, do that damage, back away, one cycle of skills. Really impacts that. And I think right now, a lot of teams will just pick up Guardian Helmet. It just like every tank that you have, it's kind of like the new Dominance Ice in a way, because you get the Dominance Ice still, but you already get a lot of the benefits just from Black Ice Shield. You don't need to continue it all the way to finish it. So we see a lot of teams just go for Black Ice Shield into full-blown magic defense items, another physical item, and again, it's Guardian Helmet.
Yeah, it's good though. I feel like, you know, the shake up there and some of the defensive items are it was nice to have, but yeah, especially with the CP, like the Pauldrons there, it's just weird because like the meta doesn't really have these attack speed gold laners that much, you know, right now. I mean, we are going to see a lot of the Granger. Obviously, it's still most picked on that map here for Flying Clouds. These are the stats that we see. I believe this is from their regular season leading into the playoffs here, it seems like. Again, the YSS still a hot pick for the jungle. Flying Clouds, nothing too crazy there. A lot of bans on the Angela still too. That seems to be familiar across at least the games that we've seen here from Myanmar. And then also the stats for Dangerous Grass. This is what we were talking about. This is where, you know, even the Granger, who has just a phenomenal win rate on the other maps, kind of tanks here at 36% for Dangerous Grass. And you know, part of that again is just the way the map is played with those extra angles, those extra opportunities of gank potential or anything what have you, can work so well with Dangerous Grass. And then of course we have Expanding Rivers here too. Again, this was the map when I feel like when Expanding Rivers was usually picked, you'd see those really hard and fast rotations into objectives, especially those early turtles. And that's what, you know, a lot of the time, like when Bane, I know Leo loved it when the Bane was on this Expanding River map, especially in the gold lane, man, and you just see him chugging that ale, run into the turtle. Next thing you know, boom, you're dead, you know? And so again, these are our maps changing here. I liked the conversation you guys had too about maybe one day we get more maps and then eventually we see the possibility of like bans towards maps. For maps. I think that'd be really cool.
I think it is really, really cool, right? Something that you guys can also definitely take a look at right now is the win rates and the most wins, most losses here for the map stats as well. I agree, though. I mean, I'm just waiting for that point, for the point where we can actually get to see, you know, the drafting phase for the maps, because especially with some teams having a super crazy win rate on some maps, it'll definitely be another dynamic to play with, man. Something that's, I think, unique to MLBB right now. I don't think any other MOBA title has this going on for them. Like, they have maybe map changes, but it's in the game, through what happens in the game, right? It's not through just random map choice. So I hope we get to see that, especially with Yangon doing so well on Helker. Dangerous Grass is definitely going to be taken away from them. But the Granger is still number one, Naisu, despite the different maps. Like, yes, the win rate is pretty bad on Dangerous Grass, but there's another fun fact for you, Mr. Naisu. Take a look at the GPM rankings here. Number 1 all the way to number 5. Only one member,
Mr.
from OP. Yeah, Mr. OP. Only one member from the current top 3 is in this list. It seems like it's a curse right now.
I was gonna say, what does that mean for the gold laners and the junglers out there, right? It's there's something about it where this current meta that we found ourselves in, even if you have these kind of GPM rankings, and you know, for a lot of the times when you look at the history of like the games we've even seen in our own regions, if you're up above that 900 GPM mark, it's like, wow, that's pretty impressive. But then now, like, look who's left standing. It's OP, and here's our most pick and most banned heroes in that regular season. Again, it's the Granger, the YSS, the Jushin. Very interesting that it's still picked up this much, but it just provides so much utility to a lot of different compositions. I'd like to see some of the change happen here, though, man, where we don't see too much of the Granger and YSS eventually. I don't know if we'll get there, before the next big international tournament, which all the teams are fighting for that spot right now, that M7 spot. Maybe by the time we get there, we see a little bit of a difference, but it's one of the things. It's just Granger's so good, man. Granger and YSS both so good on multiple compositions that we see here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup. There's a team lineup for Team 7. You guys got to go ahead and see them do some amazing things yesterday against Falcon Esports. We've got CK, Lucky, Zian, Than Palk, and OP. So, again, if you look at this lineup, man, who was the most impressive for you here yesterday?
Yesterday, honestly, like everybody was really impressive, but me and Leo, I think we both agreed that it was the lucky day yesterday. We got to see Lucky do an amazing job on every single assassin, and not just when they're doing well early game, even when they fall behind. The reason they were able to come back in game number 2 against Team Falcon was because of the boy, Lucky. And it's all skill, really. And his name might be Lucky, but it's all skill. But for AI Esports, it's Madzi, Yori, PX7, Black, and Alita. Some names you've seen, again, with the crazy experiences that they've had in international tournaments like PX7, X-Falcon, as well, X-Phoenix, one of the, I think, OGs, part of the OGs of the Burmese lineups. But then the rebuild for AI Esports this season to still stick with Alita, Black, and Madzi, just swapping out PS for Yori and swapping out their mid laner. I believe it was Oh My Jenny for PX7.
Yeah, again, some of the familiar names you guys will see here are all points to take into consideration when you look at these teams from Myanmar battle it out, the experience that they have. You can see the head-to-head here between our Roams, Than Palk, and Black. Again, Roams are very interesting right now just because, again, you're still going to see a lot of those setup potentials, still the Ganakachas, the Kaleas, just the ability to set things up for the teams and what I think that's why if we go back to what we were saying earlier, where it's like Team 7 plays a very specific way, AI Esports does too. They might be in a position where they kind of have to build a different composition in this best of 5. Again, I'm hoping we get 5 games, at least 4. Like, at least let's get 4. Let's not have a sweep here. Start early on that early game. Again, it also depends on what map we eventually get to once we get to our first game draft here shortly.
Yeah, what I didn't expect was the fact that we were able to actually see 2 comebacks. I thought, again, because it was so micro-based, that it will just really come down to like the first few neutral objectives. You get those, you get the snowball, and then you continue to just win the game, right? That's what I thought was going to happen. Turns out, no, these teams actually do a really good job at playing towards their own strengths and playing towards their win conditions. Like, they understand when their power spikes are supposed to hit. They know, mainly I think it was Yangon Galacticos and Team 7. So AI, they're one of the teams right now that obviously are coming into playoffs as a favorite, but it's actually way down on them. The pressure, it's not really that good for them. Like, it hasn't really elevated their game. It has actually nerfed them quite a bit, because with the pressure now on them, it seems like they just don't know how to stay composed in a lot of these high pressure situations. Like when they're winning, when it looks like the Lord Dance should be good for them, they just fumble. They use their skills randomly. They get baited way too easily, and then the game turns around. It really reminds me of a certain red team from Indonesia, Laisu.
A certain red team?
A certain red team, a very particular red team.
I still remember the question of who's the best team in the world right now. But, the thing about it is, if you look at AI Esports and you look at their journey through even the plans, like, think about who they were able to go ahead and defeat. We're talking about Mythic Seal, Mythic Seal. They took them out in a 5-game series, and then Falcon Esports, they sent them down to the lower bracket. So it's like they went through the reps, man. They have the, they've gone battle hardened throughout the playoffs here. So I'd love to see AI Esports take that and hopefully, get in a sense of, okay, now we're in this lower bracket final against Team 7. We've done well against very seasoned teams. Now, what do we need to do? And like you mentioned, a lot of that might just be some refinement in the way that they approach these stages of the game, and also down to the objective taking, because they do have some interesting drafts that they've brought out, but it's more so that execution factor that we want to see from AI Esports.
AI versus Team 7. I think it'll really just come down to execution, like you said, for both these teams, right? AI, they have the more fundamental drafting phase. They have the more fundamental play style as well. Team 7, they're a bit more sporadic. They love to take fights and they love to just gamble on these fights. And that's what has resulted in even some comeback games going for them. But in this matchup, I think in game number 1, just gaining the momentum is going to be very, very crucial. So I wonder if Team 7 are actually going to take a step back, or if it's AI who are going to take a step forward and trying to say, all right, let's go for the chaotic duels. Let's go for it. Let's go for these crazy picks as well. Because the fundamental playstyle, I think, around the world, even you for MPL Philippines, Naisu, Aurora, it just seems to be good up until it's red, right? Once you get that red, once you get that system completely downloaded for the other teams, it becomes so easy for it to be countered. And I think that's the reason why a lot of these systematic teams have just not been able to perform this season. There's too many levels of like random fights going on the map just because of the patch. Really, the passive goal change has changed the Land of Dawn to become a war field, man. It's a battlefield, really, that everybody's going to have to be careful with. There's fighters left and right everywhere. You look left, there's a fighter. You look right, there might be a mage, there might be a fighter, there might be a tank with Uranus showing up in gold lane too.
Yeah, it's weird that I had a little PTSD from our grand finals, man, because it's like you mentioned Aurora, and you see how they play through the regular season. They get to that grand final, even their journey throughout the playoffs, and they were a team that, like, and this is what I was saying. Now, if we see either AI Sports or Team 7 do this, where it's in a sense they try to go out of the bounds of the meta. I feel like that's so good, but it can bite you in the butt too at the same time, man, because like that's what kind of happened to Aurora. They had some of these picks that came up that you're like, all right, this isn't like super meta, Barrett's, but it's like you get completely shut down by a team who will go ahead and solidify their composition that's more meta. Let's take a look at the random map draw here for game 1 to see exactly where this is going to go. Again, Dangerous Grass probably being the one they don't want to start off with in game 1. But, all right, it looks like we're going to go to Dangerous Grass for game 1. So what I'm thinking here, man, is, hey, Dangerous Grass, you maybe get the draw out now and hope that you don't get it for the rest of the series. But this is an advantage I feel like that even Team 7 can play into right to this draft right away. First pick CC over here for Team 7. So they go with the CC. Bans are very targeted here too. That's good to see that we're going to see something different in that jungle. This is very quick on the flip side too. Ganaconcha and the Kimmy being picked up here for AI Esports.
Yeah, me and Leo thought that, the Lancelot Fanny ban, so they banned 3 junglers not almost, every single game yesterday against Team Falcon. They banned out 3 junglers. We thought it was just purely hack to Dax, you don't want to take Dax out of those comfort picks, out of those assassin picks, and then you do well, which ultimately did work. So they're still keeping a few of those things here. Again, Fanny, Lancelot banned out, but they are still going to lean towards, all right, the fundamental playstyle of AI Esports. If they're able to win out this early game with a Fredrin or, say, Baksha jungle plus Angela, it'll be ridiculous. So without the Angela, with the Baksha taken away as well, the Hayabusa makes its way into the Land of Dawn. A really good pick against this Kimmy. And the Grok, too. I think Grok has really been increasing in popularity, man. It's such a good roamer. I think even more so than the Gatatkacha. I would prefer to have a Grok on my team over a Gatatkacha.
Yeah, there's a little kind of like nuance with the Grok too, man. Like, the way you can utilize the Rampart, in a way. So it's like that does help, and it kind of has a very small kind of effect in towards the game, even if you're talking about like using it to kind of delay some of the minion waves pushing in. But it is great. Also, just the setup potential. I mean, the setup potential and the kind of different combinations you can do with a Grok in his kit is also where you see some of those most devastating Grok players really get the use or the value out of that pick. And this was kind of expected from AI Esports that Fredrin's going to be locked in here. So this is what we see a lot of. This is basically just crowd control galore that you already have with these 3 picks. You have a lot of space to work with and congestion when it comes to these objectives, and that's why it works so good. When you see the Fredrin with the Kimmy, it's not like the Kimmy is great also just because it alleviates some of that pressure off the Fredrin, but then you can like sprinkle in a Gataconcha's AOG, which his Avatar of the Guardian either will cut people off or it'll set things up, or you can use it to peel. So They're going to need that though, because the answer from Team 7 being a little bit more of the setup potential from the Grok, like we just mentioned, but even a Hayabusa, we've seen some really good Hayabusa play. I feel like so far from MSL here and the teams in Myanmar and how they like to play. The last couple bans are coming out. They're done. Really focusing down on the mid lane options here for CN from AI Esports, targeting the mid lane. And now we'll see what they pick up here for the second phase of picks. To round out this draft for AI Esports, they still need, are they going to pick up the XP lane here and maybe save? Okay, they're going to go, Mozkov right away. They go with the Mozkov.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, crazy bans coming from Team 7, but a lot of respect. We did see the Obsidian yesterday show up for Alita, and as we were talking about AI, being the fundamental team, when they have a Fredrin, they usually still want to rely on Alita being on a hyper carry. So the Granger and Obsidian takeout means that there's really not a lot of options left, right? You can still go for the Harith, but you already have the Kimmy, so there's going to be too much magic damage. They lean towards the Mozkov, which I personally think isn't the best choice, especially because right now we can talk about the item that we were already mentioning earlier, Chastised Pauldron. I think a great pickup for Team 7 here, CP, to abuse the Mozkov. Already, the 3-item power spec heroes, like with the attack speed, it's not really that meta anymore. We don't even see Claude. Claude is probably the best choice when you still want to go for those attack speed heroes. But yeah, as you mentioned, it'll be the Lapu. Lapu that comes through here in XP, a fighter in the XP lane. And it really just is a dive count from Team 7. Already super different to what we saw from them yesterday. They went for a full greedy lineup, 3 marksmen. This time, they're sticking to basics, but I don't know. The basics here lack a bit of fundamentals. They do not have enough artillery. So it really just relies on them to win out early game. If they get those neutral objectives, if they get the big fights that they want, they'll have a proper snowball. But if they don't, AI Esports have a better mid to late game by a long shot.
I think it's really interesting because, they like Team 7, I feel like, saw these first 3 picks, especially from AI Esports, was like, you know what, let's go ahead and bring it in some of our own utility, and that's where that Jushin pickup comes through. You already have some of that with the Grok there. Ooh, the Yu Zhang actually getting picked up here, last pick for AI Esports. So this just kind of adds to the effect, man. Like, we already have a ton of crowd control. Now we have crowd control, but it's also a threat. How many times have we seen a Yu Zhang come into play? And if you get that early advantage and you're able to go ahead and snowball even on a Yu Zhang, you're a big threat to the opposing team by just being in your Black Dragon form alone, and that can have a big effect that gives more of that space over to the rest of this lineup from AI Esports. So actually, if I'm looking at Game 1's draft, I have to say that I really like what AI Esports did here. I think this is the biggest weak point. I feel like if we have to point something out, is potentially the Mozkov for Alita. Like, Alita's got to be able to go ahead and have a great laning phase, but then he's got to be taken care of, and maybe that crowd control is going to allow him to do that. And also, how is the CP going to affect him? How is that Chastised Pauldron, this newer item from the patch, potentially going to affect the Mozkov and what we're used to seeing? So those are the questions here for AI Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1 in our lower bracket final here for MSL. Once again, both these teams looking to make their way to the grand final to face off against Yangon Galacticos to fight for that spot for M7. We'll find out who is going to take that first step into this best of 5 as we take a look at our junglers starting up. This is more of a little what we're used to seeing, I feel like. Finding all for this early space already. Whoa, Black.
He's going to be taking a lot of damage. PX7 still there, doing a lot of damage himself, but Lethal Wanderer hasn't been taken. Yori definitely going to be looking for the retry, will be able to get that skill 1 retry in, but this gives Lucky the opportunity to go for the dive into the jungle, invading early, has the retribution advantage, and Yori, it's interesting to see that he's still standing here, trying to contest for this. Retry not used, there you go. That's what we were waiting for. Lucky gets the retry, steals it away from Yori, and will delay a little bit of farming from AI Esports.
Yeah, this matchup too that we have to look at, again, OP picking up that CC, going against the classic, I feel like, Mozkov in the gold lane for Alita. I feel like for the most part, Alita should be able to, be okay in that lane. This is where we have to see if either of the teams decide to put any focus on that gold lane, like at all. If they decide to go there and put any attention there, or they just duke it out and battle it out around these objectives, because that's what you're going to see. Kind of in this matchup where OP is just kind of forcing Alita to either back or be more on the defensive while he goes and freezes the lane and deals with it here. So we have to put our focus on these objectives first and how the teams play into this dangerous grass map. Again, the map that has probably the most effect. Oh, they might go for a play here.
Yeah, an instant jump with the Bravest Fighter. Oh, Black gonna be all alone, isolated. Bravest Fighter coming down. That's first blood to CK. Quadchat and the Retribution. Great Petrify from Madzi to stop the Retribution steal from coming in. But Madzi is gonna be picked up, thrown back again over to CK, who doesn't have Bravest Fighter. But Shan goes over the Crimson Beacon, lifts him up, and gets the kill for CK. A curtain call will lock PX7 down, but there's not enough from the rest of the team to follow that up. 2 kills traded in for a turtle.
All right, bit of a trade there. Nothing too crazy, though. Still, they potentially could have got more if Team 7 ended up getting that turtle. It would have been great for them. But like you mentioned, a great Petrify over here from Yori. So a lot of that early action around the objectives is exactly what we expected. But now that you have to take in consideration the level 4s being available here, those ultimates available, potentially go for some setups if they can. Even scaling in on this Hayabusa would be great for CN if he's able to do it. If not, again, they can still play around the fact that they have got a lot of answers for the objective fights. I think we also have to look at where the placement of the having the Grok, for example, is going to be playing a part in this dangerous grass, and that's why you're going to look at AI Esports kind of take their time and how they approach things. Here's some talent predictions real quick.
Wow.
Oh, AOG, by the way. Look at these.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, mid.
The taunt over. Shan's going to be able to survive. That's a massive tectonic charge that finds PX7 onto the wall. The Quadchat landing as well. Black can't get away. Already used the AOG to get in the fight. That's a double for CK. And yeah, Naisu, as you said earlier, the talent prediction, only one guy going for Team 7. And so far, honestly, the talent predictions for the Burmese talents has been pretty accurate. It's just
wait, which one is Burmese Midnight?
ST13. That's Burmese Midnight.
That's Burmese Midnight. Okay. Oh, Madzi? You can get shadow killed? Okay.
No shadow kill. They force out the Black Dragon form before the turtle though, so that's already incredible value. But AI want to utilize that Black Dragon form, want to go straight for it. Lucky has Retribution. Black's trying to go for the zone already. Now Black gonna go in. That's a good taunt over. Oh, the Retribution was a bit late there, or a bit too early from Yori, but it's still not enough for AI to let go of it. Team 7 cannot get a hold of the turtle.
Yeah, really good there though too, because you saw that they knew that Lucky was quite low. He was going to stay there around for that turtle, and then Black, it was him that stayed there. Oh, he's going to be in trouble now though.
No tech charge. It should be a kill. That's a tech. Oh, okay, that's just going to be breaking slashes over to Black. Not much he can do, even with the help of the traction pulse.
Yeah, even with that, but with 2 turtles under their belt, AI Esports, they'll keep things from getting too out of control here. Again, they want to scale up the best they can, eventually leaning towards that crowd control, and then later on, Alita on this Moskov. Looks like he's going to maybe need some help here. He might get forced off the turret, so this is going to be the turret going down on the top side as Lucky secures that. And yeah, so interesting that we look at this. Again, breaking down the items, the build paths here, you can already see it. First items being locked in. Dom Ice was rushed, though, so Danpook has that Dom Ice already. Decides to go there. What else are we going to see here? The Glowing Wand already locked in, too. For PX7. A couple of the first items here are already there, so working on the second items. Corrosive Scythe locked in here now for Alita. Again, I'm wondering when we see that CP come in. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. I want to say, yeah, going back to the talent predictions too, they're all going towards AI Esports, so based off how game 1's going, I feel like, you can't even take in this best of 5, you can't even just say, all right, AI Esports, if they have a slower start, let them cook, get to the point where they need to be. But I think also the talents, after they saw what AI Esports was able to do against the in a way, like powerhouse teams that we're used to seeing from Myanmar on the international stage, Mythic Seal and then Falcon Esports, I think maybe some of the talents too have been rather impressed and convinced of what potentially could happen here for AI Esports.
Yeah, AI esports again, like the way that they've been playing again is just like that safe fundamental play style though. So I'm actually this time around not gonna I'm gonna have to disagree with the talents. I think Team 7, they've shown how good they can be on a lineup like AI esports' lineup, but they're doing a phenomenal job at playing around these fighter gold lanes and playing around the early aggression. Usually a lot of teams, when we get into playoffs with this composition, they're just too scared. They're just too hesitant to make those kind of moves, you know, to cut into the gold lane, get the turret, get a bit more of a lead and push it forward. But Team 7 have done an amazing job. Right now it's 5-0. They've done a really good job in the early game. It's just now they need to push even more to get that lead to, I think, 4 or 5k. If they get that, then they'll finally be in their comfort spot. For AI though, like you said, it's all about weathering the storm right now. It's all about just taking it slow in the mid game. Team 7 want to get the objectives. I think for AI, give it over. It's fine.
Yeah. They could potentially just give this turtle over. Looks like they want to contest it though anyway. I'm not sure if Elite is going to rotate, but they're going to break out into a fight. Fighting for this third turtle. It's going to reset though. Oh, Yori's gone.
Yeah. He's going to be deleted. That's an AOG Black. Whoa! I thought that was going to be defensive AOG. No, he uses it into words. Whoa. 3 members. Everybody dodges away and he gets clapped. Not even a trade here on the map. Alita getting a few hits. Okay, it will be a trade there. I thought the Juicin was going to rotate straight. Oh, tectonic charge from Tanpoke. Able to find him in the back. 2 members fallen very, very low, but PX7 gets away in time.
Mirko, you said it earlier, man. You know, weathering the storm was the plan for AI Esports. Well, Team 7 not going to give them a chance to weather it at all. You know, they're taking matters in their own hands. They're bringing the storm. And the storm right there is in the form of a tech charge right under that tier 1 turret. But yeah, I think even earlier down into that last turtle fight, a little bit of a misplay there because I was thinking the same thing. I thought Black would defensively AOG out, but he ends up, it looks like a missed call, and then he's caught by himself, you know, so that's unfortunate. So now, again, as the gold lead continues to build up for Team 7, we're going to have to see where is AI Esports able to actually find a win. You know, where's that window of opportunity for them? Golden Staff was just picked up by Alita, so now he's got the Corrosive Scythe and the Golden Staff, but that's the thing too, is even if he has these items available to him, there hasn't been much space for him to actually fight, right? It's just dealing with this. I mean, look at the push happening down here, even at bot. They've got to control what Team 7 is doing. They're going to lose the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, so it ends up being horrible value. I thought AI were actually going to try to force out that turret up top to trade it for the turret down below, but even if they did, it would have been a free tier 2. Now that they didn't, it's a free tier 2 that gets them to the threshold of 5,000 gold lead. This is the threshold of where usually in the game, with the neutral objective control, with the team fight control that you have, it's kind of over for the scaling team, right? This is usually where we say, all right, this is why the fighter golds are doing really, really well now. You're able to develop such a big lead early, and you can just ride on that wave all the way to the end. 10 seconds for the next neutral objective, which is going to be a big lord. So AI needs to buckle up right now. They cannot let the storm take control, man, because if Team 7 get this lord, get a few more turrets, I think it might just be game. AI are going to have to just turtle in their base, getting their lanes frozen, getting suffocated, no farm OP, going on to Black to get him half HP already. That's another pickup, and Black has to use the AOG defensively here, and will do. Tech charge landing on Yori. That's Yori in the back line going, you know, bursting through PX7, and he gets a double as well as Black will surely fall to the shurikens, but the rest of the team couldn't hold on to the 4 members of Team 7.
Oh man, Alita, he saw the storm coming from Team 7. He's like, oh, I'll see you guys later. Stayed up top. Didn't even, well, he will eventually get that tier 1. Oof.
Oh, okay. Man.
He threw the SOD out, so I'm not sure if it actually hit anyone. It looked like on the map that it just kind of went through, but we do have a bit of a pause here. But yeah, so that tier 1 turret should go down, but the storm came swinging right over AI Esports, and you know that Jushin pick, man, that second phase Jushin pick, when that was locked in, you can see how much of a nuisance it is to try to deal with this and trying to get away if you're AI Esports, because even Black, like, again, as one of the weak points of a God of Conscience, like you're just walking, you know, unless you're in airtime with your AOG, unless you're the avatar, you're just walking. And a Jushin will just go ahead and keep that lantern flare above you and keep dragging you back to eventually force you to use your most valuable skill other than the Unbreakable. And once that AOG is gone, you know, it's a big piece of the value of that composition that AI Esports needs. But even if we had that, even if they had that, they just got collapsed down. And this is always what we see with the Mozcovs, right? Like, you aren't going to be a part of that fight because your whole job is to go ahead and put some side lane pressure, at least trying to get something for AI Esports. And so Alita wanted to get that turret down, and then hopefully, you know, I'm sure that the game plan was to not get demolished, have 4 members die, and Alita could eventually join the fight if it looked like there was a window open for that first Lord take. But when your team gets completely obliterated, there's not much more you can do. So Alita just has to go get the turret, resets at the base, and then they'll have to prep up for this Lord that'll eventually be pushing in. Because even if the SOD did land, it's not like Alita's gonna, you know, join that.
He's not going to take it.
Turn things around, right?
I think it's just an attempted steal on Lord.
That would have been great. But I think even if that happened, if that was, you know, by a miracle that happened, okay, they're going to secure this Lord. It's the AI Esports is struggling on so many different fronts here that they really haven't been able to utilize the idea or the concept of this composition. Oh, Alita?
They can just brute force their way into fights like that. Again, it only pushes your point even further, right? Like, it's going to be so difficult for Alita to even get farm now. You get the Lord, that means you're going to be stuck in your base, right? The tier 2s are all going to be falling. Holy Shields will start falling as well. So I think right now, Team 7, all they need to do is just push in mid constantly after getting this, like, after getting the tier 2, last one up top. They're not going to be able to take a base turret, I don't think, with this composition, right? They really lack in siege. It'll have to be like AI members getting too overextended, dying here and there for this to actually be a turret take. Good barrier there. Oh, wait a second. A great barrier to bait out the Holy Shield. The Black Dragon form comes in. They have good clear already. CK pops in. Brave of Spider will be looking for the stun, but it will be a good defense. Still, despite that, oh man, I am not expecting the damage from Team 7 to be that big on Black.
Hey, you know, Black is supposed to be a tank, but he's feeling it, man. They do hold on to the base turrets. I'm not sure if Lucky's going to push for more. Oh, okay, CK jumping in a little bit. They might pressure this tech charge.
Two-man tech charge. Madzi already using Petrified Raging Slashes under turret, getting the kill on Madzi. And the Spear of Misery helps him to get out as he flickers. Xian picking up a kill onto the Fredrid, man. That's Yori taken down as now they look to get a base turret. Naisu with the first Lord. I thought it was impossible with this composition. The X7 already there, trying to go for the gun down. Shadow kill, able to go through the Black's HP bar on Agatha Kacha. AOG and forward. Good CC immunity now with a wave of Spider used again. It facilitates Xian's 3rd kill on Skypiercer.
Oh, the reset though, unfortunately, because of that, they do get 2 base turrets. They give them a little bit of the recall action there. They say, we'll be back after this. They won't be able to end the game. I was thinking it'd be the under 12-minute mark for a game win there, but AI Esports throwing bodies at this to try to stay in the game is essentially what they did. Black having a very hard time here. Maybe wishing that, you know, this Gatakacha was a different pick for him. We take a look at the replay. Tech charge finds 2, knocks him up. You got to jump forward in this. Again, CK just a monster in this game. 8-0-6 on this Lapu Lapu. It's really tough to, if you're AI Esports and you're being set up under your base turrets like that, and you're now facing down a 10,000 gold deficit. You know, you gotta start thinking, what are we gonna do here? What do we have up our sleeves to turn this around? We take a look at the items, and you know, that's the thing. You've got the Trinity set of items that we were talking about with the standard of Mozcovs, but still you're seeing it. It's not really coming to fruition here. You know, it's not really working, and there isn't even a CP on the other side. There is no chastised pauldrons even over there because, again, Team 7 really doesn't need it. Alita's not much of a threat at all based off this, but they're going to go ahead and zone in towards this Lord. Is this really what they want to do here? AI might get caught out.
They got to try something, man, with the base turret already taken up top. Oh my lord!
That was so close.
That spear almost got him down, but the AOG now will be used defensively. Yori holding in the front so well. Alita will only be able to crack open 1 turret, has to recall just for safety. If it gets picked off, the game's over. but the Lord still got taken by Team 7. Naisu, this is looking really good for the end for Team 7 right now.
Oh man, if that would have happened where the SOD did happen to get the Lord, that would have bought a little more time. Now, every time we look at this in terms of a game-to-game scenario, a team that is down 10,000 gold, you have to kind of look at, okay, what is the actual chance of turning a game around with this kind of deficit? Now, you need a couple miracles to happen. You need a couple missteps to happen that the other team is going to have to do. Team 7 so far has not shown too much of that. So now AI Esports is going to be on the defense here with this Lord pushing in the base, losing this bottom turret. CK jumps in.
Brute forcing their way into the siege right now with the help of the Lord already. Black Dragon form used up already. AOG defensively. Big tech charge on 3. Lucky in the back, finding the quad shadow into the shadow kill. Alita will be able to survive with the win of nature, but he keeps his 0-0-0 KDA in game 1 as Team 7 seal the victory.
And that, unfortunately, is maybe a picture of our standard gold laners, maybe aside from Grangers. That is the current situation of the gold lane right now, and why we see so many gold laners picking up just different heroes, man. Because what do? You 0-0-0 on a Moskov. I mean, even when you're stacked up with items, because let's be real, that's what a lot of people think, Mirko. They're like, all right, just, you know what? We're playing for the gold lane. Just give him time. As soon as he has his 3 items, we're ready to rock and roll. And that never happens. That doesn't even happen, you know? It's
no
unfortunate. There's no rock and rolling. There's only storms from Team 7 that we saw there. You can see how excited they were too after that game 1 win. Very strong showing. They could have potentially ended that one at under 12-minute mark. Took them a little bit longer. But again, like you mentioned, I think AI Esports didn't have much of a choice but to, you know, try to contest, or at least fake contest, that second Lord, and hope that maybe Alita just hits the steal to buy them more time. Because, you know, that's what I was trying to say before we even got to that push into the base, is when you're facing down that kind of deficit, there's only so much you can do, or certain things have to happen within the game for that turnaround to happen. Now, I know you mentioned yesterday there was some pretty big comebacks that you guys witnessed yesterday, so that the potential is always there. But even in those scenarios, I'm sure you had very specific things that had to happen for those comebacks to be possible.
Very, very specific indeed, man. It had also to come through for a little bit of a throw, right? You have to have your opponent shaken. They have to make a moment like happen as well. Like they have to use their resources randomly as well, get baited in. And unfortunately, that's just not what happened here. Team 7 were a bit too composed, a bit too clean with it. They didn't let this fighter composition get them to a point where they were like, all right, we're too strong, we can't die. They know exactly how this composition works, like how the calculation is going to come in, and they calculated it perfectly, really. That dive, the barriers coming down so that they could actually take the first base turret with First Lord was ridiculous, that one. And the fact that they were able to constantly fight the siege with this composition shows you just how elite they are. Maybe they deserve to make it to the grand finals, you know? Again, AI, it seems like it's exactly the same from what we saw yesterday, from what we expected from AI as well. Constant fundamental plays, fundamental drafts are still sticking to their strengths, which isn't really something you can knock them down for, right? Because at least they still understand that their composition with Alita requires a marksman. Unfortunately, it's just not working, Naisu. So there has to be a change. Either, I don't think the fighter golds make a way in the game, by the way, for Alita. I think you still put him on marksman, but you want to utilize first phase a bit better. You want to take a hero for him, like a Granger, Harith early. You do not want to put him on a hero like Moskov. You don't want to put him in a situation where he needs to play a marksman and there are no marksmans left, right? Everything was banned out from him earlier. The Granger taken out, Obsidia as well. Obsidia is kind of like a far-fetched idea either way. I don't really like that hero as like an option in the meta, but it is still a comfort, and it was banned out. So it just goes to show how much respect Team 7 have, even for a hero that's off meta.
I'm thinking it, for Alita specifically, like you mentioned, the only one that I can really think, since he's not so much leaning towards those fighter golds that we see, then, you know, maybe prioritize the Harith in that first phase if you can, and allow that gold lane to kind of have that favor that at least it's somewhat of comfort, because if you look at the previous games, like he was able to win on the Harith. He even had a game win on the Wan, but I think even in this case, like Wan would be very difficult to make it work currently. Where we currently are in the meta. This is the MVP for game 1. That's going to be CK on that Lapu, like I mentioned, absolute monster, 8-0-10. Just phenomenal, because it's kind of crazy that he was able to soak up all those kills, but look at all the damage he's able to soak up. And again, this is why we see Lapu so much in the current meta. Just one of those heroes that, early on, you get yourself that little bit of a Fury Hammer if you want. If you get that lead, that gives you enough damage with his kit that keeps you going. Even the emblem setup, having that Festival of Blood and that Brave Smite keeps you healthy. Like, even if you're just dueling it out against 3 guys on a Lapu, you're going to be great. But then you build them into this kind of defensive, in a way, like a little bit of a hybrid here, where he's got the Blade Armor Domites and the Oracle. This guy is not dying. Like, if you want to kill CK, you have to commit so much from this lineup from AI Esports. And then that was just one problem. Like I said, there were so many things that AI Esports had to deal with when it came to actually winning the team fights or turning things around. And it was just a really good showing of the synergy that comes with Team 7's lineup here. And like I said, the amount of utility that they got just between a Grok and a Jushin really allowed them to control the early portion of the game, especially those objectives. How many times did we see a tech charge from Than Pauk land on multiple members when they needed to? It was like one of those things where it's like, if we want to pick someone to kill, we basically can make it happen on a whim. And that's what Grok allows you to do. Like, especially with the flicker combo, or even without it, like just having that rampart kind of pop up behind you if you're the opposing team against a Grok, it's like, oh God, like you almost see it in slow motion. You already know it's coming. And sometimes they'll fake you out too. Like sometimes it's just a rampart, but there's no follow-up. So then sometimes you'll see them, like kind of hesitate on that a little bit. But I think Than Pauk really set things up around the turrets, around the objectives. So it's a weird feeling to be in if you're the opposing team, to be like, we're not even safe under the turrets.
Yeah, definitely, man. The attack speed items, we didn't even see the Chastised Pauldron. Again, yeah, like it just shows you how irrelevant the pick is right now for the itemization. Maybe if you get to the late game and if the Moskov is actually a threat, you get to see the Chastised Pauldron. But yeah, right now, doesn't look like the Chastised Pauldron is even going to be built up because of how strong you are early game. There's no real need for you to.
Do you think it would have been, though? Like, do you think there would have been a point where you build the Chastised Pauldron? Like, if they didn't have that kind of lead?
Honestly, this game, I don't think so. I think either way, they just stick to like whatever they have, like their normal builds, because they'll be able to outdamage the Moskov. They already have a Vengeance as well. They have already enough CC, because the Moskov, was just too vulnerable. Really, there was no way for the Moskov to actually become a threat in this game. Even if you get full items, you're not shredding down 3 marksmen, a Jushin with that much sustain, and a Grok that can all CC you or all burst you down before you even deal damage. So yeah, it was just a really, really tough game for the Moskov. Again, also the reason why Naisu, Leo are just not fans of the attack speed items, man. I think it was already kind of crazy, the fact that Marco was able to utilize the Moskov in the new meta, and he did so well with it. I was like, all right, that might be just a Marco thing, and it seems like it's the case here. Yeah, the team as well. They played this composition quite bad, if I'm being honest, Naisu. They didn't try to trade around the map. The first 2 turtles that they got, that should have been already like a good sign, saying like, all right, we got 2 turtles. This is more than we should have by this point of the game, by the way. But they just never accepted like wins. They just always wanted to get more and more and more, and it ended up being their demise. They kept on going for more, and it looked so stable up until it didn't. Up until the storm was brought to them. You saw that tech charge landing. You saw the constant defensive AOGs having to be used up by AI as well, and then the quad shadow, man, that damage, ridiculous stuff from Lucky.
I think it was great that we got to see the team head to head here, or the player head to head between the roams, because that's exactly what happened in game 1. If you think about it, for Than Pauk on the Grok, his control, his decision making to set things up, and I feel like, on the other hand, Black was like, he clearly made some mistakes. There was a couple Avatar of the Guardians that we talked about specifically throughout this game 1 where it wasn't what he was probably looking for, or that the team needed at the time. A lot of the AOGs were more defensive than anything. And so if you look at the value of a Ganakacha and you're more defensively Avatar of the Guardian, it's not really going to kind of complement this lineup that they had. Now, yes, they have a Kimmy, they had a Fredrin where they can go ahead and utilize some of those crowd controls from those heroes too, but still, it was a good kind of story leading into game one where it's like the roams here, man. The roams decided, I feel like, the pacing of game one specifically. Generally, they do that, but right as soon as that Grok had that tech charge, Fan Pak was able to set things up. And we didn't necessarily get to see that from Black. He did not have a good game at all, man. Like, it was not fun for him to be playing this game as he died multiple times. Maybe early on he was trying to set things up. He did a couple good like unbreakable taunts and breaks to stop them from potentially getting the turtle. And that's why it was so important, like you mentioned, once you were able to do that, what we wanted to see from AI Esports' lineup is to capitalize on that kind of advantage that they would have had in the early game to hopefully give them a better late game. But it just never happened, and they kind of, like, it's like that thing, it's like that window of opportunity is there and they kind of just watched it go by, and they didn't hop on the train, basically. And so again, it's only game one. It's a best of 5, so they can kind of adjust from that. We'll have to see exactly what they do, because if you break it down, like, that was a very rough game for AI Esports. You're talking about a 10,000 gold lead that Team 7 had. Stomp. It was a stompy stomp. I know that's what you like to call it, the stompy stomp for game one, man. And it's hard. It's hard to be in that position. I think in the current meta, teams are very punished if you aren't able to control these objective takes in a way. But then if you slip too far behind and your lineup has a glaring weakness, like we mentioned when the draft was finished, like, it's almost trying to go against the odds entirely, man, to turn that around.
It is. It's incredibly difficult to come back from a lead anyways, right? Just in the meta, it's just tough to do it. The fact that you have to do it against a fighter goal, against a composition that just does so well at understanding their strengths and understanding when to dive, when to go back, when to make these calculated moves, and when to take those risks. Again, when you're just forced on picks that are just not meta, and you're going up against picks that are meta, plus the users who know exactly what to do, it's just so tough, man. So AI, I mean, I think at this point they need a big break. They need a big break to understand what they need to do to beat Team 7. Because it almost looks like right now it's going to be a back-to-back loss to getting eliminated, despite the fact that Ken, Justin, Zippy all predicted them to win MSL Season 2.
Maybe it was maybe we're seeing a bit of an effect of what you mentioned earlier, man. Like the sweep yesterday against Yangon Galacticos, very quick games aside from the last one. If I remember right, it was almost nearly 20 minutes. Maybe it's that, they need to, like, kind of shake that off, because if we're talking about momentum based, Team 7 clearly has that momentum going into this matchup. They showed it in game one alone. So for AI Esports, I think number one, if we really look at it where everything starts, you get a different map. We'll see that from the draw here in just a bit, but I don't know if it looks like they've been winning on flying clouds. So maybe if they get the luck of the draw, they get some flying clouds, they can go ahead and build a lineup around that. Because I don't know, when you guys look at flying clouds over, especially in Indonesia, a region that, again, very similar to Myanmar, who loves to fight, micro and everything else, the focus. How do you feel about flying clouds, man? Like, I call it Mr. Clouds, but because it's just like, it's one of those maps that it's more of like this kind of I don't know, I almost consider flying clouds like a party trick, right? But, like, there is value there. It's like, okay, you got the flying clouds. We've seen multiple players get punished by flying clouds too, by the way. But do you think there's much value in there? Is it just towards defense? Like, does that allow some of the teams that are facing big deficits, let's say even 5,000 goal behind, is flying clouds that valuable for teams to utilize?
I think it's actually even better for the fighter gold, Naisu, because you just get to lane quicker, right? You can rotate, you can go recall, get that tempo, and then rotate even further and get more value. So I think it'll actually be more of a benefit to Team 7. Maybe it could also be a benefit to teams who like want to come back, want to try to like get in lane quicker because they lose out in lane, like the Moscovs. But I really think it just favors the fighters a bit more, just because they're already there to clear the lanes way quicker, and you're just stuck there as a marksman farming. So if we do get flying clouds, I think this is going to be an even bigger advantage for the boys in red. Yeah.
Oh no, dude! I'm calling everything.
You're jinxing everything, and then when you want to call, you get the calls, man. What's going? What is this? Someone call Mystic Naisu. What is going on?
No, man, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's so. But yeah, so it's gonna be flying clouds. I promise, guys, we don't have any control over the random map draw. But it's random. Flying clouds. It's random. It's random. Flying clouds is gonna be the map for game 2 here, which again is interesting because statistically AI Esports has done pretty well on flying clouds. But still, part of this is again some of it just comes down to that composition, and hopefully for AI Esports they don't fall behind. You got to remember, again, when they were able to go ahead and go the distance, 5-game series throughout their play-ins against Mythic Seal and then Falcon Esports, and they were able to, bring compositions that had even some unique picks in their own right. I mean, they've gone and brought out the Cho, for example. You don't see the Cho too often, even back to the Alice. Like, they played the Alice multiple times. So there's a lot of room for, I feel like, diversity in the composition for AI Esports to bring. It's more so of the fact that I think they just need to really secure that pick in the gold lane if they can get it early on, and then build around that. And obviously, too, one of the biggest glaring issues, at least from game 1, was allow Black to have a better time in the roam. And it's unfortunate because that is sometimes just the nature of being a roam. As a newly converted roam main myself, and by newly I mean for the past like 2 years, I used to play mid, man, but now I'm always in the roam, and I get how it is sometimes. Like, it's really easy to look at that score and be like, man, that roam's having an off day, 0-6, but sometimes it's just the roams really trying to set things up for the team. And unfortunately, sometimes the shot calling or the planning and the synergy isn't there with those setups that the roams are doing. And that's why, sometimes when you're looking at these teams out there that have like such cornerstones in the roam position, and they're so well at being synergized with the rest of the team, you'll see the difference there, and I think you got to shake it off if you're Black, because Black had a difficult time in game 1. He can get any of these roam heroes that are available to him too. There's so many good options, right? There's the Kalea, the Grok, like we just previously saw, even down to the Gatakacha still. Gatakacha is still a great hero. Don't get me wrong. Just one of those games that it was not Gatakacha's game. Even a Badang, man. I know it doesn't get popped up much, but because we're on flying clouds, just for the sake of lore and my favoritism, let's bring out the Badang and play the skin that looks as close to Goku Super Saiyan 3 as we can.
All right, let's go. That sounds like a good idea, honestly. So we'll see if that actually happens. Let's see if Naisu calls it again, because for Madzi, I remember the Badang being a pretty good signature pick for him, Naisu. Like, he was actually he played that a lot. Like a lot in the last season. I remember seeing him and getting the highlight clips of him all on Badang. So we'll see now as we get into the drafting phase for game number 2. Lancelot and Fanny plus the Yisun Shin Team 7.
No juggles.
A Hax a Dax on Yori this time around. Trying to force him on the Fredrin again. But this is, I don't know about the Grok first pick, dude. Team 7 are definitely going to snatch away the Hayabusa now. Naisu. Like, I think Team 7, they have an easy road to going. All right, let's pick up the Hayabusa, and now let's see what Yori picked, because it has to be a Fredrin again.
Is this just a result of like a nightmare from the last game, coming out from Fanpok's Grok and just being like, okay, we don't want to get tech charged anymore under our turret. Like, we might as well. But how often do you see this, Mirka? How often do you see a first pick Grok? Because there it is. There you mentioned Hayabusa is going to get picked up over here. And then you've got the Hilda, who recently, like we mentioned through the patch, has done relatively well. Like, that buff and everything else for the Hilda helping out. Yes, it's not dangerous grass for the map, but still, the Hilda's there. And having a Hilda, even on a flying cloud, is great, right? You can also get back to that fight really quickly if you have to. So This is interesting. First pick Grok. What are they going to pair this with? Do they grab the Harith here? Do they grab their gold laner to go ahead and have a better time for Alita in this game too?
The thing is, even if you want to go for the Granger pick, if you want to go for like these signature picks of Alita, it's already kind of countered by the Hilda and the Hayabusa, right? So it's already tough for AI Esports to decide. Usually when you go for the Grok like this, you go for, I was going to say Kimmy, but okay, wait, I thought it was instant Lapu Lapu. That might have been a bug. So I don't know if it's actually Lapu Lapu or they're going to go for something else. But if they do go for something else, I think they need the Kimmy. Like, yes, the Kimmy didn't work out for them in game number 1. But it's standard. When you have a Grok, when you have a Fredrin here, you want to just build for a full front to back. I think the Granger is also really good now. Like, yes, you get countered by the Hayabusa Hilda, but at this point, just go and lean towards your strengths, man. You already have a Fredrin's appeal as well, so go for a full Protect Mr. President draft for AI Esports, and Team 7 will try to go for a full, let's assassinate that Mr. President, man. Let's try to look for more hitmans here and there, because it does look like they're setting up for a full fighter comp again. Team 7, if they get their hands on Kimmy here, red 3, I think it'll just build into a full fighter comp, like a Lapu Lapu Gold, some crazy stuff like that. Maybe even a Cho Gold, hey, for OP.
Cho Gold. I'm wondering, so this is, I think when we wait for this to come up, maybe it is just a Kimmy here. That was Kimmy Fred Grok, maybe. We'll see if we can get confirmation on what that pick is. And also what we see here on the other side. We might miss that third pick too while they go ahead and sort this out. But again, depending on what this is, the Hayabusa and the Hilda alone allows Team 7 to basically replicate what they did in the previous game, where they're kind of just very aggressive. And I feel like AI Esports is responding in a way that's like, okay, they want to deal with that aggression in their own right, or potentially start it themselves. Are we getting a refresh there? Okay, I thought we'd see it, but that's the thing. You can allow yourself to do that. I think in the previous game too, we didn't really get to see the value. It's so funny. You see the value in me. Like, we didn't get to see the value in Fredrin. You know?
Nope. Yeah.
So maybe this time it's you run it back, you go ahead and bring it, but then you have the Grok instead of that Gatakacha, which can kind of help this out a little bit more. But again, once we get to the rest of this draft, we'll see exactly what the game plan here is, but we already can see this, and this is what me and Miracle were talking about before we got to the series. Was there's very two distinct play styles that we've seen from Team 7 and AI Sports, both in their journey up to this point, and it's been true to that statement. Like, you're seeing Team 7 play more aggressive, play more fast, play to basically just kind of overwhelm their opponents, and this time it's AI Esports that is in front of them.
And it's really, really difficult for AI to adapt to this playstyle, man, because they were definitely ready to face off against a full damage output composition like Team 7 utilized yesterday against Team Falcon. AI probably tried to utilize some of the data from yesterday to bring into the game today, but it just seems like Team 7 have a hold on the meta. It's not just because, I mean, maybe yesterday it was just a plan to beat Team Falcon, to take away their picks, right? That's why they took everything, all the damage dealers away from Team Falcon, and today they switch it up completely. They make AI think that they're going to go for the 3 damage dealers, and then they go for the complete opposite. They go for 1 damage dealer, technically, and then everyone else just wanted to go for these long brawls, the Juice Sin, the Lapu Lapu, the CC as well. Well, now at least it's respected in the first phase, the CC, but it's still a big problem for them to deal with right now, Naisu. Like, the big problem right now is the fact that you just cannot get your hands on a jungler that can really push the tempo. You're placed on a jungler that, yes, can win out in the first few neutral objectives, but for the most part, even if you get a lead, you have to play for your carries. You can't really be the guy to independently carry the game for your team. Meanwhile, though, Lucky, always, every single game of the series and playoffs against Falcon and now against AI, has gotten his hands on picks that he can carry with.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because like when you look at, I feel like the biggest change in terms of what we've seen globally for a lot of the teams is this transition from what the gold lane has become, right? I mean, there was a time, even for a while now, I know like probably the longest standard that we saw in terms of a role for the longest time, at least for like these specific heroes being picked up, was probably the jungler when we were back in like purely utility meta. But then gold lane was starting to get into that position too. Okay, hold on. Whoa, it was a Lapu Lapu.
Okay.
Wait, so Lapu Lapu. So Which again, this could even be relative to what I'm getting to the point of is gold lane has changed quite a bit just in the last couple months because of the patch and everything that's happened there. And I feel like aside from the fact that we still see a whole lot of Granger and even Harith to an extent, it was a good change. Like, it was good that we had this change into the gold lane. I'm just wondering how even the gold laners themselves feel, you know, like they were playing a very specific, because you got to remember, like, this is how the junglers felt. And, you know, I remember in some of the recent interviews and stuff we've had with some of the most decorated junglers out there, specifically even back in with what Carl Teasy was mentioning in his interview with Wolf, was, you know, he had a time where, yeah, that jungle was built a very specific way. You have to kind of master it, learn it down to a T, and then, you know, just at the whim of the meta, you might have to change it. That happened to the junglers for, you know, some time a couple months ago, and now you have this nice little balance between shades of utility jungle, shades of the assassin jungle meta. And I think if you look at it and you wonder, all right, what about the gold laners, man? Like, how do they feel? Like, this is such a pretty big
I don't feel
change.
good, man.
Yeah, I know you're a gold laner, so that's why I'm leading you into this question, because it's like, how do the gold laners feel, right? Or all the players out there that are technically gold laners. Yeah, you played this way for so long, picking your favorite gold lane marksman into the gold lane, but now here you are with this meta shift where it's like, dude, I can't even like if I pick a traditional marksman other than maybe Granger, because I don't even if we can consider Harith a marksman, right?
No,
dude's dashing around with magic, but it's like, how do these gold laners feel? You know, especially these pro players that have spent so much time playing in that lane, and now you have this big shift in that gold lane meta. You know, how do you feel about it, Mirko?
I mean, initially when they announced the passive gold reduction or the passive gold increase and the minion gold reduction, I was already buckling up for, you know, the fighter golds. I knew it was coming. It was just a matter of time before people, you know, figured it out. So I wasn't a fan of it initially. I hate fighter golds. I love just playing the marksman, the traditional ones, and being able to outplay, being able to outlane your opponents, right? Because I think, especially in the gold lane, when you play marksman, that's what you define as skill, you know? If you are able to do well,
you feel that's the highest like skill matchup, like gold lane? Do you feel?
Yeah, I think so. Like, when it comes to just purely 1v1 denying gold, freezing your wave, stuff like that, like understanding lane and actually punishing in lane, I think the gold lane had it all. But because of the fighter gold lane, it becomes more of like a secondary XP lane, right? Over an actual lane that's different from the rest of the team. So I think, I mean, I've adjusted to it. It's still okay. Like, it's fun. But I'm not a fan of it still. Like, I would much rather have the whole patch get reverted, and for us to actually still play normal MLBB just with the new maps. I felt like the new maps alone should be enough of a change for us to actually enjoy the game, you know? The change in the passive gold, I think, really killed the momentum of a lot of players. Kelra, mainly, where, you know, these marksmen who just do really well on orthodox picks, even like the Harith, it just doesn't find as much success when, again, you're up against the fighter golds, when you're up against a lead as big as you saw earlier in game number 1. Coming into this, though, I really think Team 7 should pick up the Harith. If it is a Grok, Lapu Lapu, Fredrin on AI Esports' side, I think Team 7, they have a really good composition already with the Hayabusa and Hilda. They just need a bit more to push it forward. Go for the Harith now. Okay, we are going to be getting back. Oh, they go for the Granger instead. And wait, is there no Fredrin? Where's the Fredrin? Oh, we got 2 PX7s. Okay, Fredrin, the Kimmy gets completely ignored, by the way.
Double
and they do
Kimmy.
go Cho Gold. Oh my god, Alita forced on the Cho Gold. They've taken away all of his picks, Naisu. That Granger deny again from Team 7, something they utilized against Team Falcon.
Okay, so I was a little shook. There's a Kimmy, there's a gold Cho, right? Is that the gold Cho?
Gold Cho.
Gold Cho, yeah, okay. So we saw this previously in their matches before,
Oh, wait,
like
no,
you
no,
mentioned.
no. Wait, is it? Yeah, I should be a gold Cho, unless they pull a crazy one and put Lapu in gold.
Well, yeah. That's why I was wondering if that's going to be a switch, but I know we had an extra PX7 there too, but we'll see exactly what it was. Again, it was very, very quick to pop up, but yeah, I think that's the thing is like you if it is a gold lane Lapu or Cho, it still is relevant to basically what I was saying here. Like, this gold lane has changed tremendously.
It's an experimental lane.
Yeah, just in the matter of months, really. And looking at to it, like, I feel like not everybody can win, right? Like when the metas are shifting and everything else, you always are going to have one of those roles that one of the roles or a group of heroes that are not going to be winning there. And that's why it was so funny, because literally in our grand finals, like over in MPL Philippines, all you saw in the gold lane for that grand final was Granger Harith, Granger Harith, Granger Harith, Granger Harith, Yep. Okay, here we go. Okay, so all right, here's the update. So it is that Fredrin, there's the Kimmy. Alita is going to be on, so I don't think they're changing. So Alita is going to be on the gold lane Cho.
Okay.
And then we have that Granger, Hilda, Khalid for the Roam over here, the Hayabusa, and then Cien is on the skin portraits, man. Is this the
who?
Valentina?
Who are you on?
Cien?
Yeah, Valentina. That looks like a Valentina.
I was gonna say that's Valentina, right? I'm trying to think what skin that is, but yeah, I think that's a Valentina there. Interesting. So interesting compositions here. So even with the Valentina, you can kind of have your pickings of some of the ultimates you can grab here, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the big ult to take is definitely the tech charge here, to play around, especially considering that you already have the Granger, a super carry there. You just want to play for peel. So Team 7 rocking this full prio mid with Valentina and Khalid with the Granger in gold. They've basically taken the early game with this composition, but also they've denied that win condition away from Alita, not giving him the Granger. So let's see if they can do it, if they can get a 2-0, because yesterday they were able to get a 2-0 with a Granger in the lineup in game number 2 as well, up against Team Falcon. AI, can they get their first game win in playoffs, Naisu?
Well, I'll tell you what, they took what worked for Team 7 in game 1 and they basically took it themselves. They rounded it out with taking the Grok. They get the Lapu Lapu. And then one of the biggest glaring issues, like we mentioned in game 1's draft for that Moskov, so they'll give Alita a Cho gold lane, which, against OP here, I think he's going to have, it's going to be a challenge for Alita. I'm not sure how they'll decide to play it out. I would like to see AI Esports put some pressure on OP, because for the mere fact that he is a Granger here, who again has some of the highest win rates, if not the highest win rate right now, in that gold lane. But that's the thing; they have all the tools they need. Like if you look at AI Esports' lineup, they have all the tools they need to make it work from early to the late game. But like you said with Team 7, this lineup can snowball out of control with pressure already in the early game. That's with the Hilda, the Khalid, and even the Hayabusa. Specifically, also with the Valentina. As soon as you're level 4, and he's got flame shot, man. Is that
he does?
He's got flame shot, so they're going for some extra potential threat.
I think that's why we're taking a while to get into the game, by the way. So
that's what I'm
also
wondering.
CK on the Valentina when I don't think this is the way. I don't think that. Yeah. There's definitely going to be a change here, because
CK
there's no way
is
we're playing
XP.
Khalid mid, right? This is definitely Hilda XP Khalid mid. That's what's supposed Khalid Roam Valentina mid is supposed to be what it is. Unless they're like, no, man, this is the meta right now. Yeah, it's not just a gold lane, Mirko. It might just be everything.
Either way, I'm sure these picks are still the same. They might be just going ahead and switching something in and out here before they get back. But that's one of the things. Like I said, this Valentina can actually work really well for them, flame shot or not. Most likely not a flame shot, but the Valentina is going to be able to work out really well. Yeah, most likely not. 99% not. But the lineup
1% yes.
0.1%. I'm going to give it the 0.1%, man. You can never go full 100%. You can never full 100% send it, But once we do jump into that game too, I will say that we've seen it before. The Khalid most likely in the hands of the Roam there. We've seen Khalid's be a nuisance early on, especially if they decide to go with it, even like if they just get an early Fury Hammer. Sometimes we've seen some roams do that, where they get this early Fury Hammer on their roam Khalids, and they're able to go ahead and put enough pressure out with that early damage. Like, there's a lot that can work out here, and like I said, with Valentina, there's a lot of ultimates that are going to be very valuable to take, the tech charge being one of them. So I like both lineups. They're so true to what we were saying though earlier, man. It's that play style that we're going to see here from both sides, and I just hope for AI Esports to get that first win through the playoffs here, that they can make this work, because they do. Generally, it's a good lineup. Even a Cho Gold, technically right now in the current meta, like Cho Gold can still be very valuable, and if you can get, I'd say at least Alita needs like maybe just one visit up top, like one visit to the gold lane, like just give that one chance to not get, to not deal with that Granger getting a advantage over you. And I think Alita will be okay. Way better than what we saw in game one, at least on the Moskov.
Yeah, I think you need a rotation up top to deny the gold crab away from the Granger, but then after that, it's all about the Cho rotating around, right? So you deny the gold crab away from the Granger, let the Cho roam freely over for Turtle 1 if possible as well, if he gets a cut early to get level 4, and then it's all about brawling 5v5, man. The Granger's going to be doing the same thing, by the way. I think the Granger here in this game, OP, definitely going to be thinking about going Sky Piercer first item, not even finishing up boots, so getting like the small boots into full Sky Piercer is usually what Grangers do nowadays. And then you fight Turtle 1, you get some of the kills, if you can. That's massive. If you don't, then it's fine, because you can still stay in lane, get the gold from the wave itself, get the gold from the turret. It really depends on what the call is for the team. If they win out early in the mid, I think going for the call on Turtle makes sense here. You want to just take away the steam from AI, especially considering their composition is technically almost built purely for Turtle 1, right? They have a Kimmy, which is a bit more late game interest later, but with the Cho Gold, with the Lapu Lapu and Fredrin, if you don't get the first neutral objective, this is looking like a cooked lineup, man. This is looking like a 2-0 for Team 7 if they don't. So already some very specific conditions have to be met for AI if they want to stay in this series. If they want to stay in MSL.
If they want to stay in MSL, they have to figure something out here on either side. Team 7, I think they're still playing with like I said, a little form of risk if they can with this kind of lineup, but I think Team 7 is willing to take these risks, man, and so it's up to AI Esports to utilize what they have. So here we go, jumping into game 2. Once again, this best of 5, the lower bracket final here between AI Esports and Team 7. A very strong game 1, a stompy stomp from Team 7 in game 1. We'll see. Whoa, okay, so hold on, what do we have
They want
here?
the 4v4, man.
Oh, do they want
early
to
on?
go for it?
Oh, yeah, forcing a flicker out from Madzi. That's a lot of value. Tan gonna go for the steal. Does he get it? I don't think so. I think Yori was able to secure it. Has gone for the concussive blast, by the way, but it will not stop Lucky from invading the green camp and taking it away with the help of CK as well. Wait, orange buff. Yori has to respect it. Man, this is a bit too much respect given over by AI, man. They need to try to brute force the orange buff. Tanpoke is trying his best to walk in again, but already it's a win for T7.
It's a win for Team 7. Okay, so I was going to say, I don't think those emblems were right either, but we do go back to just how aggressive Team 7 wants to play with this lineup. You already saw it in the early minute of the game, and that's kind of what we're going to expect here too. As they burn out even a flicker early from Madzi, I wouldn't be surprised if they still try to put pressure here, and Black's going to have to respond to that. So already Team 7 showing how kind of they want to approach game 2, very aggressive. If they can get an advantage before the first turtle, that's great for their lineup. But again, hold on.
Shadow kill coming down. Yori, Appraiser's Wrath will do a lot of damage, getting him back to safety against Tanpoke. But he's not healthy enough to continue on to contest neutral objectives. So already, I would say again, a little dub for Team 7 here. They can play it slow.
You're gonna play it. So look at Xian's got the tech charge himself. Black doesn't even have his own. That's gotta feel bad when you see the opposing Valentina with your own ultimate, but they'll slow it down. Turtle's not going to be committed just yet. Madzi half health, but this will be a fight, the 4v4. Potentially for the first objective, AI Esports does have control, half health on this Turtle. They're going to go.
Raven's fighter, but the tectonic charge stolen away. Will be able to go for the stun over to Yori, but Shan is in a tough spot already. Black deciding to save that tech charge. And luckily for AI, they still get the job done with this composition. They needed that neutral objective early, and they got it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned this lineup is built for that. So they end up getting that objective. Ooh, nice rampart there. Then Hook.
Ooh! Shen, good body block. Turret doing a good job as well, body blocking for that, but Lucky wants to continue to push on the pace here. Will bait out the bravest fighter, but that's about it. It's, whoa! Lucky going back for a last hit on Shuriken.
He's just showing himself there. There's a code for you guys, by the way, too. Feel free for our viewers out there to go ahead and use that code. Try to get it before everybody else does. Thank you guys for, of course, also being patient with us as we get through our games here. And now, again, game 2 going to this. It looks like AI Esports, based off what's happened here in the past 2 minutes, they'll be the ones to now start to transition to put some pressure on this side. Team 7, there's a kick.
Okay. Oh, great traction pulse as well. 4-man Raging Sandstorm tech charge landing on all of them, but there's just not enough damage. OP doing quite a bit with the Rhapsody, but not enough. Whoa, Madzi goes in, tech charge back over by Black, and OP falls. First blood to AI.
And Madzi with the emotes, the recall there. Again, OP putting himself in a position. Oh no, Madzi.
Oh no. Hey, you can't just be recalling like that on stage, man. These teams will definitely be looking for it. Oh, whoa! He threads the needle, finds a quad shadow. Almost a perfect shadow kill to get PX7, but I think it's enough. No flicker on PX7.
So close, 1 HP away, but yeah, Karma will get you on this, on the grandest of stages right now. Got to keep it under control here for AI Esports. We're going to be looking at the instant replay. Again, Infinix, the Note 50 Pro. This was the setup, you know, it was a good initiation. Xian using his own tech charge there, but then OP gets punished. Now, second turtle for the grabs here. AI Esports has control. Can CK do anything here? Set it up.
Oh man, that's a tech charge over, but Yori still wins it out of the back line though. PX7 with no flicker gets deleted. It's Tan who gets to get traded back for Team 7. OP going for the double lane now. Good stun over to Shan now. Oh man, everything thrown at Shan to take him down as CK will go for a little bit of poke over to Madzi. But look at Alita, even on the fighter golds, continuously just staying up top, farming and getting structures.
Way better here for Alita, like we mentioned. In comparison to game 1. Oh, he's going to go for a 1v1? Okay, no, he's not going to go for the kick, even though he has it. Maybe if he had the flicker, he'd go for that kind of play, but he does just go ahead and back off here. So OP is going to be fine. Now it's OP that's feeling that that marksman gold lane feeling in the current meta right now, trying to build up what he can on this Granger. Of course, it's only 1 death, so he has plenty of time to go ahead and farm up to where he needs to be, but it's this Team 7 that needs to worry about the scaling here. Mid lane.
Raging Sandstorm with the flicker combo. The quad shadow doesn't land on PX7. Good tectonic charge from Black and the instant follow-up from Madzi and PX7 to get yet another 2 kills on the board.
Man, I was saying Alita's having a way better game, but look at Black now. Again, this first pick Grok was kind of questioned a bit in the draft. Like, would it be worth it? Well, for so far, AI Esports has been doing wonders with this Grok from Black. Able to find multiple tech charges and setups already. They're going to rotate up top. They're going to go for Alita here.
No follow-up on the way the Dragon knows that Lucky is rotating over, so he decides to back away. And that's pretty good. Again, they know that they have a pretty good lead right now. There's no real reason for them to push it forward, to take these unnecessary risks. PX7 is back up as well. It's back to setting up for Turtle for AI.
All right, third Turtle nearly up here. We're looking at what, about a 3,000 gold lead right now for AI Esports. Again, a much better position than they were in at the entirety of the game 1. They should have pretty good control here. You know, we were wondering if they could get the value in this Fredrin so far. The Fredrin Kimmy combo has worked wonders. Oh, traction pulse.
Good quad shadow earlier. Tan able to go for the Raging Sandstorm, but it's defensively. It's to get away. That means it's a free neutral objective. 3 turtles all to Yori.
All right, great pickups here. Objective now, they'll focus on these turrets. Should be able to get this tier 1. Team 7 wants to hold on.
Good steal on the tech charge now, doing a lot of damage over to Black. Oh, enough to get OP there. His first Sky Piercer stack. Finally gets his hands on the Hunter Strike. And this is what we were talking about for OP. It's all about getting the Sky Piercer stack. So it doesn't matter if you're that far behind. If you're able to get those stacks, the turnaround can still happen. In the bottom lane, it's a gank from Tan over to Alita. The way the dragon gets used up over to Tan, and it will be a kill. Gets away as well with the flicker. Not enough of a follow-up from Team 7 to take Alita down.
Well, there's going to be a rotate too. I'm not sure if they're going to commit under the turret here. It's tier 1. CK might want to get out of there. Oh, Yori joins him.
Fraction Pulse 2 will lock him down. It's a Hilda though, so I wouldn't be too concerned if I was Team 7. But I will be concerned about Alita, who's already level 11, highest in the game, a level with Yori and Lucky.
Yeah, now mid lane, Flying Clouds bring him back to the action again. This is one of the things, you start to lose some of the space across the map for Team 7. Flying Clouds will bring you back to it. They barely hold on to this turret. It does finally go down as Alita jumps on in, kicks that turret down. So hard fought. Now all tier 1s being down, and also the tier 2 up top. AI Esports playing with an advantage here, while meanwhile Team 7, after a very strong game 1, they've got nothing at all in game 2. So it's their turn to go in and kind of scramble around to see what they can get. Like you mentioned, a big part of that, Mirko, is just going to be some stacks if they can get the stacks over here for OP. But also if they can scale with this lineup. You know, a lot of the times, even if they get that tech charge off from Cien that we're seeing on this Valentina, unfortunately, they're just lacking the damage throughput to actually convert and follow through. And that seems to be such a big problem right now for this lineup. There's a kick from Alita just defensively. He's going to kind of get away from this. Multiple members here from Team 7. Dude, are they going to try to get HO? I don't think you can even... They might full send this under the turret.
He's buying so much time, and it's unfortunate because Team 7 knows that they cannot contest for the neutral objective, so this is the only thing they can do. Look for a trade on the other side of the map, maybe a turret, but Alita denies them of a kill and of a structure taken. So it's an all-out win for AI, as Team 7 now will have to just recall, and their composition with the Khalid, it's going to start to fall off, man. That's a purple buff taken away by Lucky. Still, he's able to recover it, but the orange buff on the other side of the map will be taken by Yori. That's a tier 2 as well, falling down below. Man, AI are getting instant value.
This is how you choke out everything on the map. If you're AI Esports, again, Team 7, both roamers just kind of recalling off here against each other. Not much that you can do on this Khalid. Again, the power that it has is usually in that early game where you're able to go ahead and put some pressure here. But look at this, they're just forced off of their turrets, and that's kind of an unfortunate position to be in, is you're not able to stay around the turrets even. You know, you can't really contest them because, again, a lot of your damage is coming from OP on the Granger here, and he just doesn't have what he needs, you know? So now they're facing down this Lord pushing up top. They've still got a bit of a Holy Shield up top, but they're going to lose some of the health on this. I'm not sure if we're going to see a forced interaction from AI Esports. Sitting with the Bravest Fighter from Madzy, but going for the mid.
Oh, big tech charge over to 3 there. That's a stun over as well, but Shen is able to get another tech charge over. That's even another stack over to OP as he kites away. Madzy still stuck in the midst of it all. OP walking up again. It will be another kill. A big shutdown to OP. AI's got to be careful. OP go over the chase now as Alita jumps over to Jikundo and the Shunpu, but CK sticks on him. OP just needs a few more shots to get him down, but I think that should be enough. I think Team 7 should just walk away with the win. Wait, Alita jumps back in, goes for the Jiku. No, that's a flicker away. The dragon locks OP down, but it's a disaster for AI. 3 kills over to OP. That makes the Sky Piercer at 40.
That's what I was saying, man. I was like, I don't think they have to force a situation into the base. They do it anyway, but this was also a tech charge, finding multiple members, but then a tech charge of their own. And it was unfortunate because, again, the base turrets are still up. They went for this. And like you mentioned, those stacks went to the perfect person in the lineup of Team 7. Went over to OP, picks up a Sea Albert Hound, now has multiple stacks on that Sky Piercer. And that's that turnaround. This is exactly what we were talking about in the previous game. You're down, you know, 4,000 or 5,000 gold, which they're still down a good couple thousand gold here. It has to be either an error from the opposing team that has that lead that you have to punish in hopes to get back into the game. Because before that, honestly, Team 7 was in a very bad position to lose this game. They didn't really have much at all, but it was that forced, let's go into the base and maybe get some base turrets or some kills or potentially end this. That is the decision that AI Esports went for. So now they put Team 7 in a position to actually contest this. Taking a look at the items here, you can see this. Golden Lane is stacked up here for OP. He's got mostly what he needs, but wow, the problem is still solving this. Can they actually get into a position that's favorable for them to contest this Lord? AI Esports knows that they have the advantage when it comes to the lineup to be able to set up this kind of box around the Lord here. And so they'll hold it at half health. They're going to go on for CK.
I don't know about the all-in over to CK. That's good Radiant Sandstorm into the back line, but Lucky's all alone now as the Quad Shadow is able to land. That's going to be time to fight a lot of time. Tech charge from Shen! OP in the back, free hitting. A big disaster for AI. Alita still pushing up top, but I think Team 7 are happy with this outcome already.
Oof, okay, they lose the base turret. Alita stayed up there to put some pressure. I don't think they were expecting to just have the fight go the way that it did. But again, OP, if he was even part of that fight a little bit earlier, again, it took him a while to join it. But again, they keep themselves into that game. We'll take a look at the instant replay here once again. And this is what I was talking about. You know, look at OP's positioning. He has to go away from the rampart, take some time to get here. But even this, look at that tech charge from Zien. So good. Multiple members, 4 members knocked in the air. But we're back to it, man. We're back to this contest for the Lord here with AI Esports taking initiative.
Oh man, AI using a bit too many of the resources onto the frontliner. That's a shadow kill over to PX7. They're gonna have to cut away. Great Tom by Yori to peel a bit. Alita has pushed up top, so Team 7, they're going to have to send someone up top. They're actually going to be sending a lot of those members up top. Alita shows up in the mid lane, which means they can actually start to ignore it. A wave will be spawning here as the Lord will get started back up again by AI.
Oh, they know Lucky's up there dealing with the waves, so they're going to press on this Lord and try to get it here. CK, though.
Way the dragon. That's going to be another tech charge over by Shen. Goes in for the taunt. Goes in for the Terrify. OP! But in the needle, able to find one kill. Now jumps in forward over to Yori. That's a good Radiant Sandstorm. Another kill over. VX7 getting the Sky Piercer. Oh, it's Lucky with a shadow kill. And OP is untouchable in the back. Gets a double. A 2 for 2 right now. But Team 7 still have their jungler. But a wave is coming in, crashing into their base up top.
Oh man, the biggest advantage right now for AI Esports is that base turret that Alita did work on to get it down, because it's Team 7. Even after they have these wins, they still have to manage the waves that's pushing up top. So even with Yori down, they might have just gone and stalled it out long enough so they're going to be full force once again for this Lord. This has been a fight for the Lord for the past 5 minutes, essentially a macro play style that we've seen from AI Esports. They'll start this up. Yori will be up in a second here, and then we're back to it. Goes for a bit of a reset. We'll see if Team 7 decides to approach this differently. They do clear out that wave up top, but now Lord sitting under half. CK?
Bad call. They should have gone for the Lord.
Oh, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Shen jumps in. That's going to be Manzi who secures it. Shen very low, but OP is still there. Alita goes for the Kudo. Able to go for the way the dragon with a flicker there. On towards Shen. The bad call turns out to be great. That's going to be the tech charge. OP get a lot of those free hits. Quad Shadow landing as well. Lucky going in for the damage. PX7 surviving just a bit. Getting the shutdown. OP still alive. That's a big kill. Over to Tan Poke. It's OP again. Over to Manzi. That's a stun over OP. Can he kite away? 60 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Alita walking up as well. Good flicker out by OP. 15 seconds for Shen. And AI are looking for the end. Whoa! That's a Quad Shadow and the Shadow kill with the dragon. Alita locks him down, but the Quad Shadow comes back up in time. And they're trying to buy some time now. Lucky jumping back and forth, buying some time. OP still in the base defending. This could be an outplay. Lucky will go for the Quad Shadow again. Won't be able to land it now in the base. Lord at half HP. Shen doing a good job. Has Tectonic charge. OP with the Rhapsody. They have defended against a Lord.
And Lucky survived.
Wow.
So much time, Mirko. We bought so much time. He used that shadow kill to go back, but also handle some of the wave pressure in the mid lane, allowing OP and CK and Zien to stay into it. Oh my god. Team 7. That should have been a potential end there for AI Esports, but with that decision, they stay in the game as we approach the 18-minute mark. And meanwhile, that whole time, you got to give it up to OP to be able to stay alive through it all. Burning that flicker early on to stay up, and they keep themselves in the game. AI Esports is doing so much right, but they just can't seem to end this game and capitalize it out. Looking at the items here, again, they're locked in. If they can go ahead and pressure this a little bit more on the map, what can AI Esports do? Maybe get another base turret down. They're still a minute away from the Lord. That holding on to the tier 1 mid lane turret has helped them out so much as well, because even Team 7, as they have been crawling back into this game, still down about 3,000 gold. The main point is your Granger is still alive. OP is still alive. He's able to go ahead and rely on those stacks, those procs from the Sky Piercer if he can. But that's the thing. It's going to get a little bit more difficult as they approach this next objective. He does pick up the BOD, so he's got that now. And it's going to be the work that we have to see here from Team 7, especially the Roam, Thanpak, if he can actually scout out what he needs to, as Black is essentially doing the same thing here. So this will be a tough one as they approach that next Lord, while they manage that wave up top. A little bit easier, though, this time in comparison, because the Lord is up on that top side of the map. But we might see Alita now look to work and put pressure here on the bottom map to open up the base a little bit more of Team 7.
For sure, he definitely needs to do that right now, right? Like, that's the only thing for AI that's going right. Even around the Lord dances, by the way, AI have just been very, very indecisive. The fact that so many times it could have been a steal, it's just lucky was not on the at the right place at the right time, means that they are getting out macros still by Alita, and it's all because of Alita constantly shoving in the bottom lane. Lord dance happening here, Naisu, and it looks like Team 7 have proper waves to actually set up for this.
Yep, they are. Alita's still waiting on that side of the jungle. That wave's pretty much even it on the bottom side, so neither team going to commit to the Lord just yet. I think Team 7 has been really happy, though, with the fact that they've essentially bought themselves plenty of time, nearly 5 minutes plus, to get themselves back in an even fighting position. But it's still, again, it's a macro play that they have to go against here. Black,
wait.
Whoa!
Immortality down already for Black. That's a tech charge over. Black able to flicker out. OP looking for the Rhapsody and the Death Sonata to take him down. Black has to recall. Bites the Heptaseas. Time going to be taunted up. Now that's going to be Traction Pulse. Almost landing unlucky. CK forced to recall. Having to go into the bottom lane to clear it out. And he should be able to do it here in time. But Team 7 have to deal with the wave in the bottom lane and the top lane. It is going to be OP sent up top with the bottom lane. Sent CK to deal with it. Rose gold already. Lord still. Okay, finally resetted by AI.
Yeah, it's going to go for the reset. Black went back to the base too to heal back up, but he does have his flicker down. Lord being held around this half health. They know they can still potentially push this. Team 7, they're going to have to be the decisive ones. How are they going to play this? They back off the Lord. Finally, Raging Sandstorm.
Yori's very low. Tech charge again on 3! That's a tech charge from Black as well. That's going to be Xian taken down by the Sky Piercers. PX7 makes his way inside. OP in the back line going to be stunned up by Manzi with a flinker in! But OP's catting really well. Has the Rose Gold Meteor. Gets the Godlike. Goes 70 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Lucky! What an assassination to shut PX7 down! OP gets the immortality, and somehow Team 7 have weathered the storm of AI.
Team 7 fought for this Lord, fought for an objective, and they might just get it here. There's not much Alita and Black can do, and they'll fight for this Lord, securing it up. OP again, not even burning the flicker, with the pressure of Manzi in his face, stays alive. He'll get rid of his immortality. He bought it just for the sake of having it in the last fight after that Rose Gold as well. Again, the positioning of OP. There's a reason this guy is on the GPM rankings right now. Again, he's coming in clutch for Team 7. This was a fight that was started up in that mid lane. Xian using the tech charge again. But again, it's this space. It's the positioning of OP, and even Lucky putting pressure on that backside with this Hayabusa that is working so well for them. And so now it's shifted, man. This is a massive Lord take, an evolved one that's now in the favor of Team 7. They've been so starved of map space and pressure until now. So this is their chance to go ahead and push it down, push some of these tier 1, tier 2 turrets down of AI Esports. Not to say that AI Esports is not in a position to contest or potentially get control back in their favor, but it's definitely shifted over momentum-wise to Team 7's lineup here. They're going to clear out this Lord if they can. They lose the tier 2 turrets. Alita's going to actually be forced out here. You're seeing the damage now from these Death Sonatas, even the Rhapsodies here. Manzi has to pop the Bravest Fighter. They still hold on to that Lord. These waves are pushing on in.
Oh, Lucky
jumps in.
Oh, he baits out the nature. Alita unable to get away to drag it in time. Yori taken to a quarter of HP. Traction pulse lands, but it's only onto the Lord right now as it goes for the charge onto the bottom lane. CK looking for it. That's going to be Shen with a tectonic charge. That's Manzi jumping with the Raven Spider, but OP is still untouched in the back line. Good way the Dragon Appeal in the back as Lucky goes in, buys the immortality in time. It's Alita with the Jiku. No, Lucky's still able to survive. Double for OP. Goes and dashes forward. Shen gets the shutdown now, and Team 7 are looking for match point. BX7 buys the immortality in time, is able to flicker out from Shen. CK gonna go for the chase as well. They still have a wait. OP with an aggressive flicker in, but won't be able to find the kill. Tan also gets the immortality, but he's down. That's a wave in the mid lane, still quite healthy. Going in again. Traction pulse from PX7. Shen looking for the play again. Goes for the terrifying Manzi. Having to go for the Bravest Spider. Does not have the flicker to combo it together. OP still there. Stun landing. Good sustain from Manzi. CK goes for the damage. Shen over with the terrifying. Buys over the crown in time and pops it off. OP looking for it. He gets the immortality down. The wave just there. OP living with a sliver of health as Shen slashes PX7 down. Will lose his immortality. Black is up again, but Team 7 secure match point.
Oh my god, you can see the reaction here from Team 7. Again, now sitting at match point. The work that they put in. Oh my goodness, Mirko, take a breath because that last exchange was insanely long. Started with the push with the Evolved Lord into the base. And again, the highlight there was the positioning from OP and the way the rest of the team played that and allowed OP to have that space, man. I mean, it started with Lucky even just jumping in to get the Wind of Nature out so that it wasn't a possibility to use. And then the way that they walked in with that Lord push and juggled around the minions again, even when they had to deal with, okay, we have stacked up OP, but we don't have the minions just yet to end it. They had to take and focus on the mid lane and then join there. A valiant effort from AI Esports, though. It almost looked like they would have been able to defend that, but it was just unfortunate that, again, they weren't able to solve OP, the biggest problem, and the stacks he was able to build. Again, we were having that whole discussion about gold laners right now, and OP, his positioning, his micro, man, allowed them, the fact that he didn't die and didn't lose those stacks and held on to those,
crazy.
The amount of concentration and work that goes into that in the current meta right now is so damn difficult, and OP was able to do that multiple times throughout this game.
Bro, he ended up with 80 stacks. This guy started the game off 0-2. Just for you guys to understand how impressive this game was for OP, how impressive of a comeback it was for Team 7. This was a Granger that was taken out of lane so early. This was a Granger that was 0-2, already pinned down, basically. But he got away from that pin. He got one kill. It all started from there, Naisu. And that's where we already started talking, you know, saying, hey, that one stack can build up to a lot. And then they kept on going. That big throw in the base, man, giving him 3 more stacks, making it 40. And then, dude, you only took 2 deaths. Like, if you delete the first, what, 5-6 minutes of the game where he suffered the 2 deaths, he was untouchable ever after that point. Completely untouchable. An amazing performance from OP, man. And in-game MVP, definitely for him here, 10-2-5. If it was possible to get 100 stacks on Skypiercer, he did it, Naisu. He didn't die after the first 2 deaths.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I love that he has a Filipino flag, too. Maybe he was channeling in, you know. But here's the thing. Like, again, we're not even just... It's not that... Like, it's no glaze at all. The fact that OP was able to do this against this lineup. You got to remember, you're a Granger with basically Flicker, right? You're against a Grok, a Kimmy, a Fredrin, a Lapu, and a Cho. All 5 of those heroes are big threats to a Granger or just a marksman in general. And it was so difficult for AI Esports to get OP, even having all those tools. And it would have been like, the thing is what we're really showcasing here is breaking this down, is the fact that, again, the stacks that Skypiercer are such a big value for the Granger in the current meta, but also against this kind of lineup that's very durable and tanky. Wow. And the fact that you can, if he would have died once and those stacks, you know, get reduced in half, like, that is basically such a big loss for OP in this case. But it didn't happen. And so the mere fact that he was able to basically stay alive against 5 heroes who have so many opportunities to be able to catch him, and he even juggled the items around, and that's why you know, when you really break it down, when you really analyze it, the fact that he, even in some of those key fights where he survived, he juggled the items that he needed. It was a phenomenal game too, man. It was a showcase for OP, and you know what? He's defying the GPM ranking curse right now, man. I gotta say, you know, put that guy at number 1 right now. What a game too here. As we look at the highlights here, you're gonna see exactly what we're talking about for us through this game. Again, man, it was just one of those things, you know, where for Team 7, it was, they had to like basically buckle in, because this was the early game. This is what they dealt with all game long, you know, and it was a lot from Black on that Brock early on, you know, putting pressure here, and Zian on this Valentina basically turned into their own Brock. Like every, you know, I'm pretty sure at least 99% of the ultimates were tech charges as well, if not all of them. But he also was able to find so much value of his own tech charge, which then allowed this kind of change of momentum, and this is really where it starts to build up kind of push here for Team 7.
And again, it was the targeting, right? Like Alita doing a good job at dismantling the back, but you can't just have a pure front to back here when OP just gets all these stacks for free. PX7 was on a Skypiercer as well, but it's different, you know? The Kimmy is not as easy to kite away with as a Granger who has so much more range and so much more pressure. You can see PX7 desperately trying to get into the back line, trying to get onto OP. You can see everyone, really, even Madzi having to use the flicker, but it's never coordinated together nice. So in Alita, I gotta say, he did an amazing job this game, clearing up, going for far lane, but this is not the Cho goal that you would expect in this game. The type of Cho gold you would expect in this kind of game would be the Cho gold that actually goes in together with Madzi to try to get OP. They need to layer their CC together, because there's no way Madzi and Black is enough to take him down. They need a bit more damage. They need a bit more of that gap closer. And that's what the Cho gold was picked for, I feel, right? Like, why would you pick it up if it wasn't for jumping on the Granger? It took a bit too long for them to realize that. And by the time they realized it, Evolved Lord was taken out. OP tried to, I mean, they tried to go on OP, but he had all the gold to swap from Rose Gold to Immortality to everything, man.
It was, this was a showcase of just how good Gold Lane can still be, but in a certain specific scenario where you're capable of showcasing your own individual mechanics, but at the same time, you got to remember again, like, how much work it was here for OP to, you know, stay so focused in, so locked in to be able to get this position that he was on the Granger. And, you know, unfortunately, that's kind of the downside right now of Gold Lane, is there's only specific heroes. Like, I don't even know if this wasn't the Granger running around with, you know, running around with this Skypiercer, like, if it would have been different if it wasn't a Granger. Like, what if this was a different marksman even? You know, if it was a Mozkov, I don't think you would have been anywhere near close to being able to do the same thing, or even a Harith. You know, it would have been
definitely not.
That Skypiercer was so crucial, and maintaining those stacks were so crucial in OP's Granger here. So again, a phenomenal showcase of what's still possible and why, you know, Granger is that winningest, still the winningest Gold Lane hero right now that still fits into there, and the standing, one of the standing marksmen that still fits in our current meta in that Gold Lane. And, you know, even if you look at what Alita was able to do, Alita, I feel like he played that primarily correct. You know, he was a gold lane Cho. He was able to put pressure across the map. It was like he was like a Moskov without the spear, basically. It was like a, you know, he still did the same thing that he was trying to do in the Moskov, but he was doing it on the Cho, and he was having more success on the Cho, actually knocking down those turrets. So I don't know what that means that we'll see for Alita going into Game 3 when we eventually get there, but we'll have to see, because AI Esports is going to have to go to the drawing board here to not potentially be swept here in this lower bracket final. But we are going to be taking a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, so sit tight with us, grab your snacks, get some refreshments as well, and we'll be back here after the short break for Game 3. Okay, he's back.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသက်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသက်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိပြအကောင်းမှုဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ စရာစိနှုတ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိဗျာအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here after the break. Thanks for being patient with us while we get things situated and smoothed out. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and we're here for MSL Myanmar's Season 2, their Super League. It's the qualifiers up to M7. We're here in the lower bracket final, currently right now, between AI Esports and Team 7. And Team 7 just had a crazy comeback. After a dominant Game 1, they were losing Game 2. Now they're back into it, and it's 2-0. Match point right now for Team 7. Mirko, we've shared a lot of our thoughts so far. AI Esports clearly needs to figure something out. Hopefully this bit of a break has given them that opportunity to come up with a game plan going against Team 7. If you were there, if let's say you were there to give them some advice on what they could do, or even our viewers out there, from what we've been seeing from AI Esports, what do they need to change up to potentially not get swept here in the lower bracket final?
It's pretty like cliche, but really at this point, reset, dude. Like the fact that you just got a comeback like that in game number 2, you need that advice. You need to just reset. I don't know, it's way easier said than done, right? I would say reset, but can they reset is the big question right now, because the way that comeback fell through or it came through for Team 7, it was just unexpected. It was just so they just played it better, and that usually causes a big tilt to happen, Naisu, between the games, right? So they've had a few minutes right now to actually like settle down, get composed, get back to like their normal, all right, chill feeling. But I don't think it's gonna be enough, really. After seeing the last two sweeps yesterday, it really looked like in game number 3 it was just stomps and stomps. So AI are gonna have to pull something really, really crazy here in game number 3 for them to fully come back. Because again, even if they get a game here, Naisu, are they completely reset? Are they ready for a game 4 or game 5? You know? So, the lock-in has to be, as my friend would put it, one of their top 10 lock-ins of all time.
Who's this?
It's a friend of mine, Indonesian friend of mine. His name is Farhan. He would randomly just say, when he's tilted, he's like, all right, guys, we got to lock in. Top 5 lock-ins of all time. Stuff like that. So I'm like, that sounds so goofy, man. But hey, you.
The thing going around right now that all the youngins are saying, including yourself.
The youngins.
The youngins is it's the great lock-in, man.
Okay, I have never heard that, bro. Great
really?
lock-in is I have not. Brother, I haven't heard great
because
lock-in.
You know everybody's all about the winter arc, right? Like obviously over here in Southeast Asia we don't really have winter, but it's like the winter arc. And so other than the winter arc, it's the great lock-in. So right now, AI Esports.
Nah, that's whack, man.
They have to lock in. All right, great. The great lock-in, or the top 10 lock-ins of all time, is exactly what they have to do though to stay in the series, man. I mean, and you know, saying it as cliche as it is to just go and reset, like that's again, it's so much easier said than done, because if you've ever been, you know, in a competitive nature and you are facing what essentially was supposed to be your win in game 2, and you have this massive comeback, like that's pretty demoralizing, right? So
It is.
and that's why we always say, you know, in this sport of esports, it's like that mental state, the mental state of our professional players, your beloved players out there, the best ones of the best in the world, they have that ability. It's that versatility, it's that adaptability, but it's also just that fortitude, that mental fortitude of the players, where they basically have to be able to go from what just happened and then reset for a game 3. Now, again, for some players, you know, we've seen it many times through competition. They can get a little more emotional. They can let those emotions kind of affect the way that they potentially play. Hopefully for AI esports, that doesn't happen to them, you know, and they're able to go ahead and just kind of reset. Once we get to the draft, we'll see exactly what the game plan is going to be, because you can't even go to game 2's draft and be like,
Nope.
it wasn't good, you know, like it was good. It was a solid draft. And they were the ones that even picked up a Grok first pick. And even though we, you know, potentially like questioned it a little bit, it worked so well for Black in comparison to what happened in game 1, where he was playing the Gattacacha, got absolutely stomped on. Then his Grok was great. So it's like AI esports has the ability to get a game under their belt. We've seen this before too, like from other teams out there, where it's just like, you know, they'll have the lead, they have a good, nice lead, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold, but we're just in this position now with the meta where even with that kind of lead, even with a strong team composition, there's certain things that can happen within our game of MLBB that can flip a switch essentially. So for AI esports, you know, they have the potential there. It's just, I think this is also just showcasing just how good and how promising Team 7 is when they can play from down that kind of deficit and turn things around.
Exactly. Like right now for them, I think it just comes down to also understanding what to prioritize, right? Because in the previous game, I think the prioritization was just kind of whacked from them. They went for, what was the first pick in the previous game? Because I remember the Hayabusa being left open, right? The banning phase was already... Yeah. So the banning phase always for Team 7 against Falcon even would be so many. They will always ban the jungle. It was a Hacks the Dax yesterday. In game number 1, it was only Lance and Fanny, but this game it was Lance, Fanny plus Yi Sun Shin. So there was only one more assassin up for grabs. There's only one more viable assassin up for grabs, and it's the Hayabusa. You need to take that away from Lucky. You can't just be giving that to Lucky and then going for the Fredrin pickup, right? Like, you don't get as much value as the enemy team here, just because it's pure comfort. Like someone in the chat just mentioned, you need to take Team 7's heroes away. And sometimes you have to do it through deny picking, right? That's what Team 7 have been doing so much better compared to any other team here in the MSL MM Season 2 playoffs. It's the fact that they're able to take away heroes on top of being able to ban them. So you see the first 3 bans, the Assassin Jungle ban, and then you come into the second phase or with also your pick getting taken away, because the Granger earlier was a pickup that was for sure in the minds of AI. They had that set up. They had a pure front to back with just the Granger being the final piece of the puzzle. But guess what? Team 7 didn't let them have it. Yes, it kind of ruined their composition a bit, right? They had to just... They had to... It was everywhere. Like, the composition for Team 7 was everywhere, but just denying that one big pick, that comfort pick from Alita from AI, forced them on a Cho that ended up not being optimal, played to the optimal levels in game number 2.
And so that's why it comes down to, you know, I know we have basically our dear analyst friends, our true like analyst friends out there that love to, like Wolf always likes to say, can I just nerd out for a little bit? You know,
Yep.
Him, Renmar, you know, LaFell, all our analysts out there, they loved when it gets to the draft, because when it is the draft, yes, there is a time where we see, you know, basically this kind of the meta is obviously shifted, but when you think about like some of the picks that you can go for, or the way the bans have gone, and some of the priorities essentially is what can change the course of a game. Like, again, some of these picks like Mirko's talking about, let's say you just take the Hayabusa away from Lucky, that can change the course. But again, if you think about it, it's like, is AI esports ready to play the Hayabusa in the jungle? You know, like, can they actually go ahead and build a composition around that? Because again, the majority of the junglers that we've seen from AI esports, if the ones that at least aren't banned, is mostly the Fredrin, and they've tried to rely on that Fredrin. But maybe now that you're facing potentially to get knocked out in a sweep, it might be time to go ahead and test that a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe take that risk, take the Hayabusa away from Lucky, because it's funny because like even Lucky in the last game, it was still difficult for him to make the Hayabusa work in the early game, but then you saw the value of it. I mean, even talking about that little play he made where he used the shadow kill in mid lane to kind of help clear out some of that mid lane push from the minions. Like stuff like that with a Hayabusa. Like a Hayabusa can do these things, right? A Fredrin, not so much. Like there's only so much. Fredrin is great objectively, you know, and fighting around objectives and the crowd control that comes with him. But even so, there's specific things that can be done with these specific type of heroes in the jungle. So I would love to see it, man. If we can see AI Esports just switch up the jungle, like start there. But I think even if they did, even if let's just say they got the Hayabusa, they would have to secure themselves again a good gold lane and a promising roam, because the last time AI Esports, I believe, even played the Hayabusa, they lost all those games against Yangon Galacticos, right? So
that's true.
We'll see if they change that up, man, because I don't know if they're willing to take that risk in the jungle, and it could essentially start there.
At this point, I assume they have to. It's not a matter of like, can you do it anymore? You have to do it, right? You're 2-0 down, team's tilted, you need something to lift the spirits back up. And I think something that can lift the spirits back up is if we have a standout performance, just one lane doing so much better than the others, because right now you can already see in the body language as well, man, that they're looking, they look kind of defeated already. They did not expect to be here. Firstly, they expected to be in the grand finals already from a win against Yangon Galacticos, but that didn't happen for them. They got swept. That didn't cross their mind either. They weren't expecting a 3-0. They were expecting maybe a 3-1, a 3-2, even if they were sent down. But now they're on the verge of getting swept 2 times in a row. First by Yangon Galacticos, and then now by Team 7. And just like yesterday against Yangon Galacticos, Game 2 ended up being a comeback win for their opponents.
I think if you... Body language tells a lot, right? Whenever we look at players. We've seen so many of our players out there, especially when they're facing down this kind of what's just happened, you know, and maybe this kind of break as we wait to get into the draft here it can either help them, or it can continue to kind of put that pressure and let that pressure of, you know, facing down this potential knockout here happen. I'd love to see them. I don't know. Maybe they can crack open one of those energy drinks there to give them what they need into Game 3, man. Because, again, it's just like one of those situations where, you know, draft-wise, we haven't seen too much, like, variety from AI Esports. It's essentially a very similar game plan from game to game and how they go at it, but I think it's almost a coin flip, you know, like they have to be able to decide here, like, do we want to test this? Do we want to kind of lean towards comfort? That seems to always be a question with a lot of our competitive teams out there for MLBB. It's like, you know, the question of, do we lean towards comfort, or do we try to be a little more outside of the box? Like, and you know, I don't know what you think here, Mirko, but usually teams that are used to playing into their comfort, it can work for them, but a lot of times sometimes it's better to go outside of the box here. So we'll see exactly what that's going to be here as we go into the draft here for Game 3. AI Esports over on that blue side. It's probably going to be the same thing, right? This is going to be focusing on those jungle bans, but maybe this is the opportunity where AI Esports can go ahead. I don't know. Is this actually... No, so that's switching around. OP looks like, yeah, Team 7's actually on the blue side here right now. So they'll get first pick. I think we're just going to have that switched around. I'm assuming that's correct, that we have Team 7 on the blue, AI on the red, alongside with the player names here. So bans are looking to be the same, though, at least for this first phase.
Yes. Fanny Lance, again, the CC is going to be banned out this time around, though, so it won't be... It's actually, wait, is this the opposite? What's going on here?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
should be,
there you go. That makes sense now. That makes a lot of sense. I was gonna say. Okay, so yeah, it's the Lance and the Fanny ban for Team 7. Now, do they ban the Yi Sun Shin as they first pick Hayabusa again, right? Just force AI Esports into an uncomfortable spot again. Force them to play the Fredrin 3 games in a row, but they banned the Fredrin. Wait. Oh no,
They banned the
AI
Fredrin?
are forced to ban the Baksha now, no? Like the Baksha pick for Team 7, I think is definitely what they're
take the
looking
Haya?
for. Is it? Wait, they banned the Yi Sun Shin, so I don't know, Team 7,
Wait.
Baksha or Haya right now. The Baksha for the first time in the series has been left open. I think that's what AI Esports are looking to pick.
So Team 7 either takes Hayabusa or Baksha, and AI Esports might go for that too. It's interesting that all these bans right towards the jungle again. These both of these junglers, very distinctive play styles. I think even for Team 7, they're really trying to decide what they want to take. The Grok has been a huge contention, but there it is. The Hayabusa will be the first pick here for Team 7. So far, Lucky has had very good performances, I would say, to play the part in that jungle. He goes with the Hayabusa. AI Esports will take the Grok and the Farsa over here for their first 2 picks. Again, the Grok that we saw from the previous game from Black was great. You also now have a Farsa. I know we didn't see this too much, and even in the current meta right now, Farsa is still one of those heroes that does pop up here and there, but it provides still a great amount of damage output, right? You can see the stark difference, by the way, in Team 7's body language over to AI Esports. So hopefully, again, that's why me and Mirko are really talking about, hopefully AI Esports can get locked in and bring those spirits up against this team of Team 7.
The great lock-in. That's what we're talking about right now for
sir.
AI Esports. They got to pick it up. The Grok is already picked up, so that means that the Kalea is open right now for Team 7, and they're going to go for it, man. The Kalea for Tan Poke was also a big winning condition that they set for themselves yesterday against Team Falcon. They were able to pick it up in the first 2 games, and then finally in Game 3, it was banned out. So for Team 7, this is them going back to pure comfort. But for AI Esports, at least they do get their hands on the Baksha pick here, right? Like the Baksha is a big pick for them as well, because it already seems like it's, I mean, we've been saying this every game, but they're setting up for a pure front to back with the Baksha this time, with a frontliner that is even more reliable at winning out early game and just being a good tank for the Farsa and possibly the Granger pick. I don't think Team 7 is going to let that go, though. I think they're going to ban it out right now. They already have a Kimi and a Hayabusa, so it makes sense for Team 7's composition to fit in, honestly, a Ruby gold. Someone else, a fighter in their gold lane instead of going for like a Granger or even a Harith.
Okay, we'll see this too. There it is, starting to narrow down some of the gold lane options. The Obsidia is going to be banned out. Once again, it's, you know, AI Sports is one of the few teams that does like to play it. There's not too many teams in general globally that really like the Obsidia or have been able to find success with Obsidia. But it's still potential. It's still possible. Also, by the way, this is the expanding river map, so a bit of a different. I didn't get a chance to guess, man. So I don't know if I'm 100% on the map choices, but expanding rivers being our 3rd map is good because we've had variety now for 3 maps in a row. And with this, we'll see what the last couple bans on both sides are going to be. I think even if you look at AI Esports, that front to back lineup that's going to allow them to do it, you know, like how do you complement this? I don't want to discredit Alita, like what he's been able to do throughout the series so far. I think, you know, game 1 especially was just a struggle because of the Mozkov pick that he had. But maybe, like you mentioned, this is an opportunity for them to change things. Interesting. He gets the Granger, but the Masha ban from Team 7. What's the idea there? They don't want to deal with the Masha?
It could be a signature pick for AI Esports, something that they have seen in the regular season, or maybe something that they've seen previously. But I think at this point, keeping it simple would definitely be the better option. You've basically given Alita his best pick. The Granger is open. He picks it up instantly as expected. So let's see what they end up going for right now for Team 7, right? Because they need a bit more dive threat. Right now, it's a Kimi and a Hayabusa, so one playing normally, like a constant front to back, dealing consistent damage. The other looking to dive, but you need one more in, and they go for the glue plus the Hera. They're back to their ways against Team Falcon here. It's
traditional matchup in the gold.
Traditional matchup, but mainly 3 damage dealers for Team 7.
Hey man, didn't we just talk about this leading into the match where they like, if they have to, they can play a little greedy with the lineups that they have, get a little expensive. This is that, man. Like, this is one of those lineups, and you know, you don't see this too often. There's the Alice for the last pick over here for Madzi. for AI Esports. We look at this, right? We look at the lineup. I feel like for a lot of the lineups that we've seen from AI Esports, they've been resemblances of this kind of composition, right? There was a time too where Alice was just destroying compositions. I think for the most part, the players, the coaches, they've all figured out a really good way to deal with Alice. But we'll see if this ends up working out. Again, there's a lot of magic damage too that can come out here, and they're going to be banking on Alita to build up on this Granger. Now on the other side, they partially for Team 7, you'll look at this lineup and there's different pacings here, especially when it comes to power spikes with this lineup. A Kalea too, like I was mentioning, is one of those great picks that the teams have liked to pick up to go ahead and get things started. So for Team 7, we'll see if it works out. They got a mix of comfort and a mix of a little bit of outside the box here. Now over on the other side, we'll see if AI Esports can extend the series, because this is the lower bracket final right now. Match point here for Team 7 with their eyes set on the grand finals. We'll see if they can accomplish it here in Game 3.
I'll be honest with you, Naisu. Out of the 3 games we've seen for AI versus Team 7, this is the best composition, best draft for AI that we've seen throughout the series. So if they... Oh man, Black's already having a flicker over early though. The Farsa rotating into the bottom lane, into the weak side, and this is horrible. A really good composition, but the execution seems to be a bit off. Going for the gank early onto the weak side instead of playing with a Baksha. They'll flicker on Black. The Quasha lands. They're going to go into the turret. They're going to go for first blood, and they get it onto Lucky Naisu.
That is massive on a Hayabusa in the hands of Lucky.
No.
Again, playing the back-to-back-to-back Hayabusa. Giving them an early kill is not where you want to be for AI Esports. Facing down elimination here. And man, it's the aggression. It's the aggression in the jungle in the early game that we've seen Team 7 do from game to game. You know, in AI Esports, it's almost in a sense like they haven't dealt with that, and they kind of have to go back and now kind of refocus in on this. So Yori knocking away here, but again, Black's gonna deal with pressure.
Oh man, so much damage. Shadow kill again. That's Black taken down 2 times in a row. Lucky doesn't have the quad shadow. This should be a trade back. No. Look at the sustain coming in. That's going to be the damage coming through again. But the sustain comes through again. Tan Poke will fall as well. And that puts AI where they want to be in the early game. Yori with 2 kills, equalizing on the board. But Shen flickers forward and gets the kill on PX7. CK level 4 first. Able to go for the XP Crab earlier. And now jumps on Yori, who does not have the ultimate anymore. CK wants to go for the mount down. That's a traction pulse as well. CK finally goes for the mount, and Shen is there to dish out damage, but Yori will try his best to bring him back under turret. That's a turtle though. Wait, CK just gets away. What turtle for Team 7?
What is going on? Welcome to the Burmese playstyle here. This is all, and they're still going.
Big throw to ruin with the feathered airstrike for PX7, and we are back to AI winning.
What just happened? I mean, in the literally a span of a couple minutes there into the first turtle, so many trades back and forth, but AI Esports keeping things under control and utilizing PX7's Farsa with the Rampart from Black. You got to remember too, Black, he was having flashbacks of what happened in Game 1 on the Gatakacha, but now he has made up for it. Grab that code while you guys can on your screen to get some goodies in game before it's gone. Now looking at this, after probably the most action-packed early game we've seen so far throughout the series, this is now leading into what can they do? What can AI Esports do to capitalize on that? Again, scaling here for this lineup is going to be good. It's one of the best lineups that we've seen so far from them. They should be able to transition into this. They're relying, though, this is one of the main things, and why I was saying that Farsa is still a good quality pick, a hero in the current meta, because you get such a good damage profile in this Farsa early game, and then you can kind of transition to, okay, now we have our Granger to pop off later on, and then you have that durability with the Baksha, with the Alice, and it's insane that Yori even has those early kills because he dealt with pressure early on, but now he's sitting at 3-0-2, and tankier, much tankier now on this Baksha to kind of deal with what Team 7 is throwing at them. So this is going to leave Team 7 a little more hesitant when it gets time to approaching these objectives.
For sure, man. That early fight, I mean, it was so good for Team 7, but they constantly just walked in a bit too aggressively. Black, though, Again, gets caught with the quad shadow. Lucky's not going to go in this time around as Yori looks for the play. Goes in for the shield unity. Won't be able to find anyone. Oh, actually misses Lucky as well. Wait, he's all alone. Pops into Poisson. Is able to go for it. Black goes in for the flicker as well, but actually just lands a tectonic charge on one. That's a throw in ruin, but Retribution is on point for Lucky. Pops into quad shadow. Still gets caught, and that's even the damage coming in from OP as he goes in all the way to Zaman Force. Gets Yori down. Pops in Purify, but still getting chased down. And it will be a kill over to Madzi again, who's sitting on a double.
Oof, man, again, the synergy with this lineup from AI Esports is working out really well in these choke points. That Throne of Ruin from the Alice with the tech charge and the Feathered Airstrike. Like, that's so much value with those ultimates in those closed spaces, you know, around this turret plate. Again, look at this. Fire and Puck's gonna be gone. This is exactly what I was talking about. The Rampart and the Feathered Airstrike have been so good right now for AI Esports. So now they get themselves to 2,000 gold lead. They're going to start working on these turrets, nearly getting that tier 1 up top down. We'll take a look at the instant replay here. Note 50 Pro from Infinix. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this setup that eventually comes through. Charging up with the Throne of Ruin, the Flicker use, finding 3 members here into that bush, and then they play into it. Yes, OP was able to get a kill with the Zaman Force down on this Harith, but still then just dies. So OP definitely wants to go ahead and be a little more cautious on how he approaches these fights. But this Rampart combo from Black, man, has been so good for them so far.
The fact that Lucky still got the Retribution on the turtle is impressive, man. You get immobilized like that and you still get the kill. Bottom lane, the Alice is definitely unkillable right now. They're going to have to wait for the Kimmy and the Harris to scale up even more for them to be able to even threaten him down. That's Black again, able to get a tectonic charge onto CK, and OP will be down as well. That's Yen who's going to be taken down. Alita gets 2 on the board. Lucky still with the quad shadow, jumping back and forth, popping the shadow kill. OP finally joining the team fight, throwing a ruin, welcoming OP into the fight by immobilizing him. Now the Poissons from Yori to chase Lucky down. This looks to be AI finally getting on the board. Nice.
Finally on the board. They're going to get themselves a turtle after that fight. And this is going so well for AI Esports. Exactly what they needed. I think, you know, we look back at what we were saying. Did they have enough time to kind of reset, get back in the mental state for this game 3? And they've done exactly that so far. Now, we saw this in game 2. Hopefully they can continue their momentum into this and then capitalize on winning the game. They can't let it slip through their hands because so far we've seen it from Team 7 where they're able to go ahead and have these comebacks. And if they can make that happen, even this lineup that they have could scale into that. But right now, full control for AI Esports. Massive lead across the board. I mean, look at the difference even here, lane to lane, especially in the XP lane. Madzi, this Alice, I was waiting for it to come out. Oh, Black gonna get zoned in here in the mid, but he's just tanky enough that it doesn't even matter if he gets tsunami slammed. Everybody from AI Esports here in the mid lane, they want to go for it.
Again, that's even the throw in ruin, but this time it doesn't land. Shadow kill in the back line. PX7 forced to use the Purify, gets away in time. But AI needs to still stay clinical here. Just because they're in the lead, they can't be doing all this, you know? Those are a lot of like burnt out resources for nothing.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. There's still potential for Team 7's lineup to turn this around. Even so, anytime we take in consideration what heroes are utilizing a Sky Piercer, we saw that picked up just recently by Shan. So he's got that now on this Kimmy. And yes, he's mostly just getting these assists, you know, with the traction pulse and everything else, but something to watch out for towards the later game. If we get to a later game in game 3, you know, that 18+ minute mark, they're going to scale up really well here. So Conceal's going to be used.
The airstrike as well. Oh man, they're just eating through the HP bars of Team 7. Yet another kill over to Alita. That puts him at 40 stacks, I believe. The quad shadow doesn't land. Good peel anyways from Black.
This is why you were saying, you know, you're so surprised in the draft that Alita just got the Granger in his hands, even though it was for the taking throughout the draft. So that just gave him the opportunity to pick up one of his best heroes, and we're seeing it here now in the clutch time, especially when AI Esports needs it. They're going to fight for this. Look at the zoning with Madzi alone. This should get them that Lord. So Lord secured by Yori. Again, with AI Esports, this is the most advantage that they've had so far throughout the series, and they're well off to getting a victory here if they can continue it up. First Lord slotted in. Alita will push up top. You can see Madzi just so confident on this Alice.
Yeah, no damage at all, man. He's just taking it there. Oh, he's healing from the shots. Feathered airstrike to zone Tan away. And AI, they're cruising through game number 3 here. This is the morale that we were talking about. They need a big win to get them back to fully reset into the series.
Okay, another turret, focus tier 2 in that mid. We're gonna push them off. Oh,
Big tech charge over to Shan, but he's still able to cut away. Pops an immobilization field, but it doesn't land on anyone as OP already uses Zaman Force as well. Tan cannot look for a Tsunami Slam at all. That's a Holy Shield in the mid lane, top lane. Holy Shield already dealt with Throne of Ruin, but it's only locking down CK, who's able to get the back line, able to flicker out now. That's going to be the Tsunami Slam, locking Manzi down under turret. Tan very low. Yori won't go for it. That is a base turret with the First Lord. A big, big win for AI.
yeah, this is going to be so surprising if somehow Team 7 gets back into this game, because AI is just in full control, having the favorable draft, like we mentioned, now sitting at 7,000 gold lead, looking to get this next tier 2 turret down. Tongue twister right there. They're just in control, and really for Team 7, if they want to somehow crawl back into this game, even looking at the itemization that they have, it's not there. You know, they don't have the capabilities to fight right now for AI Esports. This is such a massive deficit, probably the biggest one we've seen at this point in the game. There's a tech charge.
Oh no, there you go. Black, way too aggressive there. Let's give the shadow kill over to PX7. Good purify out, but Black gets taken down. And oh my lord, Alita is low. Again, they've given another chance for T7 to walk on the map, man. AI, I know they're ahead. It's 7K. It doesn't look like it's comebackable, but the plays that they are making are so unnecessary.
Hey man, at least it wasn't as bad as the forced push into the bases game 2, right? Like there's that wasn't so bad. I mean, yes, you lose just one, but that's where it starts, right? So you don't want that to keep happening. You don't want, if you're AI Esports, you don't want to keep making these mistakes, because we've seen T7 punish it. Oh, Yori's going to jump in, but he's so tanky, so he'll just spot them out. Again, we're 20 seconds away from that Lord to come up on that top side. Right now, T7 just kind of scrapping around what they can to get any XP or any gold that they can. The next Lord that does come up, I still think if you're T7, if you decide to contest it, if you decide to approach even into that space around the Lord, you're going to put yourself in a very tough position, just because with a Grok potential to set things up with a tech charge, the feathered airstrike as well, and even Madsi, you know, on this Throne of Ruin. So I think they give it up. They get the information. Look how fast this is being blitzed down. Yeah, you're going to be way too late. Lucky tried to get there in time, but I don't think they do anything except defend into the base here.
Yeah, absolutely no chance there. There's no way. Even if they did find a way to enter the Lord, I think it would have been a forced error for AI, because taking the fight would have been great for them anyways. When they're so far ahead, 7,000 gold lead. Alita's still standing at 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Madzi is still unkillable on this Alice, and we get to take a look at the items again. In-game equipment here. Dominus Eye is fully built up for the Alice, so that's already going to help a lot. Plus, the Oracle first item, and he actually rushes to go for the Cursed Helmet, by the way. So, even more damage as he just stands there next to you. Meanwhile, for the Harith, yes, you get the Holy Crystal Power Spike, but at this point, your Power Spike is you're gonna have to wait a bit more. It's delayed to the Divine Glaive. That's when you can really start to turn things around. But I don't think AI wants to let that happen. They want to go for the end right here.
See if they can. They still have to manage these waves, even with this Lord pushing in. So OP will work on that. Gleam going to be thrown out, but no follow through just yet from Madsi. So Lord currently should just be going down here, but with these waves pushing in the mid and the bot, they should be able to get the base turrets. Gleam showed a forward. Oh, Tsunami Slam.
He goes on Alita, no one's there to follow it up. Quad Shadow doesn't land either. That's going to be the peel, man. Lucky jumping in again, but won't be able to find the Shadow kill this time around as Madzi goes in to try to cut the waves. Bottom lane going to be targeted here by AI as he tried to crack it open, and they will be able to. A good shot with the Death Sonata over to Shan, taking him to half HP as well. But Team 7 stay in the game.
Stay in the game. That was a forced initiation. They still stare down, potentially losing the base turret here. Feathered airstrike dropped down. A rampart though. OP will pop the Zaman Force. Are they going to go for the end here? Yep, base turret's down. Lucky try to clear out this wave here. Back, Van Hook is up. Now AI Esports Do they just take the discipline route and disengage after getting all base turrets of T7? Biggest lead they've had so far throughout the series. Here's a fourth fight.
All in through the ruin, catches the flicker in, finds 3! Lucky with the quad shadow defensively. This is the angle for them to get their first game in MSL playoffs. OP versus an amount force, not enough just yet as Shen does a lot of damage over to Yori, but he's still tanking it up so well. Lucky, very, very low. How is Team 7 still staying alive? Lucky goes back in. That's Madzi who jumps in as well. Tan is down. OP goes over to Zaman Force one more time, and they're able to defend, sending AI back. Madzi caught in the quad shadow, but can blink away.
Wow, I thought AI Esports would be able to end it there. Again, with this kind of lead, the base turret's down. Impressive that T7 was even able to clear out those waves and stay into the game, but they have so many problems to deal with if they want to turn this game in their favor, because right now AI Esports should just be able to grab themselves another Lord and get ready to be back in the base of T7. So they'll blitz this one down. It looks like T7 wants to get some information here. Are they going to go for a steal? Nope, Yori will secure it.
They're going to go for Madzi. No flicker this time around, but still able to go for the Throne of Ruin. And that's even Lucky in the backline, jumping in. Able to go for Shadow Kill and finding PX7, but he has no quad shadow left. It's Alita waiting for Death Sonata, unable to find it. Now Shan goes for the immobilization. Lucky, can he escape? Madzi with the cut. The quad shadow's there, and Alita finds the snipe to take Lucky down. And now it's OP kiting away against Yori, who has immortality.
Oh, and with this, they're down 2 members, so this might be that opening for AI Esports to take game 3 here with the Lord marching in the mid. OP, Shan, and CK, can they stall it out?
It's a big Lord, man, and Lita will have another body to play with. That's going to be the all-in, but CK jumps in to try to buy some time. OP with some on-force, doing a lot of damage. Wait, Tsunami Slam lands on Alita with a crown already. So much damage already. Alita goes and buys the immortality, goes onto the base already. They want to go with the basic attack, and Alita flickers in, finally gets the last shot to get their first game win in playoffs.
AI Esports fought for this game 3 with a draft that was so good, so true to what we've seen from them, and knew that the potential was there, and they made it work here to stay alive in the series, this lower bracket final. Again, now facing a 2-1. Potentially, if they can do what they did here, man, they can get to a game 5. And this was the reset they needed. This was hey, I know you don't like it, but this was the great lock-in. They locked in here. They got what they needed, man. They got the Granger in the hands of Alita, which is still surprising. I'm actually surprised that still Alita got the Granger.
Yeah.
But this draft was just so good. They just overpowered Team 7. Team 7 didn't really have any room to breathe, like, at all for the majority of this game. There was little moments, like I said, where they were able to go ahead and fight in and keep things together. And, you know, but relatively, this was such a strong game and a one-sided game, finally, for AI Esports. And this is something that they needed to happen because, like we said, in game 2, they had this kind of lead. They had a great lead in game 2, and unfortunately, they let it slip out of their hands. So this time around, whatever that reset was, it was like, all right, guys, we're going to go in with some of our key marquee picks. And when we have the lead, like with Alita on this Granger as our MVP for game 3, we don't let up. We don't let it slip through our hands. So it was just great. Again, here, as we have that breakdown, this was a 16-19 game, and all across the board. If you look at this lineup, Mirko said it himself, this is the best lineup they've had so far through the series. Hopefully they can somehow get, you know, shades of it, or at least the same concept going into game 4 when we get there, because for sure there's going to be some targeted picks or bans that Team 7 don't want to let go in the hands of AI Esports.
And we got to be honest here, because Team 7, I think they definitely let that happen, right? Like, yes, this is the best lineup the AI has gotten in the last 3 games. I think this is the best lineup that they've gotten in the whole 2 matches that they've played in the playoffs. And it's mainly because Alita got his Granger, right? Some of these picks, very bannable. They banned the Masha instead. They overthought it, which I can understand. Maybe it's a prio pick for Madzi. Maybe something in the past has gotten them to ban that for a game number 3. But really, I think you should understand by now, especially after seeing the games in game 1, game number 2, when Alita just doesn't get it on his comfort pick. He just doesn't perform that well. But when he does, you can see how clean he was, man. Those items while towards the end, even with everything landing on him, the guy was just too clean for him to get caught. And 80 stacks on the Sky Piercer all the way towards the end. 0 deaths. Perfect game for Alita.
Yeah. Perfect game, and exactly, I feel like, what even Alita himself needed, man. Because, again, you know, we talk about what the gold lane has become in the current meta, and I'm sure it feels good whenever you're one of those gold laners that gets your hands on the Granger, because we all know that the professional gold lane players have all had so many reps on the Granger, and they can make things happen here. But even aside from Alita getting that MVP performance, I have to give credit, again, to Black here. This early game was not fun for Black. He died early on because he was trying to help Yori secure that jungle. We saw a lot of aggression from Team 7, and then all of a sudden there was this kind of shift that happened where then Black and PX7 were able to work synergistically really well together with the kit that they have with a Farsa and a Grok. And how many times did we see that, Mirko, where it was like, here's a Rampart, here's a Feathered Airstrike, right? Like that was so deadly in the early game, where it's like Team 7, they had somewhat of a momentum building in the early game, but as soon as Black was able to kind of like adjust, even though he had a couple early deaths, and work really well with PX7, that was a huge shift back in their favor, where they had control of it. Because now what we were seeing is like Team 7 was like, oh, I don't want to get too close. I don't want to get cut off by a Rampart. I don't want to get Feathered Airstrike, man. So even the angles that Team 7 was forced to take was pretty difficult, you know, and that's why I even said, like, Lucky got his Hayabusa. We've seen great performances from Lucky on the Hayabusa, but even Lucky wasn't so lucky here, man. Like, he was trying to get to PX7 in the back line, but it was so hard for him to find that opportunity to even break through that kind of wall that is this lineup, literal wall, and then literal like durable heroes that was drafted in here for this Game 3 draft.
And it's because of the Baksha, right? Because the Baksha was left open, did they actually just leave the Hayabusa this time around? In the first 2 games, the Baksha was always banned away, and that's why we didn't get to see it, despite the Hayabusa coming through, and despite the Kimmy's coming through. But with the Baksha, what you essentially do is you've basically countered the Kimmy already, right? You're not going to be able to dish out that much damage against the Baksha on Kimmy, and even on the Hayabusa, it's tough for you to really get a lead early, just because Baksha is one of, if not the best pick to win out early game. That's why it was always banned out by AI, actually, in every single one of their games. And finally here, they get the Baksha. They very, brutally honestly just tried their way to get the Granger, and they got it. So I really think it's all about the Granger now, Naisu. It's one thing giving them a pick like a Baksha, but it's a whole other thing to leave the Granger open all the way in the second phase for this composition that was very clearly a front to back. Like, they weren't even trying to hide it. AI Esports, they basically came in saying, we want Granger, please. And Team 7 said, yeah, sure, go take it, man. It was so blatant. I can't believe that it was left open, dude. Like, Team 7, if they get pulled into Game 5, they're gonna regret that Granger, letting go of that Granger forever.
Yeah, you know that meme of Woody like releasing the toy? That's Granger right now, man.
Yeah. You know? I don't want to play with you anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore. So, and it's a good point, because that's what we were saying, and I know we're going to continue to talk about this, especially with the current nature of the gold lane. Even when we move on to, again, these teams are fighting for that spot in M7, and it's still going to be relevant discussion by then too, because that's what we have seen. This is like kind of you can say it's the new meta. It's this kind of like new era of gold laners, where there's very specifically a narrow list of gold laners that will work currently. Granger being one of them. And it's funny, because you would even say, to an extent, like, yeah, Harith is probably one of those other gold lane heroes, even though it's not a marksman, but it's one of those gold lane heroes that stayed for such a long time that still works really good, right? Like, but here you couldn't really get any value out of it. And part of that, again, is the way that the scaling worked with these lineups. And like you mentioned, a Baksha and a Grok, man, that alone is just so much to deal with in terms of like their health and their tankiness. But then, like we know with a Harith, you can't even use the Zaman Force the way you want to, because like you're going to be dashing around. Next thing you know, you're going to be running into one of the tanky guys. You know, you're going to be running into a Grok or a Baksha, and it's hard enough to, you know, your Synchro Fissions and Zaman Forces are just tickling these guys. You know, it's too much to deal with. So I think we will see quite a bit of change when it comes to the draft. Now, I know we've seen a lot of focus on the jungle bans. I think that will probably still be the same essentially, but maybe we even see Lucky pick something different here than the Hayabusa for game 4.
I think if the box gets left open, dude, just first pick it. They had the option to go for it as well, but maybe this is where we get to talk about like the holes in Team 7's game. Maybe they're too reliant on Lucky on an assassin. So now that this begs the question, right? Does Team 7 has it? Do they have it in them to close out the series? Because they failed to do it once. Now if they fail to do it twice, momentum will be fully on AI Esports.
Ooh. And that's crazy to think, because, you know, last game, their first win basically in playoffs, right, for AI Esports, and that's a big win for them. Again, when we talk about the nature of the competition here, a lot of momentum can play a big part. And it's funny because you look at their body language now, it's completely different before we jumped into game 3, you know? So they've got some pep in their step now. They've definitely got a lot better demeanor on their faces here after that massive win for game 3. Again, it's a step in the right direction, right? They still have to win the next 2 games here to get themselves to the grand finals. Now, that's the other thing you have to take in consideration too while we wait to see what our next map pick is going to be here. I'm going to call it's going to be Broken Walls, Mirko. I don't know if I'm going to get this right or not, but I'm saying Broken Walls. But even if whichever team wins this has to go the distance. It's an endurance test. They're going to have to go, okay, it's Flying Clouds. I'm not right. I'm not 100%. Flying Clouds for game 4. But what I'm saying is, once they get through the lower bracket final here for either of these teams, you then have to go against a fresh waiting team in Yangos Galacticos, right? Like that's a tough place to be at.
Me and Leo were talking about this yesterday, but yeah, going through the lower bracket finals and having to play the grand finals right after means that the guys in the grand finals can actually just watch this and be like, all right, we have a read on both of them already, right? Like, because there's no way you would hide your strats in the lower bracket finals when your tournament life is on the line. Exactly. So no more hiding strat, no more excuses for any of these teams. They lost with their best strat possible, and I think right now Team 7, they're going to try to do the exact same thing. But this... Oh, what? AI?
Baksha ban?
Maybe they go for the Hayabusa first pick, right? Team 7 ban the Yi Sun Shin, and then the Hayabusa gets left open. That means AI can finally get it, and that will put Team 7 in an odd spot because they will have to play a Fredrin in the jungle instead. But also, Team 7 could let the Yi Sun Shin go so that they can trade the Yi Sun Shin with a Hayabusa now.
Do they want the Hayabusa though? Like, is that the best way to go? Because, you know, I was saying get outside the box and momentum and morale and everything else, but the last time we saw Yori play the Hayabusa was that upper bracket final where they got swept against Yangon Galacticos. So you see this Angela ban, the last one here, so leaving something open. We'll see it. So the YSS and the Hayabusa both for the taking. Maybe the YSS, yeah, okay. So AI Esports will take the YSS for Yori. So we're probably just going to see that matchup, YSS versus the Hayabusa. In the jungle, Team 7, though, do they take the Grok in their hands? There it is. They'll take that. Are they going to replicate this? Grok Farsa, maybe? Do they like what happened? Well, in a way, like, do they like to see what happened in Game 3 and then utilize that themselves with a Grok Farsa in these first 2 picks? No, they'll take the Granger because the Granger's open as well. They don't want that to go over to Alita now for Game 4.
A very, very good choice, man. I like that, the Grok Ranger. It'll probably be the Hayabusa for Red 3 as well. So for AI Esports, now it's about building for this Yi Sun Shin. I think a good choice to go for would be, I think, the Gazat Kacha right now, right? There's a Granger on the other side. You need something of sustain. You need something to just peel for your back for Yi Sun Shin as well. And then, I don't know if they want to greed out, but okay, I was going to say either a Kimi or a Farsa. They will go for the Farsa here, and Team 7 should go for the Hayabusa. There's not much else that you should... Do they want to... Okay, how crazy would a Joy be? Because Hayabusa has been, you know, the best choice, but the Joy doesn't look too bad here either.
That's a good question. And it's so funny because Joy just like statistically hasn't done too well, you know? It's been really, even some of the best Joy players out there have had a somewhat of a difficult time of making the Joy really work, but in certain compositions it can still be beneficial for the lineup. But in this case, they will go the Joy. So you called it, you got it. Joy is going to be picked up here against that YSS. Why do you think this works so well? Why is this a better option than the Hayabusa?
Because for the Hayabusa, especially with the Gatakacha there, man, it's just so difficult for you to burst through with your cycle of skills. Meanwhile, for Joy, it's kind of like consistent damage, right? And you go through the Gatakacha. Gatat's great against physical damage, not too good against magical. So they need a bit more there if they want to actually get rid of the Gatakacha and to threaten the backline. Not to mention as well, we saw how easy it was for the Farsa to just escape away from the Hayabusa. But on the Joy, you can continuously just be chasing. The fact, by the way, if you want to go for the Joy, you usually have to ban the Harith, so that's a very, very good call by Team 7 to ban out the Harith, and they even ban out the Cho. So right now, AI Esports can actually still go for the Obsidia pick that we've been seeing a whole lot. Team 7 won't greed out all the way though. They won't go for the Kimmy with the Joy and Granger. They will go for utility mid on the Juice Sid, and now it's just the XP laner left for Team 7 as AI can still go for, yes, very greedy, but the 3 marksman or 3 damage dealer composition with the Obsidia for Alita if they want comfort.
See if they do that. Again, this is one of the things that we have to see from Alita, since a lot of his... I don't know if he's going to actually go with a marksman. Oh, whoa!
What?
Whoa! Is this...
Sun Gold?
Is it Sun Gold? Yeah.
It has to be Sun Gold,
It can be
right?
Sun XP, right? There's like it can't be. It has to be Sun Gold.
I think it has to be like a Lapu Lapu now in XP, or maybe they go for... Oh no, Lapu's banned, my bad. Alice.
Oh, Alice,
all right.
it is Sun Gold, yeah.
Sun Gold, and it's gonna be the Alice XP. So what do you go for in XP now? They go Arlet.
Oh,
okay.
Man, Arlot. Okay,
Man.
This is a whole lot of utility again for... So it's... This is interesting, man, because it's different. I mean, I know we talked about their playstyles, the compositions that we've seen so far throughout the playoffs for both these teams. Even this lineup from Team 7 is a little bit different in the sense of what we've seen from them. They have a whole lot of utility with an Arlot, a Jushin, and a Grok. Now, is that going to be good to deal with what AI Esports has? It's been... Gosh, when was the last time we even saw Sun in the gold lane? Did you ever see that in Indonesia?
Well, last time I saw it, yes, I did see it in Indonesia. It was Kenziski of GeekFam who played it and who won on it in the early weeks. But then towards the end, he tried it again and he failed to get a win on it. Just recently, though, we saw Natko from Vamos play it. And he did a pretty good job. It's then always banned out from him. So we'll see what happens here. But the Sun Gold, is it a desperate move or is it the right move, Naisu?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out here again. An interesting draft that AI Esports brings to game number 4, looking to even out the series to get to a game 5. Is this the risk? We talked about the discussion between comfort picks and risks. And with this lineup here, it's a bit of a risk, but maybe a bit of a comfort that they can go into. A Sun Gold with a Petrify. Will that be a thorn in the side here of Team 7? We'll find out, too. Again, a little bit of a difference in the jungle, too, but it's still Team 7 that likes to play aggressive in the early. Already getting the Revitalize out.
The Revitalize and the Green Camp take, with the Retribution being used by Yori, by the way. So, again, it's Team 7 always pushing the tempo and going for the kill on Black. No! First Blood again, no Revitalize. That's a pickup! They're gonna go for it. It will be... Oh! Black with a sustain. Lucky goes back in. Won't be able to find it. Shen! Whoa! This is an overextension for sure! But no one falls. They'll just walk away.
Oh my goodness, I could have gone way worse for Team 7 if they would have got punished for the overextension trying to capitalize that kill. I'm so impressed that Black was able to survive that even without the Revitalize because he used it earlier on. So it's just that passive with the Gatakacha and that durability that's built into him that he survives. So good thing no one goes down. It's still pretty much even across the board here, leading into our first objective shortly. So once again, we go back to it again. Like, how does this transition into your first objective where we're going to see the action? And it's so funny because these are two teams and just a region in general that likes to go ahead and just duke it out, brawl it out, if you will, before the objective even comes up. CK, he sees multiple members here from AI Esports. Gets the call. There's the rotate down here.
Oh, doesn't land the final slash though, so that's going to be a problem. Throwing a ruin over the two members. Immobilization into the mountain shocker. Good play for AI, and they win it out as Team 7 have to back away. They have lost their mid and XP.
Oh, that was, again, you got to respect the Alice here, man. Madsi now again comes in clutch with a Throne of Ruin, that flicker combo we're so used to seeing. T7, they're going to have to kind of recalibrate from there. Yori securing the turtle for them. So a little bit of a lead to build up to. Nothing too crazy, about 1,000 gold at this point. So we'll see what the idea here, the concept is. Again, there is going to be a shift once that Wukong gets online. Here's the replay once again. Infinix, Brontos by Infinix. That's the setup. Look at the Throne of Ruin, able to hit 4 members and set things up into this. And then PX7 comes in with that feathered airstrike to capitalize on out. So this could already be an early start of building the momentum, building that snowball effect that can happen with AI Esports. OP dealing some pressure under the turret. He'll be fine, but I think this is where one of the biggest question marks is again, Sun Gold. We've all dealt with it in our own games. We've all felt the pressure of, you know, the clones from Sun and whoa!
Great gank, man. Yeah, he didn't know. He saw them. He saw the Yusun Shin, but it's like, if you flicker, you still die there. So he decides to hold on to the flicker, and now Joy has to go up top, and this is looking amazing. This is the thing about the Sun Gold when you're up against Marksman, right? There's not much you can do on the Marksman to stay alive. Alita, though, will get traded probably here. Oh, the AOG comes through. That's going to be the tectonic charge for the knock up on 2 to get him down, and this can actually turn to a very good fight, as Black doesn't have AOG. That's going to be OP looking for the kill now. CC immunity. Wow. Dude. The tankiness on Gat.Kacha to survive that and actually getting back a kill. But this is good for the Granger. Again, the gold lead will probably go down now as the Granger gets a lot of hits on the turret.
Whew, he gets something at least out of that, but yeah, it could have been way worse for T7, but after that initiation and deciding to fight, they at least get something, you know? So that gold lead, that momentum, that snowball that I was talking about doesn't continue to balloon up. They do get a little bit of extra gold over the hands of OP2. That's going to be a flicker. Whoa, final slash is going to miss. Oh.
They'll still get it, though. That's a kill over. Shan's the one who picks it up, and it seems like Team 7, despite the early deficit, they've gotten complete control, man. Madzi has to back away as well. This is going to be a free neutral objective. Actually, maybe not too free. Look at Alita. Whoa, that's a turret with a turret shield full, and he just went through it.
Hey, man, when you got 3 suns knocking down on a turret, they're going to be obliterated really quickly. Now the sights are up here on the top side. Throwing a ruin.
3-man throwing a ruin. That's good. Peel OP with the flicker out now, trying to cut away. Will be able to do so with the help of Shan. Yori going to be falling as well around the jungle there as Black falls and OP gets a kill. Alita in the mid lane trying his best to go for another trade, but Lucky this time will be there to deny it away from Alita.
Okay, so what T7 is doing here is putting a band-aid on the bleeding happening under the turret. Whoa, they jump in. Beats blasted here, but still, I think they're going to go ahead and get this tier 1 down. So they have managed to go ahead and dissipate that gold lead that was building up from AI Esports. So yes, the gold lead isn't there anymore, but we also have to look at what's happening across the map here. There has been a good push from Alita, at least on this bottom side, to go ahead and get that tier 1 turret. Nearly down up top as well from T7. Let's look at the instant replay once again for this one. That was a setup with the Throne of Ruin, and it was a good setup, but unfortunately you just don't have the follow-through yet. And even PX7, you see that he has a feathered airstrike, but he doesn't use it. He doesn't decide to use it in that fight. The green light was there, but interesting enough to not use his feathered airstrike for that fight, even with a setup potential from Madsi. So it's like AI Esports kind of hesitating a little bit on some of the fights they're taking against T7. One of the great things they can do is continue to put map pressure on here, but it seems like T7 has figured out we're not going to let this Alita just go and take our turrets down for free.
Definitely not, man. And Team 7 are doing a really good job at managing like all of those chaotic team fights from AI earlier. Now you could definitely understand, wait a second, that's an AOG that doesn't land. That's a Petrify over towards Sham, but he's able to get out with the Crimson Beacon. A horrible fight to take the Throne of Ruin, only landing on the Arlet. Look at the Joy, Lucky in the back line with the electrifying beats. Now going on to Alita, will be able to get the kill. That's OP with a Sky Piercer stack, and without a Throne of Ruin, it's so difficult as an Alice. Black very low, Shan gonna pick him up. OP gets on a killing spree, holding 20 stacks on Sky Piercer now.
What just happened? In literally one team fight.
Red team has slain the turtle.
They get a couple stacks on OP. We saw shades of this earlier on, and now it's in game 4, man. It's tough because, you know, AI Esports did so much to kind of keep things under control. Then they lost that gold lead they had, and now Team 7 has completely pressed on the wound, building themselves up now 3,000 ahead, stacks over on OP, and just built up on their Joy. So the threat is there. I mean, we take a look at the items. You're seeing it. He's almost to his Holy Crystal for Lucky, man. And as soon as it's working, the Genius Wand with that Holy Crystal in conjunction with having a Jushin there, it's going to whittle down that magic resistance, that magic defense for AI Esports. And it actually, there it is, there's a Holy Crystal. So now you have such a big threat in terms of magic damage, but also with the Malefic Roar now being picked up by OP. Physical as well. Look at this. Even Black is being melted down, and he's the tankier hero. Throne of Ruin.
Okay, with the AOG, but OP is still able to cut away now. Madzi and Black unable to get him down. Great tectonic charge. Shen gets away with a flicker. Now it's going to be CK who picks up the kill. And you have to take a look at Lucky, who can go back in. Yuri forced back. Lucky goes in. Electrifying beats. Ready for him to utilize, but he will hold onto it a bit. Then he pops it to get away. But again, it's T7 who are forcing these fights from AI, and none of them are dying. They're kiting away so well.
This is what happens. It's that timing on this composition from Team 7 that's what's playing into this. And it's getting increasingly more difficult for AI Esports to find themselves in a position where they can actually contest these fights. You know, you're seeing it happen here. And this is one of the things about this lineup that Team 7 has. If they go in with one of the crowd control abilities, whether that's the Final Slash or the Tech Charge, then they can capitalize on it. They can use it to peel. They can use it to set up. They can use it to kind of enter and exit a fight. Oh, look at this, though. 4th health from the Lord here. Lucky will get it. I don't know what Black's idea was. He's just kind of waiting there. Oh, no, Madzi.
That's a free kill. Throne of Ruin will land, but it's only onto one member as OP picks up his 30th stack on Sky Piercer. And I agree. Like, I think it was like they wanted to go for a taunt into an AOG, into a full-on Madzi Throne of Ruin, but the angle was just not there. They didn't walk up.
Yeah, they didn't walk up, man. It seems like it's falling apart here for AI Esports. It's just something that shifted in this game 4, where they were having a relatively good game. You know, the concept was still to kind of push across the map, but now they're facing down a really tough decision on how they kind of get themselves back into this game, facing a 6,000 gold deficit. The Lord marching his way up top. Alita really hasn't been able to use this Sun much at all, other than to get the turrets down. So we'll see if they can do anything, if they can make something happen here with this base defense.
Uh-oh, throw the Ruin to the back line. OP gonna be taken. No, that's a shutdown from Madzi. A big win, but Lucky's still on the way as Tan is gonna be taken very low. Taken out. Lucky, go for electrifying beats over to Alita, but that's just the clone. He gets away. Alita, 1 HP. Lucky has to get out. And it's an that's gonna be an AOG that locks him down. Yuri walks back up. Lucky taken down, and Team 7 have bit a bit too much than they could chew. They cannot go further.
Okay. AI Esports needed to make something happen. I asked about it, and we got it. So they stay in the game. Good usage of fighting under that turret. Dealing with the Lord, they'll get themselves to mid-tier 1. So it's Team 7 that makes the mistake on the base assault. You know, again, we saw this earlier on, too, that AI Esports has done that a couple times with Team 7. They're not immune to doing that either, so they get massively punished, losing about 4,000 gold. giving that over to AI Esports. So this is now, once again, when we look at the pendulum swinging, now in this portion of the game, AI Esports can get a couple more turrets. It looks like Team 7 wants to do something about it. They might try to meet them and force a fight.
Black.
Conceal's going to be used. Where are they going to go for? Pick 7 will be able to save. And yes, Black gets out as well with the recall. So no one going to be forced to fight Team 7 as they go back to just getting the buffs. Now, if we look at this, when we get to the next Lord here, 30 seconds away, I could still say, man, it's given how this game has gone, it can still be either or that grabs that Lord. If you want to go ahead and secure it, if you're AI Esports, you really have to find the approach here. Here's the instant replay of that push-in where they get punished. Team 7 all around this Thanpuk as well. It was a great usage of the clone. I was asking, can we see what the value of the sun is going to be? And, those clones and the petrifying themselves help. Now, what point does that sun get really a threat? When do you actually hit that power spike and actually have this big threat to that back line? You notice what the big difference too was the last fight, right? OP got found and he died. So they're gonna have to make it happen here. Manzi could be in trouble.
Oh man, Manzi with a Throne of Ruin goes for the flicker in the back line, but OP still alive, and that's gonna be a free Lord over to Lucky. It's a bit mistimed, and it was Force Yuri now stunned up by CK, who gets the last dash in, and I think Naisu, that's the nail in the coffin to AI's run.
Oh, AI, they've got 3 members alive. The rest of the squad from Team 7 as a team of 5 marching in the mid lane. Feathered airstrike to try to clear it out. They're going to go for it.
Black with a taunt, able to get away, has immortality, but the base turret in the mid lane will fall. That's Alita with the claw, but Chan is going to go for the pickup. No one there to follow it up just yet. Alita able to get away. Now PX7 is here with Manzi, who's respawned in the game, but that's 2 base turrets without the Lord. Lord's still super healthy, just spawned in the game in the bottom lane, so Team 7 will have a chance to get all 3 base turrets here.
Team 7 waiting for that Lord to march in on this bottom side with 2 base turrets already down of AI Esports. We'll see if they can pull off a miracle on the defense. Lucky jumping forward. They want this last base turret. Do they take the discipline round or force a fight? Black towards that backside. Might look for a jump. OP trying to get space. The turret does go down, but they might just disengage here. They don't have to take the fight. Oh, Metzi! What?
Oh, no. A blunder there. Good punish by Shan. He got the stacks ready to go for the knockup, and he wasn't ready. Alita goes over to Petrify. It's an all into the back. OP gonna be taken down, but Alita will fall as well. That means it's gold for gold. Black already using the AOG back.
Oh, that might have been
I think it's all right for AI. Yeah, I think that's enough.
They're back in the game. They made a play. Oh my goodness. Again, that was just a good decision making. This Sun able to pull out something to find OP, pop the Petrify, and make it work. Buying them enough time. Again, in some of these situations, when you're facing down 4,000 or 5,000 gold, it's not over. Sometimes you just need to buy yourself another few minutes into this game to get things back under control. Looking at the itemization too, you're seeing it, right? They're getting close there. Even these defensive items here in the hands of Mansi, he's just got to be careful. He made a clear mistake in the last one. So if they can kind of refocus, readjust from here, then they need to go ahead and get things under control. Even that, the Dragon Spear over here for that Sun for Alita. He's got a Corrosive Scythe, Windtalker too. He's able to go ahead and push lanes here, but I'm wondering, how are they going to fare in a fight, a team fight around the next Lord? Because so far, what we've seen, Mirko, is not good team fighting around objectives. It's mostly been they're too late to the fight. They're not able to go ahead and actually fight Team 7 for a Lord. But with the way things have been going with the past couple of minutes, I think that's the question. Are they in a position now to contest? But what they have to get through first is this wall, this setup from Thanpuk and Xian. Able to go ahead and zone out with these heroes, that Jushin and the Grok. They'll start up the Lord here. Team 7 knows they still have an advantage. Nazi jumps in, though. Half health right now. Lucky. Oh, that's a response here from Black.
The 2 frontliners are so low. Black's going to lose immortality. Alita needs to look for a crazy angle right there. Good dodge from OP against Madzy, and he's going to be stuck. Now Shen goes with the Crimson Beacon. That's going to be a Petrify as well, but it's a great tectonic charge to save Shen, and OP gets a double. OP very low, has Rose Gold Meteor. Yori able to back away. Black as well. 3 members against 5. That's a win of nature purchased by OP. They're looking to end it right here. Lucky in the back, jumping in. Oh, CK with a final slash. That's Yori taking down this Black. Gets a 3-man taunt, but there's no follow-up. And AI, their run will end here as Team 7 knocked them out and move to the grand finals.
It looked so close and so promising for AI Esports to potentially get to a game 5. But unfortunately for them, Team 7 had a lock-in of their own to go ahead and secure the series and to move on to the grand finals here. Very aggressive still, as you see the way that Team 7 plays, even when they were dealing with a bit of a deficit, 2,000 gold that AI Esports had, they're still able to go ahead and stay calm, collected, and celebrate here at the end. Again, they still have a far ways to go. A grand finals ahead of them, a best of 7 against a team that has surprised so many, that has been on fire and has a lot of surprises themselves, getting them Galacticos. You can see that full house over there on stage. Oh man, again, just a great showcase here.
Okay, my no one would she like Daruko and no one. She ma no she's the one they be no one she come say lo sha ဖွဲ့ကောင်းစွာနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကြည့်ရှုခဲ့ပြီးပါဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့အခုချိန်မှာအကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းပြီးတော့ဆော်ပေးတော့ခဲ့တဲ့ဒီ AI Esports ကိုလည်းပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်နောက်ထပ်စီးနေမှာအခုလိုမျိုးအကောင်းဆုံးလက်စွမ်းနဲ့လက်တွေ့ထပ်တွေ့ရမယ်လို့ဒါယုံကြည်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ AI Esports တို့လက်ခုပ်တန်လေးနဲ့ချင်းပြပေးပါအောင်ရှင်တကယ်ကိုပရိသတ်တွေကိုလုံးဝအပြောင်းလဲလုပ်ပေးနိုင်တယ်လို့ပြောလို့ရတယ်ပေါ့နော်။ Okay ပါဒါလို့ရှိရင်အနိုင်ရရှိတော့ဒီ Team 7 Congratulation မှာအတားတို့ကိုအလဲမရရပါမယ်ရှင်။ Team 7 ဖြစ်ပါတယ်လက်ခုပ်တန်လေးနဲ့အပေးပေးကြပါဦးရှင်ဒါဆိုရှင်အခုလောဆယ်တာခန်းစားချက်လေးနဲ့လေးလိုက်မယ်ဘယ်လိုမျိုးခန်းစားရလဲစိတ်လုံးရှာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါအခုလိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်ဒီလိုမျိုးအဆင့်မှာအခုလိုမျိုး grand final ဆောက်ရမယ်လို့အဲ့ဒီ player တွေကပေါ့နော်အဲ့နောက်မှထားပြကြမယ်လို့ဒါသိကြပါတယ်ဆိုတော့အခုကလည်းဒီ Team 7 ကတကယ်ဖြစ်လာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့အိမ်မက်နဲ့လက်တွေနဲ့တစ်ခါကွာချလဲရခံစားလို့ပေါ့ရန်ခံစားလို့ကောင်းတယ်လုံးဝအဲ့ဆိုအိမ်မက်နဲ့လက်တွေနဲ့အခုတကယ်ထပ်တူကြသွားပြီလားမကြသေးဘူးမနိုင်ဘူးချက်ပြရပါချက်တူကြ Team 7 champion ရောင်းမှထပ်တူကြမှာဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နောက်တစ်ပြောင်းအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ပြိုင်ပွဲမစတင်ခင်မှာဒီ regular season ကာလအတွင်းမှာပါနော်ခုလိုမျိုးအသေးကြီးတွေကပဲ grand final ကိုလည်းဆော်ရမှာဆိုရဲဒီပရိသတ်တွေရဲ့အတွေးတွေကိုပေါ့နော်ဒီ Team 7 ကခြေပြတ်နိုင်ခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ဒီလိုနေရာထိရောက်လာဖို့ဘာတွေပြဆက်ခဲ့ရလဲရှုံးခဲ့တော့တွေ့ကြုံရရှုံးပွဲလို့တွေ့ကြုံခဲ့ရပါတော့ပရိသတ်ကြီးရဲ့အတွေ့အကြုံကိုခြေဖြတ်နိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့ပုံမှာရောဘယ်လိုမျိုးခံစားရလဲ Okay ပါဒါဆိုနောက်ဝင်ကောင်းအနေနဲ့ဒါတော့ပါမနော်ထပ်မံရေးဆိုင်ရတဲ့အတင်းကရန်ကုန် Galacticos ဆိုတော့ဒီ play တော့ကဒီဆက်စရာအကျွေးလေးရှိရဲဆိုတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးအရှုံးကိုပြန်လဲချိုးဖြတ်ဖို့ယုံကြည်ချက်ရှိတာ ready ပဲလားပြီးပါလုံးဝအပြည့်ပဲအဲ့ဆိုရှင်ရန်ကုန် Galacticos နဲ့တွေ့ဖို့လဲလုံးဝ ready ပဲပေါ့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါအခုလိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်ရန်ကုန် Galacticos အတင်းကအဓိကသတိထားပြီးတော့ဆော့ကစားမယ်ကစားသမားဆိုရင်ရောဘယ်လိုဖြစ်မလဲရှိပါ โอเคပါဆိုရှင်မရှိဘူးပေါ့နော်နောက်ဆုံးအနေနဲ့အခုလိုမျိုးအားပေးနေတဲ့ပြည်သက်ကြီးတွေကိုလည်းကိုတမောင်းအနေနဲ့စကားလေးပြောပေးပါဦး
ဟုတ်လို့ဆက်လက်ပေးပါကျမ်းပြ
ဟုတ်ပါပြီခုလိုမျိုးဖြေချပေးရဲ့တင်ဆက်ပေးအောင်လည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ရှိပါတယ်နောက်ထပ်ပွဲစဉ်တွေမှာလည်းအကောင်းဆုံးရှင်ပြနိုင်ပါစေတောင်းပေးပါမယ်နော်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်โอเคပါဒါဆိုရင် team 7ဖြစ်ပါရှင်နောက်ဆုံးတစ်ခါတော့လက်ခုပ်တန်းလေးနဲ့အားပေးလိုက်ကြအောင်မလားရှင်โอเคပါအခုလိုမျိုးဖြေချပေးတဲ့ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ရှင် team 7နေရာယူလို့ရပါပြီเนาะโอเคပါ
Wow. All right. Wow. Man, I'm so shocked. I mean, I know unfortunately, Mirko, we can't translate. You know what?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. What Team 7 was saying.
Maybe if Mo was here, man.
Maybe if Mo is here, but. Let's talk about the impressive crowd. I'll tell you what, there is a ton of fans out there, and you could hear the chants. Team 7, Team 7. That's great support there.
Dude, me and Isu were talking about the fans all throughout like the interview. We were like, damn, wait, that's a full house. Maybe we should have like an M series there sometime. And I think that's a great idea. You know, if the crowd keeps on growing like this, the fact that it's already so massive, and you gotta understand that this is for Team 7, right? Like, obviously there were a lot of fans there for AI, but they stuck through the interview as well. They watched and they waited and they supported Team 7, a team that is so new. If you guys are new here in the Myanmar Super League, maybe you're thinking, all right, Team 7 is a mainstay. No, it's usually it's the Falcons, the AIs, even YG who made it to Grand Finals, Mythic Seals. We've never seen Team 7 make it this far before. So the fact that a lot of them are also part of like the secondary academy Falcon team, Naisu, shows you just how bright the future is looking for Myanmar.
What I really like is exactly that, Mirko, is, you know, when we see some of these newer faces, newer teams or organizations make it to the grand finals, make it to, you know, the distance in their playoffs, it's always refreshing to see, because what that tells us is, again, is, you know, across the world, across the regions right now, everybody's getting better. You know, even your mainstay teams where you think like, okay, it's, you know, a lot of us were introduced, especially with like, you know, for a lot of our international viewers out there, Falcon Esports and Mythic Seal and everything recently. But you get teams like this, like Team 7, for example, where they start to make a name for themselves. Yes, some of these players have experience here. Our MVP for Game 4, by the way, is Shan here, on it, that Jushin. And that's the thing, like, you get to see so many of these stories start to develop in these other regions, which is always, again, it's a great privilege to also be part of it here on the English broadcast and get to be a part of the storytelling for these new and up-and-coming players and teams and organizations. And then eventually we'll find out, you know, between Team 7 and YG later, is who is going to be that representative to go to M7 and be possibly, potentially, you know, one of the dark horses, if you will, or one of the contenders for the title. And that's always something, because I really feel like right now with our current meta, it favors teams from these regions that like to play like this, you know, that like to play a little more aggressive and make things work in their favor. And, you know, this one was a rather kind of back and forth game for Game 4. I think both teams had very interesting compositions that had the right idea, but still it was Team 7 throughout the series that showcased that, again, that adaptability, that fortitude of being able to adjust even if they are down. There was a couple games there where they were down, and so now you've seen that from a lot of the teams here from MSL Season 2 alone, like the comebackableness, right, for their teams and their players are clearly there.
Definitely, man. It was a phenomenal job by Team 7. Again, being able to grow this much in the span of like one regular season, the chance that they finally got, right? So again, prove to the world that they deserve to be here, deserve to be in MSL, not just be the secondary team to Falcon, not just be that academy team that has been a part of the Myanmar esports scene for a while. They finally get the spotlight here, and they're taking it head on. It's a 3-0 win to a 3-1 win. YG stand obviously as the favorites coming into this tournament, but obviously coming into the grand finals as well. But I think that's been the case for every single T7 match, right? Against Falcon, they were the underdogs. Against AI, you saw the talent predictions, they were the underdogs. And surely enough, in the grand finals, I think a lot of people are going to write them off. A lot of people are just going to be like, yeah, YG took the game 3-0 against AI. They did a much better job at dismantling AI. They had a more convincing performance. But at this point, anything can happen, man. I think with T7 winning against Falcon, with them beating AI and sending them home, everyone's predictions now that I have watched has been wrong. Ken predicted AI Falcon. Both of them are gone right now. So it's up to T7 and Yangon. It doesn't matter in the end, though, Naisu, because whoever wins, we're finally going to get a new team to represent Myanmar. It's been so long since we've seen this, right? Falcon, Phoenix, Burmese Ghouls, they've all done it in the past, and now finally it's up to Yangon Galacticos or Team 7.
And I think what that basically means for, for a lot of people that have been paying attention, especially the international tournaments, and it's always, I think I've heard from even a lot of the viewers out there, it's always nice to look forward to some of these newer teams, newer players step onto the world stages, right? Because that's where a lot of those budding stories start to develop, for the players out there. And you can already see a lot of promise here for both the teams. Again, Team 7 and Yangon Galacticos. I think they both have stars that are already building up in their own right, and of course they already have their stardom over in Myanmar itself. Well, then we eventually get to see one of these teams and these players get to the big stage out there, the world stage. M7 is what is at stake for that grand final. So, we'll be seeing that later today, once we get to our grand final, which will be a best of 7. I don't want to just kind of like say that it's because I just don't think this one's going to be a sweep, man. I don't think the grand final is going to be a sweep based on what we've seen. I know Yangon Galacticos, they had their sweep yesterday against AI Esports, but I think this is where we also see maybe Team 7 tested in the draft. I think that might be the biggest thing that will be the biggest challenge for Team 7 as they're going to face off against a team like Yangon Galacticos. Just because, again, we've already talked about it. We'll talk about it more once we get to the matchup, but there's a lot of versatility there that we've seen so far from YG, and I think that's one of the big things. But, to wrap up this match, our lower bracket final, it was a good effort from AI Esports. I think, even if we talk about the Sun pick, man, it's like, those picks, I don't know. I like to see them. It's just sometimes it's like, you hope that it could work because I'm such a big proponent.
It was a desperate move for sure.
I love non-meta picks, man, but unfortunately for them, but hats off to them to making it this far. So again, guys, it's me, Naisu, Mirko. We are going to be taking a break before our grand final. That is going to be a best of 7 between Yangon Galacticos and Team 7. So maybe it's going to be lucky number 7 for Team 7 in the grand final of best of 7. We'll find out.
Or M7?
We'll take a break. Or M7. A whole lot of 7s. We'll be back after the break, guys. We'll see you this for the grand final.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးမြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးမြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်မြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် ဈေးနှုန်းပြအဲ့ဒါစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာဈေးနှုန်းပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆူလို့ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်ပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October
Come try to beat me down, undefeated every round. Enemies are in my hunting ground. It's me against them now. Everybody wants to take my crown. Undefeated even now. Enemies are in my hunting ground. Won't let nobody out. This is a throne, a throne. Built on my own. There's a throne. This is a throne. Built on my own. The skills and the bone. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna make it? Let the power my guy swear down there. Young to Miago inside die guy me. They are Miago con up in there. Yowling night, yowling night. Just say to be paid. Do tell to it, I show ya. And I got
10 trophy ကိုတည်ဆောင်လာပေးဖို့ဖိတ်ခေါ်ချင်တာကတော့ season 1 ရဲ့ champion Matic C အသင်းမှာ Lindaddy
October 19, take part is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here once again. It's me, Naisu, joined here with Mirko. Man, I'm getting tongue twisted here. Mirko to bring you guys the grand final. We're here on the very last day, day 2 of the playoffs for the MSL Myanmar Season 2 Grand Finals. And I'll tell you guys what, it's been 2 days, at least here for the English broadcast, of jam-packed action. Well, now we're down to one best of 7, the grand final, to see who is going to move on to represent Myanmar in M7. So, Mirko, you know, now we've seen it. We've gone through a couple of the reps ourselves through here. We know it's going to be Team 7 versus Yangon Galacticos. And, you know, we just saw what Team 7 was capable of. Yangon Galacticos, you got to see yesterday with you and Leo casting it. Now, what do you think? What are we thinking here for the grand final? Best of 7. I feel like as casters, we usually kind of throw out the wins there that, you know, we'd like to see go the distance at least to a certain extent, like depending on what's the realistic take here. What do you think for this grand final?
Honestly, like, I've been wanting full series every single time, right? I mean, all the way from day number 1, I was expecting a 3-2, at least one of them going 3-2, or at least one of them going 3-1. Both of them ended up going sweeps. Today, I expected the previous match, AI versus Team 7, to go 3-2, at least. At least we got a 3-1. It was almost a 3-0, we got a 3-1. This time, though, I will say I think we actually do have a big chance of this being a sweep. Again, Yangon Galacticos, they look amazing, Naisu. Yesterday, they look like they're informed. They look like they have the strats ready. They look like they're M7 bound at this point.
They're built different.
Team 7 have done an amazing job in the bottom lane, and the bottom side of the bottom lane. I mean, lower brackets.
The lower
brackets is bottom lane now. Right? That's the goal lane right there. But they've done an amazing job in the lower brackets, man. They went through both, I think, favorites of the tournament, Falcon and AI, 3-0, 3-1. They're bringing in the momentum. The thing is, for me, is that they played just 4 games earlier, and now they're gonna have to play possibly 7 games. Yangon Galacticos have already read through, I think, a few of the strats that they've seen throughout there. And the thing is, what makes Yangon Galacticos so good, Naisu, is the fact that, yes, you can ban out the Lance and the Fannies, but they don't care. Yesterday, we saw a full target ban into the jungle, and Han played a Guinevere in the jungle. He played these utility tanks, and he's amazing. I think he's the best utility jungler in Myanmar, for sure.
It's I think that's one of the, like, if we had to really break it down, like, what's the biggest, one of the biggest factors here is the fact that Yangon Galacticos is fresh. We've seen it before, though. I will say, like, we've seen it before, you and I as well, like, through some of the online casts that we've gotten to do, is, you know, a team that runs through that lower bracket and then has to play the grand final the same day. There has been some cases where they, in a way, it's like they take the momentum from the lower bracket and they bring it to the grand final. That's like the best, I guess, the best way we could look at it here for Team 7, if they're able, if they're capable of doing that. Because again, yes, you make a great point. YG is basically fresh. They saw the drafts, they saw the gameplay that Team 7 brought to their last match against AI Esports. And that's definitely something, that upper hand that they can have too. You kind of always look at it that way, you know, in competition. It's like, if you're playing these multiple games per day or matches per day, it's either way. Like, you're technically warm. Like, you might be tired, but you're like technically warmed up too, you know? So I think that could play into effect here for Team 7. I hope that they can take, even though there's been some time, a little bit of a break here, but that's also for them to go ahead and refresh and recalibrate before facing off against Yangon Galacticos. And that's the thing. I think I hope they had an opportunity to also prepare for the draft, because I think that's the main highlight point that we were talking about when it comes to YG, and what we've seen through the playoffs so far was the fact that they are the team to bring out more of these kind of unorthodox picks. Now, we saw that from AI Esports previously, man. The Sun Gold lane, maybe at someday, you know, maybe someday. And maybe at some point before we even get to M7, because again, the teams that are qualifying for M7 right now, there's so many grand finals going on today alone, by the way. There's literally multiple competitions. So I know some of the viewers have actually sent me a screenshot earlier. They had us
all
up
the
from
MPLs.
Yeah, they had us up from Myanmar. They had the MPL MY going on. I think there's the Cambodia, MPL
Cambodia,
going on.
Japan
Which, by the way,
qualifiers.
Japan qualifiers, like, dude, there's so much to watch right now because, again, it's all coming down to M7. And we got to talk about the patch once again for you guys. You've already seen this plenty of times. You know, you have that Freya buff, hasn't been picked up yet. Not sure if she's actually going to be allowed to be played after that revamp. But again, these items that have changed, not too much, though. I mean, like, if it comes down to game that we're seeing, yeah, we see the Guardian helmet picked up some, that Dominance Eyes, obviously the Black Eye Shield is there. But I don't think in the series at all, man, we didn't see any, if I remember right, CP brought up. You know, there was no Chastised Pauldrons.
Not a single time.
Not a single time. Our maps are still, you know, in a way, it's kind of like one of the bigger effects, I guess, that we've had since this patch, where these random map pickups come through: Flying Clouds, Dangerous Grass, Expanding Rivers, and then what am I missing? Broken Walls, which we didn't get to see at all in the last series. So maybe we get to see it here in these potential 7 games ahead of us. But nonetheless, even when you look at these stats, you know, it's still a whole lot of YSS and the Granger. Do you think between these two teams, like, it's like looking at the gold lane, we're going to see a lot of that priority on this Granger here, or are they just going to ban it out?
I think so, man. I think if the Granger's left open, we're definitely going to see the priority on the Granger. We saw that OP did an amazing job on the Granger, game number 2 comeback. It was also the same case for Stitch on Young Gun Galacticos yesterday in game number 2. He did an amazing job on the gold lane with the Granger, but then later on, even on the fighters. So I think what we have right now, especially after Team 7's display of the CC Gold, is of MLB possible right now. We can go for the orthodox picks like the Harriet, the Grangers like you mentioned, or we could even go for the very active, hyper-aggressive strat of going fighter gold lanes to control the early game with the CC, Esmeraldas. Ruby, funnily enough, is the hero that we haven't seen, which is, I think, the easiest fighter to pull off in the gold lane. So I think we're going to see some fighter golds. If we're going to see some fighter golds, Ruby should come through if you have a Yi Sun Shin, if you have a Kimmy here, especially when you're up against like a lot of dive, right? If you're just purely trying to peel for those 2 hyper carries, yeah. So I don't think the Granger is going to be all that. Like, it's a good pick if you can find a way to put that in your comp. Sure, it makes sense. But if, say, Han doesn't get on utility, I think we're still going to see a lot of those fighter golds.
I think that's the direction we're going into, and that's why I think, I don't know, I feel like, you know, the tanky items it's nice to have the Chastised Pauldrons come in and like some of these new changes to go on with the tanky items. I always felt like, you know, as a roam main myself, sometimes you when you're playing tankier heroes, it's just like sometimes you don't even feel like a tank, man, you know. It depends on how the game goes. But once again, this is the GPM rankings so far for MSL here. As you can see, the only man standing in these rankings is OP from Team 7. And like we mentioned, he was a lot of the times the highlight of why Team 7 was able to win a lot of their key fights. He literally turned a game around too, just on his macro or his micro positioning on the Granger. So that's something to keep note of and keep an eye out for, because I think, yeah, in echoing what Mirko mentioned, we might see the forced situations of you have to pick a fighter gold lane, or if the Granger is up for grabs, maybe OP is the one to go ahead and try to get priority there. But you can see, all right, we have seen still a lot of the Jushin as well. That's provided so much of utility in our last series that we just witnessed, and still quality pick. Most banned, that box just slipped through once, man. And when it did, it worked really well with a lineup that also had a Grok, if I remember correctly. So Angela's still being majorly banned globally too around. I'm just not sure if we're going to see much Angela played until maybe something is done about that. And it's so funny. What do you think about this? Like, the fact that Angela is just constantly banned here. Before you share that, let's go ahead and introduce Young Gun Galacticos real quick. Once again, introducing Ying, Han, Lena, Blink, and Stitch over here. And I know you guys mentioned Blink was so impressive for you and Leo in the first day of streams that we had here yesterday.
Bro, Blink's definitely the standout, man. He is a phenomenal roamer, and mainly it's because of the Hellcurt, right? Most of the games that we've seen from Blink has been on Hellcurt in the playoffs here, in the play-ins as well. He's just, for some reason, sticking on the Hellcurt every single time. He does an amazing job on it, though. And again, initially, we were thinking, hey, it's the Hellcurt pick because of Dangerous Grass, you know? It's as simple as that. But then they keep on doing it, dude, on Flying Clouds. Then we're trying to make the connection, me and Leo, and it makes sense. Like, all right, Flying Clouds, it makes sense. You get to traverse around the map quicker with the Flying Clouds, and then we get into Broken Walls, the neutral map, and he still picks it up. And the thing is, like, the prerequisites, right? Again, dangerous grass, the map prerequisites, he got rid of. We thought, all right, you still need a utility jungle, you still need a utility mid to pull it off. He ends up still pulling off the Hellcat roam with a joy in the jungle. So just goes to show you how ridiculous Yangon Galacticos are when it comes to picking up these crazy picks. But here we have Team 7 with CK, Lucky, Xian, Tanpok, and OP back off of a win. Momentum in their hands for sure coming into this matchup here, as they got a win 3-1 against AI, 3-0 against Falcon, a total of 6-1 record that they are holding right now in the MSL playoffs.
Phenomenal showcase so far from Team 7. I think one of the definitely surprising performances so far throughout them. But I think even when you look at this, and like I mentioned, OP's performance in the gold lane, it's really the team as a whole, right? The team as a whole is able to go ahead and make things happen for OP. Like, the reason why OP gets to shine so much and showcase his amazing positioning and mechanical skill is because he's protected so well by Thanpok and also even CK. Like, CK, remember that Lapu Lapu game that we got to see on him, even goes for some of these more variety XP laners if they're open and it's possible for them. You know, and we saw the roam breakdown, the head-to-head in the previous matchup against AI Esports. Now we get to see the head-to-head here for the gold lane, as we've been talking about. This is definitely going to be something that you want to look forward to, because again, OP and also Stitch. Now Stitch, again, a player that has experience going through a lot of the global tournaments for MLBB. So that veterancy there is usually what's able to go ahead and help him. And I mean, he looks a little bit different here, different hairstyle, but nonetheless, Stitch is an amazing gold laner. And so I feel like this is actually a challenge too for OP to continue to play and step up the way he has.
Definitely, man. He's done a very good job again on every pick that he's been given, which is surprising. Again, for someone so new in the gold lane compared to, again, like Stitch, Alita, even yesterday, the way we saw Sanji as well. So many veteran gold laners have failed to adapt to the current meta, to be as good on fighters and on marksmen, right? But I think OP has done a really good job here with Stitch at adapting to the new patch, because again, we saw the CC Gold earlier, we saw the priority on the Granger, we saw just how much he could be the carry when necessary, and how much he could actually transform his playstyle into that enabler guy in the gold lane for Lucky, for even his mid laner. And it's the same thing for YG's Stitch. He played the Esmeralda, and that's what really locked in the Hellcat roam in the final game yesterday when we didn't expect it. The Joy came through with I believe it was a Kimmy in the mid lane, and then the Hellcat came through, but then it was with the Esmeralda gold. So if you already have those carries, those 3 carries in your trio mid, you need to fill in some of the tank roles in the other departments, and that's what Stitch was able to do. I think, again, very impressive. More than OP thus far, because for OP, even though he's on enablers, he's still on enablers that are relatively carries, you know, like CC, you still see that around. But for Esmeraldas, it's completely different to how you would play a marksman, how you play that kind of fighter, a carry style fighter, than an Esmeralda that just wants to stand there in the front, tank up the damage, peel for the rest of the team. So this is, again, going to be a very exciting matchup, just because Lucky, the guy who's been getting so much room, might not be able to get that much room when Stitch is on those tanks. When Stitch is on even the rubies, they can stop him in his tracks.
And that's the thing, before we head on to the draft and just a bit here, you know, we have to also look back at how it happened for them in the play-in finals. You know, these two teams met in the play-in finals, and it was a 3-1 victory for YG. When you look at that breakdown too, it was Stitch that got 3 of the MVPs. Right, so that's why, again, me and Mirko here are really talking about, and it's great again that we have this the head-to-head here, because I think that's really what we want to go ahead and pull our attention to when these games commence. Right, is how is that played out? How is the drafting, of course, started? But then again, it's such a rare case that you think, okay, we're going to go into this series here, this grand finals, this best of 7, and we might potentially even just see a Hellkurt ban come through, just to go kind of like cover that ground, because YG picked it up twice in their previous bout when they went 3-1. And when you look at it too, the previous games that they had, they were all long games. I was saying earlier on, especially for the Myanmar play style, it's rather quick. But you look at the last time that they played, they had 3 consecutive games, 20 minutes plus. So again, there's something here definitely between these two teams, and we should have a great grand finals upon us. We're going to see which random map is going to be drawn for the first game. For game 1, it's going to be Dangerous Grass. So we're going Dangerous Grass here for game 1. So this is already off the bat, man. You'd be thinking, all right, let's just ban out the Hellkurt. Or the Hilda.
I think so, man. It's just so scary to go up against Dangerous Grass, man. Hellkurt, Blink in the role, man. It's so tough. It really, hey, I will say his nickname fits him so much, man. You blink and you miss it. Seriously, the way he plays the game, it's so weird. And it's a different style of Hellkurt, right? We've seen Hellkurt roam in the past as well. It's not like this is a new pick that has never been seen before in MPL ID and other MPLs. We have seen this constantly, but it's a different take on the Hellkurt. A lot of the times when you see the Hellkurt, it's purely just to deal damage, to be the guy to assassinate, right? As simple as that. But this Hellkurt, the way Blink plays it, it's somewhat utility as well, man. Like when the team is losing, he can actually be the guy to turn things around, not through a team fight, but through utilizing the Dark Knight Falls so that the other guys on his team can like get space, can get those little hidden pickoffs, and can get positions even.
Wasn't there a whole conversation you and Leo had about like, does it attribute to the assists? Like the Dark Knight Falls.
Dude, we need Dark Knight Falls to give him assists, dude. But that would be honestly kind of broken.
But
it makes sense, but it would be broken. Yeah. You turn on the lights, everyone gets an assist. That's crazy. Hey, to be fair, Mountain Shocker does the same thing. You get vision and then you get assists, right? So if you turn on the lights and you can get assists, turning off the lights should be just as good.
Hey, it's simple logic, Mirko. If I walk into a room and you ask me to turn on the lights, did I assist you? Yes.
You did. You did.
Yeah, it seems logic to me. Let's jump into the game 1 draft here in this grand final. So already bans coming out. We are having a YG over on the blue side at Team 7 over on the red. You can already see it, right? That Grok was a menace in the last series alone. That Team 7 was able to utilize the YSS. The Uranus is banned out. Baksha, Fanny, and the CC. So first pick is Jushin for YG, and over here for Team 7. They'll grab the Granger right off the bat to give OP a better chance in that gold lane against Stitch.
All right. First pick Jushin is actually something that we rarely see in Myanmar, man. We've just been seeing way more Uranus first picks and other picks here, but it's actually still a really good pick. I like it. Personally, for me, in my own rank games, I always go for the Jushin first pick. It's just such a good opener to the draft. But as expected, when it's open, we will see the Granger come through with the Gatakacha as well. So Yangon Galacticos, it is Dangerous Grass. And somehow Team 7 have actually left the Hellkurt open. Now, will Yangon Galacticos go for it early? Or will they just go for the safer Hilda choice first here to flex it over to the second phase with a jungler that presumably should be a Lancelot here, right? There's not much else that's up for grabs here. The Fanny's taking away the Yusenshin as well. So it'll be strange to see that finally when the Lancelot's open, they don't go for it. They go for the Hellkurt and the Fredrin. An honest approach, but one we were honestly expecting.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is what we were expecting, and that's why I threw the question out there. Like, is this one of those situations where, Team 7 or the opposing team of YG wants to actually ban the Hellkurt, especially on Dangerous Grass? Again, it's a map that Hellkurt should be able to go ahead and thrive on even more. And, that's something you can do. Part of this also, it's an interesting composition just because you don't see this too often. Hellkurt at all, but then you have to take in consideration a Fredrin and a Jushin and then whatever else they build up from there, And then there's an Eve response for the first phase for Team 7. So their box, their literal box that they're going to be trying to fight around should be beneficial for them. But I think that's the thing. You always have to kind of look out for this Hellcurt on where he's going to be going, your backline especially. So this pressure for OP specifically on the Granger is a little bit more heightened now. Now, he went against that crazy lineup that had 5 heroes that should have shut down a Granger, and OP still survived on it. So I think, again, it's like that warm-up that I'm talking about. He went through the warm-up, man, so now he should be having an easier time dealing with this, but that's always going to be a threat, right? The Hellcurt, especially when the Dark Knight Falls comes through. So second phase of bans here coming through. The Arlott, another pickup that we've seen pop up a couple times, and even in their previous matches, Arlott will be banned out. What does YG want to take out? What do they want to focus on here? Since the jungle is still open, and then the XP, they'll take out the Hayabusa. Are they just potentially going to force will we see a utility matchup here?
It's going to be a quite tough utility matchup with the Bakshi already taken out. I think YG will definitely be banning out the junglers though, right? Like the Hayabusa, the Lancelot should come through next. Yeah. They'd love to go up against the Joy with the Fredjin. It's a known counter to the Joy, really, really good stuff. And it also shows you, by the way, how different it is in the grand final. What? They banned the Joy?
I think they want to let him play the Akai if he decides to go for it.
Lancelot's you don't have grabs, though.
Lancelot.
I wonder why. Are they trying to go for the Phoveus pick here? Is that why they're leaning towards, letting go of the land? But I think if they want the Phoveus, the Joy pick would have been even better, right? Because then you have 2 lockdowns, Fredjin and Phoveus. So, yeah, it's a bit odd right now for me. But let's see what Team 7 do. I think for them, the easy choice would be to lock in Lapu Lapu. Or maybe, you know what? Leave the XP lane later so you get a winning matchup. Secure that Lancelot first. An amazing pick. But, okay, they go for the Esmeralda instead. So they take the counter to the Lapu Lapu, knowing that there's not much else open in the XP aside from the Lapu Lapu and possibly a Yuzong that doesn't really fit the bill for Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah. These next two picks are pretty interesting too, just because again the uniqueness of having these first 3 picks. You can see Coach is also hyped up here too. They're gonna go for the Benedetta. Wow, so the Benedetta debut and then the Wanwan. Wow. All right, already, man. Like you were just mentioning, this grand final draft is so different for game 1.
What? I mean, that's cool and all, but like that's a 1-1 into a possible Lancelot come out pick here, plus the Yves and the Granger. These are already really, really good picks against the 1-1. I'm guessing they should have. I'm guessing right now they're assuming it's going to be enough with the Hellcurt, Dark Knight Falls, and a Benedetta with Fredjin to open up for the 1-1 to get space. But let's see for Team 7, last pick. What is it going to be? It really should just be the Lancelot, but they do go for the Akai, like you said. Nice call, Naisu. They do go for the Akai. They will just be playing purely for OP and Shan. Man, this is already such a different take to the draft. This is ridiculous. How different it is from the classic Team 7 of 3 damage output for Yangon Galacticos with a classic Hellcurt Roam. That's still in true, but like 1-1 and Benedetta, there's so many picks that we didn't expect to come through here.
Welcome to MSL, man. That's all I can think, that's pretty much what we can sum it up as. And yeah, like I was saying, I threw the Akai out there because this was a similar kind of situation when they had their play-ins leading into this, but it's the concept. It's the idea of OP got his Granger. Let's protect OP in multiple ways, by the way, plus that real-world manipulation from the Eve, and hope that OP can just pop off again, getting those stacks. That might work here. But with this interesting lineup that we're going to see from YG, and again, it's Blink on with this Hellcurt, do they have an answer? Can they protect OP enough from this? We're going to find out here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of Dawn. MSL Myanmar Season 2 Grand Finals here. A spot to M7 is on the line. Can we go the distance in this Grand Finals between Yangon Galacticos and Team 7? Right after Team 7 came from a 3-1 victory against AI Esports, do they have the momentum going into the series here? Or is it a fresh Yangon Galacticos going to get the first blood in this series?
It's a utility battle in the jungle with some very interesting picks here and there. The Benedetta up top for Ying, and also Blink with a signature Hellcurt. Now with the emblems as well, Master Assassin plus the Lethal Ignition. He's going to be the main carry alongside the 1-1 in this game. Does look like OP has to flicker out. Blink has Execute. He's going to be looking for the Blink one more time in towards MOP. Disrespect waiting. He was waiting in the bush, man. You have to give him way more respect than that. Stitch gets all the hits on the turret as well now.
Miracle, he used Flicker as well, and then he decided to recall there, thinking he was safe. But like you mentioned, the Execute for Blink, he saw the kill and he got it. So early start already with this lineup. And you know, I was going to ask you earlier on, because I know you used to be what, a global 1-1, right? Global, was it a
not
global?
Not global, just a very high win rate 1-1 though. Oh, hold on. That's good. A good eye for an eye over to Lucky. Retribution, though, takes it away. So, no level 4 for Han as a turtle spawns in the game.
Okay, Revitalize used as well. What I was going to ask you real quick, Joe, hold on. Okay, he should be one out. Turtle is up. Wait. I just want to ask you about the 1-1, but Han's in trouble.
Yeah, they don't want you to ask me questions about the 1-1, man. That's going to be taunt poke. Oh. Great taunt there. Han still able to survive. Crimson Beacon, the follow-up from Blink as he dumps in Petrify as well from Ying with the final blow. Doing a lot of damage. Eye for an eye, getting the CC immunity. And the fight goes to Yangon Galacticos.
Oh my god. Talk about the amount of power in this lineup early on, even without their jungler. They're still able to pull through. YG will also get the turtle secured. Han just walks up. You see the value in him. Walks up, gets the turtle, and secures it. So again, it's this juggling of power that comes with this kind of lineup, between having a Benedetta now with a double kill, and then having Blink there and an Execute as a big threat. Look at this again. That's what's gonna happen. Man, I think the concept of protect OP isn't going to work if OP's just dying in the lane.
Definitely not, man. And the fact that there's no one to catch is so frustrating. That's a pick up on the Panda. Han already going for the stabs. Lina, luckily 4-7. Lina does not have enough mana. But look at Blink. Look at how he's indirectly protecting the 1-1, right? Like, okay, so I will talk about the 1-1. I know exactly what you're gonna ask me, right? Like, this is a bad matchup, by the way, against the Granger. It's not really the best matchup. You're just there, taking the bullets, trying to farm out. But the fact that Blink is doing so well at stopping the farm from OP and giving Stitch the free lane, that means the lane doesn't really matter anymore. So, team fight-wise, Stitch is going to be big as we get into the next big neutral objective battle.
Man, that's just weird. Look at this. Look at, he's just playing around the dangerous grass, too. Like, that's basically what he gets to do, you know? He's just playing around this. I mean, it feels like this gives you the space, if you're Stitch, to deal with this. Whoa, look at the predictions here.
Wait, whoa.
We've got a back and forth.
Bro, YY's gone 4-0. I don't know about the 4-0, though, Naisu. That's kind of wild, no? I think this one in particular, there has to be at least one game from either side. 4-0?
There has to be. There was a couple sweeps there. I don't know. There should be another group of talents too on the predictions here, but I don't know if I believe in a sweep, man.
I mean, we didn't believe in it yesterday either.
That's true. That's gonna be hard to pull off. But what I was gonna say too is, you know, the fact that Blink has been such a threat, it gives so much space for Stitch. You can see him; he's knocking down that tier 1 turret. They might force a fight for this turtle. They do zone them out. Pop the Dark Knight falls.
I don't think that's a good target to go for 10. So yeah, they're gonna cancel the AOG like 3 times and then back away. They've done enough to bait out the AOG. Blink now goes in, gets the Execute on him. The layering, man. Even Tan didn't expect that. He thought it was done. He thought he would. Oh my lord. You just can't. You don't expect it. You never expect Blink to blink in.
What'd you say? Blink and you're gonna miss it, man. You know,
blink and you miss it.
That's pretty much happening. And like, I mean, how many times are you gonna have an Execute do it? And he's already got the Blade of Hepsies, right? We like to call this the bow. So he's got the bow already on that Hellcurt. The Blade of Hepsies, bow, the Execute. Man, your tankier, your heroes over here for Team 7 are gonna struggle with this too. Even the Benedetta for Ying has the Blade of Hepsies. So, you know, this is why we're seeing when these kind of team fights break out and Team 7 wants to fight in this certain kind of like corridor or these sections, it's really hard to pull off.
Yeah, it really is, man. I'm really looking for an angle right now. Yeah, no, probably not, man. There's no way they go on Tan twice, dude. They go on Lina, though. That's a Tan with the Falling Star Moon. A lot of damage. Has a Crimson Beacon, has Brave. Oh, actually, he's gone for Impure Rage. Something that I failed to identify early, by the way. So, Impure Rage choice. We'll have a lot more mana to play with, but sustain-wise, it's not going to be that good. Blink jumps in. Han's going to be pinned down. Tan doing damage. RWM slowly getting through him, and there's no chance as 1-1 goes through that tanky Gato Kacha. Stitch walked through by Team 7.
I think he wants to execute Tan so bad, but I don't think he will. Oh, he actually jumped in, but he was a little bit too late. But a good response from Team 7. They needed to get something off of that, so they are going to get a tier 1 turret as well. Up top, mid lane. Already gone. Lucky too.
Okay, they're going to go. Ooh, just the execute, man. You always just don't expect the execute to deal that much damage. Akai down. Whatever Team 7 has done, it's better on YG side because they got a tier 2 down below, and now the jungler's dead. That means free neutral objective despite Han's death.
Yeah, objective secured here. That's the last turtle of the game, goes in the hands of Han. Getting themselves up to a 3.2k gold lead. They're going to go put some pressure on the purple buff now. They might get punished, though. Again, you still kind of have to respect what Team 7 do. He does get it. So there you go. Han feeling pretty good on this Fredrin right now. It looks like Lucky just trying to scrap up what he can. You know, we know that this Akai's a little bit slower, obviously, but still, the utility from an Akai is going to be great. Oh, man, this is... I don't think they want to get overzealous in this side of the jungle. So they'll still respect it. Even with a lead that YG's built themselves, they still got to give it time. Now, one of the things, too, that because the main component to this right now for YG working is the threat from Blink and also Ying, right? The amount of damage they can put out. But once that's done and this transitions to the focus of being, all right, there's a 1-1 over there, and even the Jushin. Jushin's utility is just so good right now. And T7 kind of has to come up with an idea on how to deal with this. CK could be in trouble even if he's tanky enough.
Uh-oh, Stitch try to go for it. Petrify with the final blow. CK gets out with the flicker, but look at Blink. This is what I'm saying about the whole utility thing, man. He's a split pusher. He turns off the lights when you need him to. And you saw it earlier, right? Turn off the lights, made Team 7 panic, forced out a few resources because it was revitalized too for OP. They were that afraid of a random Hellcurt cockroach coming in with an execute.
Hey, man, I don't like... we've seen so many Hellcurts. Blink's Hellcurt is built diff. I think at this point we can basically say that. You can see the way he's going too. He's got the extra speed with rapid boots. Now he's got the Sea Halberd to capitalize on kind of reducing some of that healing going on here, especially with an Esmeralda across from them. Dom Ice is going to be picked up here. So now CK getting a little more tanky, but even with that blade armor that they have over here. Oh no, hold on, CK once again.
That's a free crossbow tank, gonna be used up. Oh, transfers over, but not towards the Yi. That's an AOG to the backline. He ain't gonna be caught, but it's Blink again. Gets it, just blinks it and executes the Panda. That's another man down, and Han's the one who picks up the kill. YG cruising through game 1.
And cruising right now to the Lord as well as they go and focus down in between the turrets. What? Take out OP and follow Machine. Man, they just cleaned up.
Turrets do not exist in Yangon Galacticos' world. Han gonna be sent to solo the Lord earlier as a 4-man dive happens in mid, and now look at Blink again. He's given the job to clear out mid, to be as annoying as possible, and to not be seen around the map. Like, he's just holding these bushes, popping in Dark Knight Falls to give 7 a big dose of paranoia.
That's exactly what it feels like, man. Team 7 not even safe in their own jungle. And this is, you know, it's already hard enough with a Hellcurt. Like I said, the amount of work that Ying's able to do, put pressure with the Benedetta, and sometimes it's simply just to get a Petrify off the Electro Final Blow. And, you know, this is all, again, without even considering the fact that a 1-1, getting the airtime from Stitch, if he can get it with that crossbow of Tang, is really devastating to deal with. Again, a lot of this utility that is on T7's lineup is useless if you just get kind of shredded down too quickly, you know? So they face off against this Lord push on the bottom side. that shield already down because of the work that Blink did earlier. So now they might be able to go ahead and get more damage to these base turrets, potentially going for...
Oh my lord.
Whoa, CK, so low, but they are going to be clearing this out. Lord's going to finally go down. They hold on to that bottom turret. They did lose the shield up top. We'll see if YG decides to take anything else, or they take the discipline route, now sitting on nearly 9,000 gold ahead.
It's a pretty good job by Team 7. They're able to defend for now, but the fact that the Holy Shield was there, it was ready, and they still got the Lord to charge in, the turret to get that low, is pretty impressive. And the thing is, Young Galacticos, it's fine if they don't get it in the first push here. They can constantly just split push with the Hellcurt. And again, for Team 7, with this composition, it is purely a group up that they're looking for after like the first Lord even. I mean, just right as the first Lord spawns in, you're no longer going to be splitting. You're no longer going to be laning. We have two of the guys here rehauling some of those emos. No. Queen's Wings, though, purchased by Ying. That's going to give him so much more defensive capabilities. And even Lena's joined in. Han as well. They're feeling it, man. They think they've got the game in already. Oh, Tan opening up. Will be able to find Hellcurt as Blink blinks out of there.
Yeah, this is the puzzle that needs to be solved, basically, if you're Team 7, you know, trying to deal with this, trying to deal with everything that's being thrown at them from all directions. And that's probably the biggest part of it, is the directions of, you know, where do you pay attention to? How do you deal with the fact that even for OP, like the hard part of it is, again, he had to rely on his mechanics in the previous series, his spacing that he was able to get, but with this kind of lineup that they're facing, like, even behind you is not safe. When the Dark Knight falls, you have nowhere that's safe. So you're almost forced to just kind of be stacked around your team to, in a sense, too, because all you really have is, you know, eventually maybe some of the defensive items like a Wind of Nature or even the Flicker. But at some point, that's not going to be enough, you know, and it already has been that case for the majority of this, as they, you know, they've been barely able to even fight face-to-face with YG. So Young Galactico is going to start up this Lord
for OP, but I don't think it's worth it now. I think it would have been worth it if you got the Flicker plus Wind of Nature. Then maybe YG should be able to do, you know, still pull off a 4v5, but the Flicker's still up. I don't think anyone can really get to him right now, aside from the Benedetta, but even then, I don't think he has enough damage to one-shot OP.
Maybe that was just the plan and it didn't come to fruition like he was hoping, so with Blink down, I'm not sure if YG, even with the lead that they have, they want to like force this. They might just accept that, okay, we're going to get a base turret with this Lord down the bottom side. And potentially, I was thinking Ying might stay up there on top to get that turret down too, but they might just walk this a little bit further. Base turret goes down to the bottom side, they'll get that, and it looks like they might just decide to disengage again without the numbers advantage. But Blink is back up. He's going to swing up top, so they could still decide to fight if they wanted to, but the one thing we're really seeing from YG is just that disciplinedness from the squad. Han's gonna jump in, energy eruption there. I don't know if this is a fight they want to fight here.
Heavy spin over to Han. That's gonna be the utility. Jungle Blink in the backline, able to get terrified. Now gun down as well. RWM, but it's used on the roamer. Stitch is still free. It is a worth trade right now for Team 7 though. YG caught lacking. Oh, the turret barely surviving from that cannon minion. So it is still worth it for Team 7. It's just you don't get a lot and you're not able to convert on any objectives.
Oh, they're not going to go for Lina, are they? Okay. Ying is there, but yeah, this is... The thing is, Team 7, they're able to go ahead and defend in a sense that they know YG has that lead and they'll try to like continue to, you know, maybe capitalize on it and get into these base turrets. So if they can continue to punish it like that, you're starting to give yourself this little bit of an opportunity, you know, if you're Team 7, and they just got to continue to make that happen here. Now, one of the hard parts about that is, again, you have a lot of ground to cover, but definitely in position to be able to do that. We saw how utilized a real-world manipulation can be as well. Blink, if Blink gets to the wrong hero, I think you lose a lot of that threat, though, with that help.
Definitely.
And so his target acquisition has to be a little bit better here, too, as they approach these next fights. Lord's coming up in about 10, and I think based on how the past couple minutes have gone here, Mirko, like T7 would like to contest this, you know? I feel like they would want to go ahead and try to get a positioning in favor for them, and maybe we see them play around that dangerous grass. That's why we see so much focus up here right now, as both teams kind of get in position if they want to go ahead and swing down to the Lord. It looks like it's going to be started up by YG, though. Stitch and Han taken into this Lord. It looks like Team 7 has that information. They got a wave to deal with, though, down bot. They've got to push through. So they might just try to delay this for now. CK jumping on there, too. Lucky as well. This is one of the great things, I guess, about utility junglers is you can go ahead and stall this out. We've seen it so many times, but you got to keep an eye on Blink, where he's going to end up. Again, the Dark Knight Falls could be big, as he's going to try to hunt to find OP. He already knows where he is because of that mid lane there. Dark Knight Falls, he's going to go for OP. Oh, no, he doesn't.
But it's utility, man. It's utility. It's just to make them scared. It's a big feint. Blink!
Oh!
What a terrify on 3! Gets the execute on Shen and now walks around again. OP in trouble. That's Blink on the second attempt to go for the assassination, and AOG canceled so many times. Now it's just OP, and it's a flicker in from Lina. A few more stacks of that Lantern Flare should get him down, but you don't even need to get him down. Lord of the bottom lane will mean that they have enough to go for the end. Han body blocking, taunting, and now OP will fall. Ying is godlike, and Yangon Galacticos take game 1.
Took them a little bit longer with the lead that they had, but YG makes it happen. Team 7 just couldn't deal with the pressure from Blink. Again, it was that Dark Knight Falls, that utility that it provides to keep them guessing and scramble in position, and then Blink shows up even when it doesn't have that Dark Knight Falls anymore. Again, a great usage of a marquee signature pick so far that we've been seeing here in MSL Myanmar. That Hellcurt, I threw the question out there before. Maybe it might be time that you at least consider, should we ban a Hellcurt? We'll see if it develops over the series, man. But again, you saw it, and at the same time, the way that Yangon Galacticos plays around the lineup, especially even having a Fredrin, for example, even down to that last push in, he knew that that we just had this one minion until that wave pushes in with him. So all I have to do is tank up the Rhapsody shots from a Granger, and body blocking. So it's YG showcasing again why they were so strong throughout the playoffs into where they are now here in the grand finals. Everything that they were doing, aside from maybe one or two minor mistakes that was kind of questionable, but I think there's always a game plan, obviously, to what YG is doing. Even for Blink, in Blink's case, if he can get, let's say, a Wind of Nature out or a Flicker out or something, it's so beneficial for this lineup. Here's our MVP. It's going to be Lina in that mid lane, getting the MVP for game 1. Again, this Jushin, one of the top 3 picked heroes right now currently, and you can see exactly why. There's so much utility. It's really difficult, especially if you're a Gatakacha on the opposite side of a Jushin, to even escape being dragged back and forth.
Too much to handle, man. So many angles to look out for, and when you're playing a pure front to back, it's so annoying to deal with that. And that's what YG just used to their advantage. Again, the Benedetta pick that, again, looked kind of weird, obviously, because we haven't seen it in a while. It makes complete sense. It's kind of like the Ube, right? Where you have the normal composition that wants to group it together, but you have now 2 additional dudes going into the back line, just looking for different angles and forcing the Yves and the Granger to continuously just move, making it hard for them to land their skill shots, making it hard for them to even get a few basic attacks in. It's very difficult, right? Because of how much CC is there for YG. The Benedetta choice of Petrify, Concussive Blast, the Emblem choice as well, means that you have full prio. You have everything in this composition to really annoy the win conditions of Team 7. You can take a look at the Rich Guy, the Carry Sandbag, and Best Wingman here. Everyone, it's very well diverse, but at the end of the day, YG just played it way better, right? Lina, our MVP, actually, wow, for game number 1. Stayed consistent, didn't do anything too crazy, but that's what you need when everyone on your team is as crazy as it is in YG.
I was gonna say, I feel like Lina, he brings that veterancy that he has through all the course of the internationals that Lina has been to, and it's really that stability that he brings into the mid lane, especially on heroes like this Jushin pick, and making it work, and it was probably the most, I guess, meta or normal thing in this lineup. If you look at the lineup from YG, I guess even the Fredrin, technically in the jungle, Fredrin doesn't get picked up as much as before, right? So
the Jushin really just kind of that kind of staple piece, and Lena really showcased it here. This is where Blink kind of jumps in, goes for the wrong target, goes on Fan, and then gets punished. And that's why we were starting to see, like, Team 7, they might be able to make things happen, but then this was that play, that last fight where the Dark Knight falls, shake things up enough, Blink puts pressure on OP on that backside. Even though he dies, it gives him enough time for the rest of the team to be able to catch up towards OP, forcing the winning push here. And again, it was just a great showcase of team synergy and knowing exactly how they needed to approach these fights, how they needed to approach a lot of the nuances of this lineup, because that's exactly what it is. This is not a lineup that I don't know if you would ever see this, man. Like, honestly, like, this is not a lineup that you have an opportunity to see too often.
No.
A Benedetta alone, you don't even see that often anymore. So a Benedetta, a 1-1, and a Helker all on one lineup, like, where are you going to see this? And but it's a team like Yangos Galacticos that actually makes it work. And when you're watching it kind of be executed to this level, you're like, dang, that looks really good. You know, like, to be able to see it work this way.
It's so cool to see again. Yeah, like you said, it's very unique. This is not something that you would see randomly. Even if you try to play this in ranked games, you really start to appreciate how much coordination it actually takes, right? Because it looks easy. It looks like, oh man, it's just a cheesy composition that ruins a front to back. It's so annoying to play against. But playing with this composition is extremely difficult. It's a very high skill ceiling, and there's a reason why not a lot of teams have played it before. Maybe you're assuming it's because they didn't know about this meta, but even if you do, again, that coordination that it takes is next level. Though the way that he utilizes the Dark Knight Falls and the whole team capitalizes on it, Naisu, is what really impresses me, right? Because it's one thing using Dark Knight Falls, having an idea, but it's a whole other thing having your whole team executing the idea that's in your head, the idea of why you popped in Dark Knight Falls, and the idea of how to utilize that darkness around the map to sometimes not even do anything on the map, because they're so proactive with the Dark Knight Falls. When they use it, they usually always get something, to a point where he can just randomly use it, and the enemy team will be thinking, oh man, they have a setup somewhere, that's why they pop Dark Knight Falls, we got him back. And it just ends up giving position away to Young on Galacticos to farm, to suffocate their opponents even more, to take away resources. It just becomes such a broken tool in the hands of YG, and I think it's time, Team 7. You try to counter it in Game 1, you gotta ban it if you don't want to get swept here. If you leave it open Game 2, I don't know, man.
That's the thing, though. You know, you only got so many ban slots, you know, and it's
That's true. But I think one, they need to reallocate that one for Helker. That is a must against YG.
It might be, man. And I don't know, like, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if YG makes it, if they are the ones to make it to the M7 stage, man, like, I'm sure
no one's gonna leave that open.
Yeah, some teams will actually do that. They'll ban it out because, but, you know, even looking at the stats here, the history of Blink himself in the Rome, I think it's just more so of the game sense that Blink is showing us, like, from series to series. It's that game sense, it's that ability to put pressure around the map, even on different heroes. You know, yes, like, the most standout is Hellcurt, just because, again, you don't see too many people successful with a Hellcurt pick, let alone Hellcurt be picked up, right? Every single time, in even our own respective regions, when we see a Hellcurt pick up, it's literally maybe one player, if not two, out of the entire roster that's, you know, of the entire league that's going to pick up a Hellcurt. Now, the thing about Blink and what makes it so what makes him so interesting is his hero pool seems really deep, but also unorthodox. But if he picks up some of the more meta roams, he seems to play them very well too. You know, he seems to just be able to go ahead and pick up the Gatakachas or the Hildas, or you know, some more of the standard ones, the Hylos even, or let's just say the Khalids, the Badangs. Like, there's these more traditional roam heroes that he does pick up, and he still technically finds a lot of success on them just by the way that he approaches and rotates around the map. I think that's one of the big highlights here that we see from Blink. And this enables the rest of the team, as we see them here on the screen, to be able to shine.
Definitely. Team 7. We've seen very creative answers to, like, very creative problem solving to really interesting problems, like against Team Falcon, against AI as well, where they just ban out 3 of the assassins. But here it's so weird because when the Lancelot is open, when so many of these big assassin picks are up, why'd you say no? I don't care. We want the Hellcurt. So I think, yeah, it really is time right now to go and swap for the Baksha, especially if Team 7 go on blue side. I think leaving the Baksha open is a very, very good approach right now. You can go for the first pick on Baksha, try to win it out, and the game becomes so much more readable and it becomes so much easier for them to actually execute if they're not against the Hellcurt. But we're on dangerous grass again, by the way, for game number 2, and we are not seeing Hellcurt ban right now. Do they?
Oh wait,
like,
Expanding River?
Oh wait, no, it has to be swapped, right? Because it's Mars on the... Yeah, I think... Yeah. No, but 7 is on the left. Okay, there you go. It is Hellcurt. Okay, so Team 7 are on the left. It is YG on the right.
Yeah.
Mars should be on the right. Gina on the left.
Mars,
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so they do decide to go ahead and take a ban slot and take out the Hellcurt, which again is most likely the best option, at least for now. And it's going to be Expanding River, actually, for game 2. Okay. So first pick, now that this first phase of bans is done, will be a CC for Team 7. Okay, so they want to prioritize the CC here.
Yeah.
Is that...
Personally, I like it. Yeah, I like it. I don't think there's any other first pick prior right now aside from like the Jusin that certainly can be picked up by YG here. So it really usually is a toss-up when the bans are like this, either Jusin or CC. I think for Team 7's case, oh wow, that is a super early Guinevere. I thought they would go for the Gatot Kacha first, but they've basically just given Team 7 the Gatot Kacha CC combo on a silver platter, thinking that they're gonna counter it with the Guinevere. Joy is being hovered over. Again, a lot of options for Team 7, so I really don't think it should be Joy. I really think it should be Lancelot. Yeah, with the Gatot Kacha pickup, I think should be the angle for Team 7 here. Flex the CC all the way to second phase.
Yeah, okay. So that's interesting too, just because, you know, in terms of, you know, it's not often the same thing. Like we were talking about how Blink has this diverse hero pool. So does the rest of the lineup from YG. You know, it's not often you're going to see the Guinevere picked up, which technically, in theory, could be flexed. That could still be a flex pick, depending on how the rest of this draft goes. But interestingly enough, the fact that you prioritize the CC, I'm wondering what the game plan here for Team 7 is, and Coach Gina. They will go with the Hayabusa and the Kimi. So strong picks for damage, but also crowd control. I think still there's the Arlot now going in to round out that first phase for YG. So this is still the same thing, Mirko. You know, they have an entire amount of crowd control available to them. I'm not sure if those just went away, or like those should be the picks, right? That we were just talking about. But yeah, Arlot, Jushin, and a Guinevere alone is like all the crowd control you need in the world. There's a lot of kind of interactions that can happen there too, that could benefit this lineup from YG. You know, we've seen it time and time again with the Guinevere, like Guinevere being able to catch people out with the spatial migration, the Requiem there, but then having a final slash too. Like there's a lot of interactions where it's like, if that is that Arlot, okay, it is, you can final slash and set things up for your Guinevere to even get a better spatial migration Requiem setup in.
Yeah, good respect in the Kalea, by the way. Something we have been seeing a lot from Tan Poke against Falcon earlier as well. Game number 3 and 4 against AI. It was a Kalea pickup for them. Very, very comfortable on that choice. Hilda ban comes through from Team 7, knowing that, again, they have a Kimi, they have a Hilda. That will be a lot of value to give over to YG with the Hilda. Yep. But right now for YG, it really looks like they are lacking damage, right? They need a big hyper carry in the gold lane. And it seems to be a Granger that they're going for right now. If Team 7 don't ban it, I think the Granger will come through. But even if T7 ban Granger, I think YG can still hop on the Harith train right now with the composition that they already have and be happy with it. Whatever isn't picked up though by YG will definitely be a choice for Team 7, right? If the Granger's not picked up, they'll deny it. If the Harith's not picked up, then they'll deny it. It depends on what YG leave on the table here.
Still going to be a little worried here for OP, depending on, like, no matter what he gets, just because, again, like in the previous game, we didn't get to really see him, you know, pop off like we did in their previous series in the lower bracket final against AI Esports. So in just a couple seconds, we'll see what that last ban is going to be towards YG. Wow. They go with the Cho. So they ban out the Cho here. Now, this is YG's pick up with the fact they already have the Arlott, the Jushin, the Guinevere. What are they going to put in the jungle? Unless this is just at Guinevere jungle. Like, I know we see it there with the Retribution, but again, you always have to consider that the Guinevere could technically still flex. Like, there's a lot of room for flexing right now in the current meta, and we'll find out. But I think the main point is too, like, gold lane matchup wise, like you mentioned, what's not picked up here by YG will most likely be swooped up by Team 7. So they get the Harith. Yeah, that's locked in. Okay, so this is just going to be what, a Granger then for okay, Granger. I'm wondering what roam. And you guys saw the Minotaur yesterday, right?
Yeah, we did.
Was it the Minotaur?
Yeah.
Okay, so they go with the Khalid. So we won't talk about the Minotaur. The Khalid's going to be picked up instead. I look at this lineup from Team 7, and it's pretty, like, the idea is there. Oh, and there's a chip now across from them. The idea is there for Team 7, but I'm just feeling like it's a little squishy, man. Like, it's a little dangerous. Like, if they get overloaded, they're going to be in a bad position.
Yeah, I agree. This is a very greedy composition from Team 7, but it has been a very greedy composition that usually gets them success. Against Falcon, again, if we have to keep on repeating it, it was this lineup, this Hayabusa, Kimi, Granger that got them the win. It was the greed that paid off for them. Now, against a team like Yangon Galacticos, it's hard to think that it would happen against them, but hey, who knows? Yangon Galacticos, though, on the other side, they built a very well-rounded composition, man. A composition that fits their strength, that likes to brawl. And again, Han, whenever the assassin jungles are up for grabs, he says, nah, I'll stick to my own thing. I'll stick to my own picks. And it's the Guinevere this time with the Baksha banned out and the Fredrin still up for grabs. He decides to go Gwyn. So let's see if they can push the lead to 2-0 here.
If they can get it here, we'll find out. A Guinevere in the jungle is not something you see every day, but even with this, I will say that Team 7's lineup can work. It's squishy, it's a little bit susceptible to being overloaded, especially with now a trip across from them, but maybe, just like they did previously, they can make something work. Lucky again with this Hayabusa has played it now up to this point, what, the 4th time today alone on the Hayabusa. We'll see if they can get a better start. We've noticed that the aggression in the early portion of the games really from YG. Are they going to get punished?
Uh-oh, Han went for spatial migration. The damage coming down from Tan Poke and the assassination from Lucky. Han caught in the bad spot, jumps in again, able to get Shan. Late Purify on there, but Lucky will get another. Starts the game with 2 kills and a green camp take.
Oh, that's great for Lucky, man. What a lucky start for him on the Hayabusa. Like I was saying, you know, he's picked it up multiple times today. He's very comfortable on it. Now he has 2 kills on it, building into a momentum start already for the Hayabusa. That's going to be great for him, but I think you have to look at it as, can they control this lead that they get themselves? It might be a very minor lead in terms of the roll to roll, but also that Han got to kill himself. It's not going to be as drastic, right? So leading into that first turtle is still crucial for T7 to play into it. Blink's going to be checking things out down here. Now, the chip is a hero that when it did come up, it was so strong. You know, a lot of people really liked the chip. It fell off for a little bit. It started to come back through especially the macro focus of the game, and Chip still does that. Even though he's gone through some of the changes over the course of the patches and everything else, he still provides the shortcut. Oh, hold on.
Wow. Great spatial migration into Violet Requiem. Han gets away, and Ying gets all the resets now. Tan very low. Ying as well. Shen rotating over. Good flicker out with Vengeance coming down back again. Those are the blades coming down, and a body block from Lina to stop the kill from going through as he picks Shen up, slams him down to the ground, and it becomes a winning trade for YG.
If Lina was level 4 before he joined that fight and like made his way down, definitely could have been a different fight, but nonetheless still provides value by being able to block that out. Now this first turtle is going to be blitzed down by Team 7. They're going to go right for it, knowing that that purple buff was going to be focused from Han, so they will get that first objective. Oh, punish.
Wow, the combo. This is why the Guinevere finds a lot of value, right? Any CC that you have, you get so much value out of it. That synergy into the Violet Requiem, it's massive. And even though Team 7 get the turtle, it's not for free.
That's what I was saying, man. The amount of crowd control that this comes for YG's lineup is going to be insane. Look at this cutoff, though, just from the turret. CK is going to have to rely on some other members of Team 7 to help him out.
Okay, Traction Pulse as well. That's going to be Ying with the Vengeance to get out. Stitch actually takes it. Oh my god, Han! Again with the Spatial Migration, finds him in the back, gets the Requiem, and Han follows through. Shen is down, and Stitch gets a double. He can even TP back up top as OP cannot punish Stitch for moving out of his lane.
That just does not feel good. You know, that's a feels bad, man. A foot shortcut drops down. Next thing you know, you see a Guinevere jumping into the air and just Spatial Migration Requiem comboing you, you know, and after that's done, it's like, all right, I'll see you. Goes back through the shortcut here. So it's tough to think about it because, again, the Chip is a hero that, like I was saying, you don't see too often, but every time it does come up into a game, you're reminded that, damn, that shortcut ultimate is so good, right? Like, you just bring in your team to the fight, and what once was a numbers disadvantage, you now have a numbers advantage. So that's something that Team 7 is going to have to go ahead and recalibrate from. You know, look at the freezing happening up in the gold lane, too. He knows the pressure there with Blink is going to be frozen out of lane. So they're going to have to find somewhere else to go ahead and scrap things up right now. So this is just YG playing around this macro advantage that they have, especially in the case of having a chip.
Really smart move by Lucky, though. He's able to get a purple buff steal, despite the lead being not too good. On again, though, gets the Valor Requiem over on Shen. There's nothing you can do. Purify was down. Even the observers are having trouble keeping up with the whole fight here. Lucky with the quad shadow getting away. The gap closes. Ridiculous. That's 3 down. Make it 4. Lucky has been taken out. A double kill for Ying. And it's just OP who's left alive.
Oh man, Mirko, I know there's not a Hellcurt in play right now, but the Dark Knight is falling. It seems like you're already in game 2. Man, it just seems like the T7 can't find anything here. Ooh, nice little attempt from Han, but when you have this kind of advantage or this kind of lead, it doesn't really matter. You can take those chances. You know, even at this point, you've already got yourself a healthy, 4,000 gold lead. This early in, 5.5 minutes in, Ying picking up an Oracle. He's already so durable, so tanky on this R-Lot. We've seen it banned out previously, but now, you know, with a Fury Hammer alone and Oracle, he's tanky enough alongside Blink to be okay, you know, and he's just going to continue to zone out OP from getting the resources that he needs because we see the difference here. And it's funny because Stitch, he's just farming up. He doesn't have to do too much. If he gets called to join in through the shortcut, then that's great. Otherwise, he can just focus on in the lane and continue to build things up here. So it's really up to Team 7 to kind of decide, like, where are we going to find these opportunities? It might be here.
I don't think that's an opportunity, though. You don't want to go on it. And in the back gets a Spatial Migration on 3, and they all collapse. There's nothing they can do about that.
Oh my goodness, the Dark Knight has fallen in game 2. Man, the Spatial Migration with the shortcut combo. It's such a good synergy, and now CK in trouble. Has to jump on out. The tier 2's at stake here already.
Wow.
Under the 7-minute mark.
Dude, this Han guy is ridiculous, man. Like, Blink stole the show on the Hellcurt earlier. Like, I mean, he always does when he's on the Hellcurt, but then every time you get to see Han on Guinevere, it's a show. I'm not a fan of that. Oh my lord. Not a fan of the engage on towards Tan, but I am a big fan of this engage by Han.
Oh man. I wasn't even expecting the chip to come through that draft, man. You know, when we were going through the draft and we saw the Guinevere come to play, I was like, all right, well, that's already a pretty crazy pickup. But then you see how complimented it is here with a chip. Lucky not going to be able to do anything about that. Oh, no.
Dude, Shen didn't even get to breathe there. He can't even react with the Purify. He got taken out. Now Tan slammed down to the ground as Ying collects the godlike Crimson Beacon. Ying wants to go in. The curtain call stops in a bit. Oh, Lina flickers in, gets him down. That's a shadow kill that won't kill anyone as Blink's too tanky. And YG, while that skirmish was happening, Han got the Lord for free, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry to say it, man, but just YG is just playing with their food under these turrets. T7 in this type of game, in this kind of scenario, they need so much time to be able to go ahead and withstand what YG is throwing at them. You're seeing it because even like if you're
wait, that was Turtle, my bad.
Yeah, Turtle was secured, but you know that's the thing. You just have free reign if you're YG to take what you need here. I don't even know if T7 wants to stay. They just want to secure the orange buff. It looks like, but they got to be careful here. Blink just kind of hanging around. They might go for a traction pulse.
Oh, but the shortcut is already placed down there. Oh my god, look at it count down. Oh, Ying gets a final slash into the Violet Requiem. Even when they get the good engage, it's good for YG.
Oh man, it's dire.
Oh my lord. Nice, this is demoralizing. Imagine finding an actual good engage, but it being utilized by the opponents.
That's why I said, you know, they were planning on that side, and I don't know if they want to take it with this kind of composition they're facing and the deficit they're at. Shield's going to pop in the mid and the bottom. Lord's still 30 seconds away, so Han will just take the resources that he wants, takes the purple buff, gives it over to Lina. Lina, once again, has been phenomenal on this Jushin. 0-1 and 15. I think you're going to want to either take this Jushin away from Lina or ban it out possibly, but, you know, again, you only have so many bans to deal with these marquee picks for YG, and now you're facing down potentially a quick game 2. This Lord is going to be blitzed once it's up. You're up 10,000 gold for YG. 9-0 and 7 for Ying alone, man, on this R-Lot. What do? You know, if you're T7, what kind of chance do you have here to stay in this? Because again, a lot of your damage profile is going to come from OP. Lucky, we saw the shadow kill earlier on. It just kind of tickled them. They're going to drop this shortcut down. What are they going to do here? Make it a move. They just want that buff.
Even a mistake, like a shortcut used like that, they still find value out of it, dude. They get the orange buff take. Someone got away from that. I wonder who was actually caught in the shortcut, but yeah, they still find value. Green camp taken, orange buff taken. Listen, Naisu, as an assassin jungler, usually it doesn't matter if you lose out on the neutral objective. You still are ahead just because of how fast you clear. The fact that Han is 3 levels ahead of the assassin jungler shows you how far YG are compared to Team 7. Yeah. This is an 11,000 gold lead almost.
Remember, too, Lucky started off with the advantage, right? He got that, he got that early start, 2 kills.
Those are the only kills he's gotten so far.
Oh, man, that's so tough. This Lord making its way down bot. They'll try to clear out the waves they can with the shadow kill, but clearing out the mid lane, they might force a fight anyway. The YG's kind of lead into this.
Ton? Did you see that Raging Sandstorm? Was that defensively? Was that? Did he just use it in assuming there was going to be an engage coming in?
I think he thought it would. Lucky's trying to help out here.
Oh, what a final slash into the Violet Requiem. A bait by Han as he went across and they collapse again. Tan very low. Stitch getting the last synchro vision as Lina falls to OP. Oh, Blink goes to the crash course. Now it's a big bonk. Lucky taken out. It's OP, the only one left standing. Stitch walks up synchro vision. Some Monforce inside of the base. They won't get OP, but they will get what they're aiming for. 2-0 in the grand finals.
2-0 YG right now. Game 2, quick as ever. You can see how good they're feeling about that one. Again, this lineup, man, is not something you normally see. And I feel like we just said that. You know, we just mentioned interesting lineups from YG. They do it here in Game 2.
Wow.
I mean, man, that's going to be a combination we're going to have to look out for even in the future, Miracle. I feel like the Guinevere chip is one of those things. And then you sprinkle in an R-Lot, by the way, because that was also a big component to making this work. It was phenomenal. But that is such an interesting lineup to come to work here. I'm really liking what we're seeing here from Yangon Galacticos, man. There's a lot of creativity that we're seeing in the draft, of course, from Coach Marv's there and the team kind of supporting them. And then the execution, like that's always the fun thing. It's always fun to see these like, you know, cool drafts and like cool heroes be picked up. But then usually you're like, all right, now they got to execute it. Well, talk about the execute here, right? Ying going 9-0-11, the MVP for game 2 on this R-Lot. He was a big part of it, like I said, that allowed them to punish Team 7 whenever they utilized that shortcut. Even if they didn't use the shortcut, man, they were still able to make this work here. And it was just a really good showcase of why Yangon Galacticos is so strong right now throughout their playoff run.
For sure, man. And to answer the Guinevere Arlet, we actually have seen Guinevere Arlet. I believe it was Alter Ego in Indonesia who utilized the Guinevere Arlet. So I think, man, we're seeing a lot of teams pull off like compositions just with added spice, by the way. So we didn't see the chip together with the Guinevere Arlet. Now we do see the chip with the Guinevere Arlet, and it works so well. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Guinevere. Oh wait. No. It wasn't our Alter Ego. It was Evos who used Guinevere Arlet. So, man, it's either their scrim partners or they just figured out the same combo, together, right? Because, again, it's such an amazing combo here for Yangon Galacticos. To give you guys a fun fact or just trivia here, I spoke to a lot of coaches while MPLID playoffs were going on, and a lot of them, when I asked them who was going to be a threat at M7, pointed to the Burmese teams. They were saying, yeah, that YG team, they're ridiculous. They're actually crazy. Look out for them if they make it. Or even Falcon, they said. But Falcon's out already, so we only have our eyes set on one team right now, and that's the team that's dominating the grand finals. Like, I'm sorry, Team 7, but if they're not able to perform in Game 3, Game 4, turning things around, it really is just looking like a lot of teams will have to set their eyes and get ready for YG in the M7 World Championships.
Yeah, that's, even having a loss like this, man, as we take a look at the highlights here for Game 2, it's
demoralizing, man.
It's demoralizing. It's one of those situations, again, where you go into this, and I feel like Team 7 had some of the picks that they really wanted to. Again, it's the Granger time and time again now for OP. They get Lucky's Hayabusa. They prioritize the CC here, but it was just like, even with their favorable picks, they had no time to breathe, man. It just feels like Yangos Galacticos was everywhere and anywhere they wanted to be, and that's obviously that's what chip allows you to do. You can literally travel through time and space with a shortcut, but it just seems like, again, even down to the execution factor, YG is just playing on a different level right now from back-to-back games, and so I think for Team 7, I don't know if they're going to get much of a break in between Game 2 and Game 3, but hopefully they are able to reset here, because this was just this one was a stompy stomp, Mirko, for Game 2. And not only was the lineup a tribute to that, but it was also just the fact that the way that YG moves around the map, I think that's one of the biggest things. And you got to remember, too, they started off not on the right foot, right? That lead went over to that double kill for Lucky in the early portion of the game, but YG just shrugged it off, man. It was like, they're just like, all right, here we are, it ain't no bad thing, basically, is what YG said.
And the constant mistakes that YG were making to just bait their opponents to walk up is actually kind of crazy, Like, they were making mistakes, but the mistakes almost felt like it was all planned every single time. Like that Han Spatial Migration Valor Requiem landing on no one to him Winter Crowning. I thought, oh man, Han's gonna die here. Finally, we get, a glimpse of Team 7 to do something that they have been able to do against Falcon and AI. Turns out, nope. That was just an opening to corral them in forward, force them into a false sense of security, and then you see Ying get a final slash flicker. A very good angle to get it as well, man. Like, that was the perfect angle. Again, final slash flickers, usually you just see it sideways to get gap close, but he used it from top to bottom type of deal, to really make it almost impossible to react to. By the time you see it, you're already inside of the enemy team's lineup.
You blink and you miss it, but it's not blink. It's you Ying and you miss it, man, I guess. But that's the thing
for everyone.
That's why I was saying it's the creativity that we're seeing here, not just in the draft, but the way that YG is executing it is creative in its own right as well. So big props to the players here of YG. We'll see if Team 7 can kind of take a little bit of a break, reset, recalibrate before Game 3, because they definitely need to raise the morale here. We're going to be taking a short break as well. So sit tight with you guys. Hopefully you guys get some refreshments. We're going to be going into Game 3 shortly. Again, I'm Naisu, that's Mirko, and we'll be back after the short break.
The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ။ သစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိပြအကောင်းမှုဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါ
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the short break. Thank you for joining us. Hope you got your refreshments. We are smack dab in the middle of the grand finals here, the best of 7. I'm Naisu, this is Mirko. We're here about to bring you game 3. So far, if you missed the first 2 games, I do have to say, Yangos Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos is a different level, man. I'll tell you what, Team 7, they've got to step up here because especially what's happened now, and maybe Mirko, this is what we were talking about earlier, what we were kind of worried about a little bit, is maybe there's some fatigue setting in from Team 7 because they went through the lower bracket final and now they're here against a fresh Yangos Galacticos in the grand final.
Might be a stamina issue, but seriously, I don't know. Like, they brought in the momentum. at least if it was like purely stamina, Naisu, I think they would have gone a game, right? Like game 1, maybe they could have taken over. Game 2, maybe there should be at least a glimpse of like a spark of brilliance here. I don't even need a glimpse. I just need a small spark of light for Team 7. But so far, the Dog9 has fallen, man. Like no sparks, no light at all at the end of the tunnel for Team 7. Right now, it's pure darkness, and it's because of Yangon Galacticos. And what's crazy is, it's without the Hellcurt in game 2. They banned out the Hellcurt. They went for a completely different strat, and now it's got people asking, what do we ban? What do we do? What do we change against Yangon Galacticos? We tried not banning the Hellcurt. We tried countering it. That doesn't work. Now in game number 2, we tried banning the Hellcurt. We tried going for our comfort picks. Again, 3 damage dealers. This is the same thing they have done to get success in their match against Falcon, in their match against AI, but against a very different opponent. It just doesn't work, Naisu. It doesn't work at all.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where you're kind of left wondering, you know, what do you do in that sense? Because you've only got so many bans, you know, and that's, I don't know, maybe one day, I don't know what we think about this, you know, this can be a topic of discussion some other time, but like maybe we need more bans, like eventually in the game, man, as the game continues to grow and get more and more of these heroes. But, you know, that's one of the main things though, is like, you look at this, and I mentioned this about Blink earlier. I was like, yeah, the Hellcurt's great, but this guy just plays the roams differently, man. Like, and it allows the team to kind of play around that. And that's why, you know, the roams specifically, it's always like, you really get to go ahead and see the effect or the way that roams bring together these compositions, and you're really seeing that in Showcase here from YG specifically. And we'll see what our next map's going to be for game 3 here in this best of 7 grand final. We haven't seen broken walls at all today, man. Let's get some broken walls here. Come on, game 3. It's going to be broken walls.
Nice.
Dangerous.
Are you going to call it? Oh my God.
Dangerous grass again, brother. There's something about dangerous grass today.
There's something about dangerous grass. We've gone it, what, 4 times? Have we gone it 4 times? No, 3, right?
It's like,
I don't know.
Maybe this is our 4th, I think. This is, wait, third.
Dude, it's, well, there you go, folks. We're going to get dangerous grass again, and I think we can't really sugarcoat it. This is a great map for Yangon Galacticos, who are already 2-0 up. And Naisu, I don't know if it's safe to say, but if they go 3-0 up, I think it's going to be a sweep here. There's the morale, the stamina, everything is against Team 7 right now. I don't think we're going to see Game 7 from Team 7, man.
That's what we were that's what we were hoping for, man. You know, Game 7 for Team 7 going to M7. Like, it's just,
could have been
it's
dream
tough.
of 7.
It could have been, yeah, dream of 7. But you know, when you think about it and like really, how is this going to work out? Like, what can change here in terms of what Team 7 can do? Again, we have to kind of put into the concept of their drafts aren't bad. Like, they don't have any, like, it's not necessarily a bad draft. It's mostly down to how they're executing things.
Yep.
You can see already as we jump into the draft here. So yeah, we're seeing YG actually prio the CC. So this time around, they'll go with the priority on the CC pick over on the blue side. Is this just going to be Granger, Gatakacha again? Or are they going to keep putting OP on this Granger? I think even if we ask that question, like, should OP change? Like, should he change his hero? Because Granger's been his most successful hero so far, or at least even in the tournament in general. It's really been a Granger thing, but so far he hasn't really been able to utilize the Granger much at all. You can see this though. They will go instead with a Joy. So they're going to run with the Joy in the hands of Lucky instead of that Hayabusa we've been seeing him playing pretty much all day.
Yeah. The CC pick is, again, really a good choice, though, I feel. Like, yes, they have done a really good job on the Granger, but YG, they've shown that they are just as good on fighter golds, maybe even better, because they take the game and stomp it through way harder. Now you see the Guinevere banned out with the Hellcurt, and YG say, dude, it's not the Guinevere, it's me. I know how to play the utility the way that you guys have been seeing so far. I think right now he might actually be, like, how highly would we rate Han as the utility jungler, you know? Because I don't think across the different regions we've been seeing, utility junglers pop off this much. Like, we've seen good utility junglers, obviously. We know the GOAT is really good at utility jungle, but aside from him, I don't really think there's anyone as good at utility as Han right now.
Yeah,
I think
so
he might
far,
be cream of the crop.
I would say definitely for MSL. You know, he's been great on it. I think this is also going to be a telling game, like if depending on how he plays out this Fredrin. But what you notice with Han is like his ability to kind of adapt on the fly. Like that's why I was pointing out, you know, the previous game when he ended up dying early on. He still made a decision to get the kill on that Guinevere, but then eventually he was able to go ahead and make these right calls, which then helped the team scale up. And you know that a lot of that, again, it's a team effort thing that we really see from YG. That's what's on display. But if we're talking about, you know, individually Han, what he's able to do, what he's been able to showcase, even in their previous matches, yes, I think he is probably the best utility jungler right now in MSL, and I would love to see it if they end up getting the victory here, getting the dub in the grand finals, and they get to go to the M7 stage. I think that's where that true test comes through. I mean, that's always kind of what we get to see on display, you know, at the big internationals, and M7 being the goal here for these teams that qualify for it. Now it's down to these two, and I think that's at the same time, it's almost it's that time for Lucky to step up. I mean, everyone on Team 7 essentially has to do that, right? OP can't just single-handedly carry on a Granger, even though they pick the Granger again. But what we need to see as a team effort here from Team 7 is for them to go ahead and step up as a team as a whole, because they are definitely struggling here. And based on these picks that they have, these 4 picks so far, I think the idea, the concept is there. They do pick up an Eve, which is great, working around objectives, because we always have to focus on how is the fighting power of this lineup for the objective. Eve can be great here. This is crazy though, man. Like, this is what I'm talking about with YG.
Wow,
an Odette,
dude, what the heck?
An Odette and a Kaja.
They just can't stop. They won't stop picking up new picks here and there, dude. Okay, like the Kaja we have seen just yesterday, they were able to they pulled off the Kaja, and it was a really, really good Kaja. But the Odette pick, this is just a pure counter. This is such an old answer to Joy, but it is an answer. You know, it's an answer that we've seen before, and it actually does work. The problem is, how's it going to do against a Eve right now? Team 7, last pick. The range is definitely already there for Team 7, and oh, I don't know if I want to say it, but it does look like this is the game. If they want to get a game in the grand finals, this looks like the best composition they have so far, right? We said this about AI earlier, and they were able to get a dub. So Team 7, let's see if they have the execution and if they have the composure right now to deal with such a cheesy pick.
Oh, man. I don't know the last time that I can recall even seeing an Odette.
It's been a while in building terms.
It's been a minute in building terms.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's in the hands of Lina. Like, and if anyone's going to do it, a player like Lina, who has multiple international tournaments under his belt, you know, the experience there. And maybe this is also, if you really dig deep and you really have followed Lina's career so far in MLB esports, like maybe this is more of a comfort. It's also something I can say that what we've seen from YG as a whole is it's hard to draft against them because they do this, man. They do things like this with their compositions and lineups, and that's why it seems to be very difficult here. So let's find out exactly what's going to happen as we get ready to jump into the Land of Dawn. It's game 3 of this best of 7 grand final here. Will they get one step closer to potentially sweeping this series, or will Team 7 be able to do something about it?
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Possible match point here for Team YG, Young Gun Galacticos. Team 7, not only is this Joy countered by the Harriet, now you have an Odette to deal with as well. What happened? Ying, level 1 first blood. This is horrible to start things off already. You know how, okay, Naisu, it feels horrible as a team that's already down 2-0 to see your XP lane get soloed like that. It's a big punch in the face to their confidence.
Still have Flicker, by the way.
Yeah.
What happened? You know, like,
he tried to trade level 1. He tried to trade level 1 against a CC. He tried to farm, and then he got punished for it without wanting to utilize the Flicker.
But even Ying didn't use the Vengeance, you know? Like,
nope.
I mean, I don't know what happened there, but that's not the start you want to have here. So
definitely not,
you know,
man.
Ying having this advantage, you know how it goes too in the XP lane right now, man. Like if you get that little bit of an advantage against your opposing XP laner, you are in a sitting pretty position. So definitely something that T7 is going to want to go ahead and try to come up with. They do it in the mid lane. Oh, they do get the flicker out from Blink. The Blink will pop that. Oh, Lucky gets really risky, man. Yeah.
Gets away though, so it should be good again. The fact that Ying is going to be a level ahead, it doesn't really matter though. They should be able to still control the neutral objective, knowing that Han's on a Fredrin. This is also a counter to the Joy. They've effectively, I think, neutralized the Joy with all their picks. But we'll see as the turtle gets started up by Team 7. No level 4 for Lina, no level 4 for Blink. CK should be able to catch on to level 4, and there you go. Lucky jumping to the back line. Han, so holding this angle. It is going to be Tan who's going to get a little bit of poke. Tan looking for the taunt. Han taking some damage. Shen doing a good job now. Let's see if Han can go for the retribution. That's another WM. Lucky winning it out against the Fredrin, and Team 7 finally get a dub.
Okay, Han not able to get the retribution off that he was looking for, and I think a big part of that again. Oh, mid lane. Oh, Lina.
Yeah, gets caught, man. No respect to the damage. Lucky will be walking up. That's an AOG. Good stop on the dash of Kraser's Wrath. Cancelled as he gets taken down before the blade gets down.
Whew. Hey, you know what we're seeing here, man, is this switch from T7 finally flipping in their favor. This is something they need to do, though, because it's a window. It's a window of opportunity with their lineup to be able to do this. Great start for the Eve here for Xian. He's able to get that 2-0, and that's what I was going to say earlier. Around that turtle pit, you set up that RWM, that real-world manipulation. It's so good for being able to zone, and Han won't get his buff, so that's going to be stolen away from him. Again, they have to continue to put pressure here against YG. They've needed this the entire series, and Team 7 is finally making it happen. They built themselves up about a 1.2k gold lead, and they have given space to OP to now start double laning and starting to stack up on this Granger the gold that he needs, and hopefully will eventually be able to get the stacks on the Skypiercer later on once it's built. But what I was saying for YG is this lineup is built around these level 4s. The majority of the threat comes once they have the ultimates available. Specifically Blink, as we see here now that he's level 4 on the Kaja. That Divine Judgment's going to be great. But even so, that Swan Song, that Odette ultimate, we all know, we've all dealt with an Odette at some point in our lives. And it is really not a good time to fight against it, right? And she's just dancing around, and you're in that huge AoE. But that's something that T7 can anticipate and be ready for. We'll see some of the defensive build paths that they go for too. Lucky's going to pick up a Genius Wand, so he's got that now to help. This is a great synergy, by the way, between having that Joy there, using that Genius Wand, and taking down some of the magic resistance, magic defense of YG. So second turtle's up. There's the pull.
Oh, man. Lucky.
Wow.
He just gets caught off now, and well, we expected the neutralization on Lucky, but because he started off so well, we didn't expect this. Appraiser's Wrath, big bonk Blink as well. There, and look at the Swan Song doing so much. Why are they fighting without Lucky? This is a free turtle anyways. Tong gonna be brought back. OP unable to get a single kill. The force from Team 7 after losing Lucky, Naisu. You can see the desperation and the frustration from Team 7.
I had the same question for myself, man. Why did they decide to fight without their jungler? You might have just given up the turtle anyway. It's unfortunate decision there. It looks like we are going to be taking a bit of a pause, a little bit of a break right now. I think, again, you know, we were just talking about, based off all that swing there, that little bit of a gold lead that they built is now gone. Couple hundred gold lead now over inside for YG. But man, you know, it's again a big question mark on the decision to fight there, and knowing too that you have an Odette across from you, and they got stuck in the turtle pit too. Like they decided to put themselves in that turtle pit, and it puts them in a susceptible position to be swan songed on. You know, it's like that's not where you want to be, and so. Again, you also have to take in consideration, like we were saying, with this Kaja pick that we saw even a couple days, just yesterday. I feel like it was a couple days ago. Just yesterday, the Kaja pick, man. You know, he's like leave it up to Blink. Like I think one of the main things that we're seeing from Blink is his target acquisition on any roam that he ends up picking here, Mirko, because even this, he goes and he's hunting down Lucky because he knows, like, if I can at least get Lucky for now, then that gives us a big advantage when it comes to the rest of the team fight. Later on, it's going to be putting pressure on Opie or anybody that he can really decide that, okay, this is the target we go for here. You can see some of the first items being locked in too, building into the second now. Even for Lena, getting that glowing wand early on is going to be already quite a nuisance to deal with, because you get those, you get the glowing wand stacks on pretty much everybody that's in the Swan Song. And so that helps them kind of win out these fights, especially when you're trying to rely on a Revitalize from Fan with that Gadakacha. It's going to be a little more difficult to make that work here.
No, oh my lord. I don't know what to say anymore, Naisu, right? That early start was so good, but it was just like last game. The first 2 kills going over to Team 7, and YG capitalize on a small mistake, and then they convert on the objectives. Now they go on Tan. I don't really think that's going to be a kill angle, but it might be with immobilization there. Tan taking a half. Dude, that's so much poke. Tan's going to have to regen, and I'm surprised. Oh, man, Blink already there too. Tan's got to be really careful. He's low.
He's very low.
Conceal's
going to be used. I think going to go on a turret.
Flicker Divine Judgment. They go for shut into the Swan Song. The insta-kill. Oh my lord, they're just so crafty. And now with CK, man, the AOG coming through, but it doesn't land on anyone. He goes for the taunt, able to get 2, revitalize as well, but Blink just gets out of there. And it's Lena who picks up a kill. 2 for 0, a free turtle to YG. And all this with a 2-0 lead in the series.
Man, oh man, they just got a whole lot again, and it was started up with Blink. He gave the call. Let's go grab whoever we can under the turret. It doesn't matter if you're under the tier 1. We're going to get a kill anyway. And that glowing wand coming in clutch again, like I said, from Lena. It was able to go ahead and get that stack off, so that even CK on an Esmeralda, who has had a very rough start in this game 3, starting off by being solo killed by Ying earlier on, is just so tough to make it work, and these team fights are going to be favorable over to YG. Fanpok, he's going to have to get out of here, but that's the thing, man. You look at this, it's not like they have a crazy lead. It's just the way that they're approaching these skirmishes in these early team fights to their advantage, playing around the advantage they have. OP does just pick up the Sky Piercer. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and start building up some stacks. We saw him do it in the previous series in that lower bracket final, where OP single-handedly on the Granger was able to change the course of a game. Again, this one, I don't think he's going to single-handedly do anything. He's going to have to rely on everybody from Team 7 to step up to activate OP. They did have a decent start. They had a better start than they've had all series, but that has slipped through their hands already at this point.
Nice. So at this point, if we ever see a dangerous grass for Yangon Galacticos again, we just gotta call it the Yangon grass, right? It's not the dangerous grass. It's their territory. It's their map. And now they go on mid. CK burning down. He still stays alive. That's gonna be Lucky jumping in. Blink does not have Divine Judgment. Lino gonna be walked down. Doesn't have the flicker. An AOG to follow it up. Han will back away, but that's gonna be Blink who gets caught in it. Dashes away, and finally, Team 7 are able to get something back. They get Lena.
They got Lena, but they lost the tier 2 turret as well, man. And that's one of the problems that we're seeing from Team 7 is, they're so focused at reacting to what Yangon Galacticos is throwing at them that sometimes they're not able to keep track of what's happening also on the map. The split pushing happening here, the macro plays that YG is also executing seems to be a big problem with Team 7. So now this Lord is up. Again, not a huge deficit working against. They should be able to still contest it. Looks like they want to. A Divine Glaive for Xian gets picked up too. But look at the placements for Blink. What is Blink going to do here? He goes in with the conceal.
Oh my lord. Divine Judgment, the dangerous grass, Yangon grass catches OP. Now they go for the fight, but Stitch has him on force. Will be able to go for him on force. Flickers out the safety as Ying does damage over Lucky, and he gets baited in. Han still holding it in. Now goes on the CK. Ying still dealing a lot of damage as Stitch waits for the right time to go for Zaman Force again. It's still on cooldown. Shen doing a good job. In the end, it's a good fight for T7, but again, you get to see the value of the Yangon grass for Blink. Stitch, Zaman Force already now onto Tan. It's gonna go in again. and he gets poked down. This is a good fight again for Team 7. Ying already there, like trying beats, and it's a shutdown for CK. Han very low, will be falling as well. Team 7, it's 7-7 right now, and it could not be better for them.
Oh, it might be some lucky number 7s right here for Team 7 in Game 3. All of that to be able to secure the Lord here. Again, a mistake from YG. It was Blink that started up the fight. Yes, they got OP, but OP actually isn't a big threat yet. He's still trying to build up on this Granger. He doesn't have stacks. He doesn't really have anything going just yet except the items. So even if you take him out, use the Divine Judgment to take out OP, you still have a ton of firing power for T7's lineup, and that's what we saw there, especially when that RWO was set up. Lucky is able to go ahead and actually provide quite a bit of damage that works in conjunction with that Eve from CN. So definitely a good swing here for T7. We'll see what they're able to do with this Lord now making its way up top. That's great for them. Looking at the items too, again, that Divine Glaive was a clutch pickup before that fight broke out. But one thing's for sure, Blink is probably going to not make that mistake again. Or if they do, then they're in a better position to actually deal with T7 as approaching here for the next team fight. So right now, Lord's going to be dealt with. Good pressure down bottom as well towards that tier 2 and to the mid lane. YG will try to hold on to this the best they can. A Stitch and Ying will clear out mid. Lord's going to fall here. Blink's positioning. Once again, what's he going to do here? Does he use the conceal? Are they going to try to make a play again? They're going to get the information they need. Lucky will also wait patiently, but it just looks like that's all they get. So the tier 2 turrets do fall, but nothing really much on the base turrets. The shields, though, will have one down bot. That tier 2 still mid lane up, so YG doesn't lose too much off that Lord push.
So though, T7 finally gets some breathing room, right? Like, I think the whole series so far, it's been a complete shutout. The first 2 games, YG domination. So now they finally have a lead. They're finally able to make some proactive moves on the map, and they can finally push YG out of their own jungle. This is a good position. They just got to be very careful, though, against Stitch on the Harith. He's still scaling really, really well. Ying as well on the CC, going to be scaling very well. So I would go as far as to say that YG have just been taking the fights bad, right? A lot of these fights, the execution has just been kind of off, the targeting as well. Maybe they felt like they were just too far ahead to make a mistake, but now they are back to reality where they have to still play around the Harith, around Lina as well. They can't just be going on to OP. Like you said, this is not really a fully built up Granger just yet. No stacks at all. They need to target Shen and Lucky. Those are the 2 guys dealing damage. Those are the 2 guys actually threatening YG as of yet.
Ooh, Winter Crown. Big item pickup here for Lina. Might be able to help him more now that he's got that ability to go ahead and pop that Winter Crown when he does the Swan Song. CK, go ahead and spawn out 2 here. Han and Ying. They might force a fight. Looks like Lucky's going to give the call.
This is forced, man.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. Blink in the back goes in. Able to find it, man. And the Winter Crown is there. Team 7 shouldn't chase it. Should just flank around with OP and Shen. But they get caught, and now Tan gets shredded down. And just as both their members die, Lord spawns in the game. Young and Galacticos recover once again.
Mirko, we called it. We said it earlier on. You know, Blink's probably not going to make the same mistake, and he doesn't. He goes right for the target, gets Shen out. That's a big component to this lineup from T7 and why they won in the last fight. And now they're just going to have to watch this Lord be taken down unless Lucky pulls a miracle. But I don't think he has any opening at all to go in, swoop in, and try to get that retribution. So Lord secured here for YG. They've brought it back in their favor. And now we'll see what T7 can do with this on the defense, if they're able to go ahead and set things up. Now, one thing we're looking at the lineup, again, you look at this lineup, their high ground defense, the capability they have to defend this is good. Like, this kind of lineup should be able to keep them, obviously, still pretty healthy within these base turrets, depending on how they approach it. In terms of YG, if they want to go ahead and press themselves into this base and push into the base, they have the ability to do it, especially when that flicker is available, but they might force a fight even before that happens. Tier 2 going to be worked on here, just a couple hits away. The Lord finally makes his way down to that bottom side, so they'll have to wait a little bit longer for that mid-wave push in that side. Meanwhile, T7 is going to go ahead and keep this here. See how they juggle this around. They want to clear out this Lord before it gets a chance to go ahead and get to this turret. YG in position. Watch out for Blink. He's got a flicker available. is this all they get here? They're not going to be able to get that turret just yet.
Oh, conceal, Blink.
They're going up.
Flicker, Divine Judgment. Lina's right there. Insta-kill. Lucky gets away. Lina caught on the turret. Will be able to flicker out now as Tan goes in for the re-engage. As Han walks up as well. That's a falling star knocking him down. And OP finally gets his first stack of the game. A small win for Team 7.
Ooh, very small win. Again, it was one of those situations where you're thinking, you know, do they have to really pressure into the space or not? Oh, Ying. Okay, Electrifying Beast's going to be used, but I think they just disengage, so they'll do that. But again, it's one of those things where with the Divine Judgment being used and you can't actually get that kill and Swan Song already done, you know, that's kind of your window, right? Like, that's the composition right there. That the majority of that damage and that threat from YG is going to be until eventually also for Stitch, as he continues to build up here, he's now getting that orange buff on this Harith will be quite a bit of a threat. But it works way better if YG's actually able to convert a kill off the Divine Judgment. If they don't, they're almost better on disengaging and then kind of looking at the fight again if they want to go. Here's an Unbreakable charged up. They're going to go for this. It looks like Han will have to disengage. Gets a little bit of damage towards him, but you can start to see OP's damage too is starting to come online here. So 30 seconds away from the Lord. CN picks up a big Winter Crown. Oh, fight here.
Yo, Stitch flickers in forward. What the heck? Gets the kill in the end. They baited out some of the resources as well. That's gonna be the curtain call. Locking Shen down. He flickers out, pops him in the crowd. But look at the Swan Song, and Blink rotates over as well. Kiting back now. Ying over there. Divine Judgment gonna be used, but it's onto Tan. A wrong target to go for. Lina pops him in the crowd, and now Lucky is gonna dive under. Turret gets Blink, and it's a 3-for-2 trade as the Lord spawns in the game. Team 7 won't be looking for the Lord though. They're looking for the end.
See if they can end it here. They will get the base turn. I think they rotate to the Lord now, but it's Ying and Han trying to hold this down. The waves are going to be dealt with. They brought to the turret, so they'll make their way to the Lord. Oh, flicker.
Oh no, they're going to get held down. Oh, Ying picks up the kill, dodges away from the bullets, and Han is there to body block. 10 seconds for Lina now. It's 38 for Tan. I think that was the wrong call for Team 7.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to just freely get the Lord now. It's going to be contested. Han's in position. Stitch is getting that purple buff, and Lina and Blink making their way here. So Han will go ahead and delay it out. They know they have a numbers advantage. They have 20 seconds for Tan to be back up for this fight. Now T7, they have to make a choice. Do they fight this 4v5? Conceal going to be used. Where's Blink going to go here? A quarter health on this Lord.
He's just holding it, man. Lucky. Can he get close enough? No, it's Lina who gets it with the Swan Song. Blink buys the immortality, and YG are happy with just the Lord. They back away. They won't make the same mistake T7 did.
Oh, man. It's just, again, it's some of these decisions coming down to these options of, you know, do we push into the base? Do we get a base turn, or do we make our way to the Lord? And that decision from T7 ends up losing them this Lord, and now back once again on the defense here. Some key items being picked up defensively too for YG as they get ready to march towards this base here. T7 will try to clear things out the best they can for now. But again, this is tough. This is a tough position to be in. Because of that Lord that will eventually slowly make its way towards that bottom side, YG has plenty of time to decide how they want to approach this. Even looking at Ying, you see he's built up defensively, brute force. He's got his radiant armor, oracles as well. Sea Halberd there to help deal with some of that sustainability this lineup that T7 has. So T7 on the same side, CK will pick up a brute force himself, but man, again, it's the hardest part that we're seeing here when these team fights do break out is making sure they don't get Divine Judgment, but you also have to consider the Winter Crowns in play now too, and eventually the Immortalities. So Flord finally making its way towards this bottom side. Blink up front alongside Han. Meanwhile, still a push from Ying up top. You'll have to pop the beats. They should be able to go ahead and slowly take this towards these base turrets here. We'll see if T7 can do anything.
Oh, Blink holding on Divine Judgment now. They're going to go for the shove. It's a charge from Lord, but that's it. Look at the waves cleared up by Lucky. Stitch with a lot of damage. Wishing Lantern now pops in some on-force, gets the base turret. Baits out the real world manipulation. Now AOG over to Blink now as Ying is able to cut away from Lucky. Gets the curtain call down as well. Lina with the Swan Song, but it's not enough damage to take the front line down.
Yeah, I think that was just used to kind of stop them from going. Oh, Divine Judgment!
Oh, Tan walking up a bit too aggressive, wanted to look for more, but in the end, got caught by that Divine Judgment.
Man, it's now, once again, numbers advantage in play. Lina doesn't have the Swan Song. He's still got the Flicker, though. He didn't use it earlier on because I think it was just to deter them. And no, Vengeance pop.
But Ying buys Immortality.
Buys Immortality. They're okay. I think they want this mid turret, though. Knowing still there's 20 seconds plus for Tan. Blink on the other side. They're going to go and force it in.
Let's see if they get enough hits. Oh, Stitch sends them on force wrong way. Blink! Oh my god! Gets the Flicker, Divine Judgment, and even OP wasn't ready for that. He had the Flicker, but he just couldn't react in time.
I don't think he was expecting them to force that.
You blink and you miss it, Naisu.
You blink and you miss it. Lord evolves. It's up, and they're not having a gold laner for T7. They might just have to give this up. Than is back up, but this is just going to be Blitz. Lucky on the other side of the map won't be able to hear in time, so they just have to prep again for the same thing that YG just did, but now down one turret. And with the Evolved Lord 21 minutes into this game, YG will be looking to potentially cap out Game 3 here. This is a tough one for T7. They'll grab what they can and grab the resources that they can. The orange buff, the purple buff here if they can grab it. But this is crucial, man. This is really tough to do. OP has to be locked in here with utilizing the Flicker if he has to. And it's so much harder to do because we all know how the Kaja works, right? Even if Blink doesn't have the Flicker, if he doesn't, but most likely he's going to be using it with a Conceal and towards this base, OP has to play on that backside and have the space to work with. He will pick up a Rose Gold. But again, this is going to be a tough one because of the nature of an Evolved Lord at this point in the game. YG can just take their time, wait for that Lord to approach, and then force it in. Flicker is going to be available as well for Blink. He's got an Immortality, so he can take a chance if he wants to. And Lina this time around too. Expect the Swan Song Flicker combo. Lord finally makes its way to the base. They've cleared out the top lane, mid lane pushing on in. Being on the front side, looking for the yo-yo. He's going to go in. They're going to force it in the mid.
Divine Judgment straight up. RWM as well, but the Swan Song locks him down. Oh my god, AOG! Gets them all, but there's just not enough damage to punish Han. He's too darn tanky. T7 defended though, so they actually kept their losses at a minimal. They got the dub here. Stitched for Tan. Not a single base turret falling from the one in the bottom lane, but that was already taken a long time ago.
I think if you consider that, man, that is a successful defense if I've ever seen one from T7. And now shifting things in their gear, they're going to start to go and try to get some space on their favor. They will clear out this mid lane push, though, so not much is going to happen there. 30 seconds for that Lord to be up, so Stitch will be up as well as Stan. We'll see the 5v5 again. This is a good window for contention, though, now that Team 7 has literally held on for minutes, man. 8+ minutes up to this point. Only losing that one base turn in the bottom. Uh-oh, are they going to force a fight?
Falling Star Moon, no Stitch. They need to get some neutral or some objectives or some structures, and they will be able to do so. Unfortunately for them, Stitch is already back up, and the Lord is going to be spawning, and the far lane is still controlled by YG. That wave in the bottom lane is the best T7 can manipulate it to be right now. Like, it's actually going to be quite slow for YG. So Team 7, they just need to make the gamble right now to fight.
Yeah, they're going to start with the Lord here, getting the space they need. We got Immortalities in play now too for Blink and Han playing into the stand as well. They're going to force them off of that Lord. There's a good chubby wave down bot that needs to be dealt with. It looks like we're going to get a little bit of a breather here in this intense Game 3. 24 minutes in, Miracle, right now. This is a tough one to be in because this Lord most likely could be a game winner for either team. And, you know, you can see here on both sides for YG and also Team 7 kind of discussing on how they need to approach this. So this is about as even of a game that we've seen so far in this series, in this grand final. And even up to this point in this game alone, Game 3, this has been a result of a ton of fortitude and holding on the defense for Team 7. So they're in the best position they've been in throughout the entire game to actually get this Lord and win it, hopefully, if they're able to go ahead and secure things. Now, the hard part about that is, once again, being in a position where you have favorable positioning around the Lord, and then from there being able to make it in a situation where they don't get picked off, by Blink specifically.
Way easier said than done, man, in that position, right? It's so difficult to not get caught by Blink, to have that swan song ready at all times, and now with the winter crown as well. It's so difficult to pick them off. So I don't know, like at this point, they just need to 5v5. I think really for Team 7, they just need to stick to the fundamentals right now. They need to front to back, pure front to back. They cannot let themselves get too overzealous. They cannot walk up randomly. A lot of the fights that have gone to Yangon Galacticos have been the fights where they're just so distracted. Every single angle is distracted, right? So they don't have what it takes to get ready for the Kaja when he comes in. Right now, they just need to play for their carries. They've gone to a point where OP and Yves both are doing enough damage. Yeah. So peel for them. Let Lucky do his own thing, diving into the back. But the Esmeralda and Gata really need to just stick together up until a point where if you see an angle, yes, then you go AOG.
Like you said, man, easier said than done. Here we are back into the game, half health on this Lord, a crucial one at that. It's going to go for a bit of a reset. OP picks up a winner crown himself. Are they going to force this situation, keeping it about under half health? Blink swinging around on that backside. They're going to approach this. Lina using that dangerous scratch. They're going to go for OP.
That's all. Lina gets it. Now Praises Wrath with the retribution. Lucky still gets it somehow. Goes for Electrifying Beast, but Stitch comes in for some on-force late in the fight. Goes for the cleanup. CK low. That's the last Chrono Dash to get CK down. Shan still kiting away against Blink, who has immortality, slows him down, but it keeps his immortality alive. Luckily for T7, they got the Lord, so they will delay it even further. But with the death timers being this high, Naisu, YG might be looking to go for mid.
Yeah, I think they just want to focus on mid. They might have to delay that Lord push down bottom, unless they go. But this is such a risk, though. Lina and Han, they got to heal back up. He's got the Guardian Helm, so he's going to heal here, and he'll just leave it. They're going to go for it.
Yep. Tan has AOG, he'll be able to use it. Oh, he gets canceled twice. Oh, my lord, with a sliver of health, able to escape. Sean has RWM, he needs to go for it now, but they're gonna go for the burst down on him. RWM gets used up. Now the base wide open, the cannon minion. So low, Tan saves the game. 6 seconds on OP. He buys a bit of ground. He's able to buy some time, but YG, they collapse and they get game 3 match point in the grand finals of MSL MM.
YG does it in game 3 again, just when T7 had hopes. They had hopes of potentially winning a game in the series, this best of 7. Yangos Galacticos makes it happen. You can see how good they're feeling about it too. Again, the composure to be able to stop Team 7 from making things happen. A thumbs up from Lina here too. Again, this Odette, man, this Odette, it actually worked really well with this lineup, this composition. And now that has been multiple games now that we've seen from YG with very unique lineups, very unique heroes, man. And then the execution is there. You got to remember too, it's just the ability to find OP was a big part of that last fight. OP even bought a winner crown because he knew, like, I'm going to be targeted. I have to be able to survive it. And even with that, Blink, I said it earlier, man, the target acquisition of Blink on whatever roam he's playing is on point. And that's something that any team that faces against YG has to be concerned with, because it's tough. It's tough to, if you're playing in the golden lane, you're playing in any, even for Cian on that Eve, it was hard for him to kind of approach these fights and stay alive,
For sure. It was just extremely difficult, man, for them. I guess it wasn't easier said than done. I guess it was just easy for them to execute it because the adaptations were just so instant every single time, right, Naisu? We expected the adaptations to come in, but we just didn't expect it to always be as instant as that. They make a mistake and instantly next fight, they do everything perfectly. Another mistake shows up because of the problem solving of Team 7, and then they adapt again. The constant adaptations there, and Team 7, the lack of commitment onto the final lore really, I think, was the big reason as to why they were not able to capitalize on that game. I think while YG were scattered around the place while Stitch was down. They really should have gone for the 50-50, because if not, then it would have just been a complete far lane control from the bottom lane that, you know, they don't really have base turrets on already. Superman is flowing in, and the slow push being built up to an ultimate win for YG that ended up happening the way we said it. It was that far lane that took control.
Yeah. And man, it was like I was hoping, you know, that Team 7 would be able to get this game under their belt, because I feel like they really needed it here, man. You know, I feel like this was that kind of, we started to see in game 3 that morale come to light, and but it was just unfortunate because, you know, this is the thing about Yangon Galacticos, man. They're able to go ahead and punish when they see those little windows of opportunity. This is our MVP for Game 3 here, 7-1 and 8 now for Ying. Back-to-back great games, by the way, you know, in the XP lane from the Arlot to now the CC. And this was a much longer game, but that's the funny thing. If you look at their games and when they previously met during the play-ins for the playoffs, like this was the story, right? We were seeing a lot of 20-plus minute, 22-plus minute games between these two teams specifically. And right now, it's looking very scary if you're Team 7 here, because this was about the closest as it's been so far in these 3 games. And I feel like they are making the proper adjustments. They are starting to not just, you know, have these compositions or relying on, for example, OP, but essentially as the game went on, it was almost in that sense where, again, if Lucky or CN goes down, you lose a big component of that. Now, there was a couple times where it's like, all right, they're going to go for OP. Even if they Divine Judgment OP, maybe that's not going to be the best target to go for. But towards the end of the game, it didn't matter, because if you got OP, then you kind of just, you split up the rest of the squad. We saw that a lot too, where they were just kind of trying to zone out the Eve here for CN and to help win those team fights. So YG kind of adjusted, and that's what I was saying. What makes YG so strong that we've seen now from game to game to game, even yesterday, is their adaptability within the game, right? And they're able to go ahead and make the right calls and adjustments that they need once they are in the game and in these crucial parts, especially around these objectives.
Very intelligent players, man. And you really get to see, you know, Coach Mar's vision as well, because a lot of times you would have an amazing draft like this, but you would just have players who are not able to execute the plan that was set in motion by the coach in the drafts. But in this case, Coach Mars, together with, again, the whole team here, executing his vision so well, you just get a very good display of MLBB in the end, right? Because even for Team 7, this was their best shot, I would say, across the last 3 games.
Yep.
Of getting a win against Yangon Galacticos. Game 1, Game 2, a complete outdraft. Here, they tried something different. It was something that definitely could still win, which that was the result we got. But for Team 7, they have the better standard fundamental drafting. They even got a few good wins here through winning against YG's ridiculous dive/pickup composition through playing the proper front to back. But every time you see them chase Naisu, that's when YG took advantage of Team 7's composition. That's when they took advantage of their own. Here as well, look, the chase happens and it opens up so much space for Xian to get picked off like that. Blink instantly goes in for the Divine Judgment, and the combo is something that you just cannot deal with. Lina goes Swan Song. Early on, you could actually deal with it, but later in the game with the Winter Crown, you can't do anything. You just have to sit there, wait, and watch as your teammate gets song to death. I don't know. What do we call it? Yeah,
it's the type of song where you just get goosebumps, man. You get goosebumps and you just die, basically.
It's the type of song that kills you, man.
Hey, it's the swan song, buddy. You know, I guess that's how it works. But again, it's just one of those things where like you're not going to see the Odette picked up by a lot of teams, but the fact that YG is confident enough in someone like Lina, who again has a ton of experience even internationally, it ends up working out here. But you can also see the weak point of having that Odette, right? Once that Swan Song is expended, and let's just say you aren't able to actually convert a kill there, it can leave this window of opportunity for the opposing team to actually punish you. And we saw that a couple times, and why I would say once T7 had some of that defense, you know, in terms of the magic defense items that they needed, once they were able to survive some of those moments, it worked for them. But even here, like that, this ending, right? The Swan Song with the Winter Crown right under the base is just kind of what we saw from YG. it was a valiant effort from T7 to really try to extend that game. Again, that was the best that we've seen so far up to the series, 3 games in. And if we look at it in a way, it's like, okay, they have improved from game to game to game. I know game 2 was just kind of crazy, like what we saw from YG. But overall, I feel like they made the proper adaptations that they needed here in game 3. I'm trying to think, what can they do? Because it's not as like we were saying for the draft, man, it's not like you can really counter what we're seeing from Yangos Galacticos by draft, because of the fact that they're so far some of the most unique picks that we've seen, right? So it's like, if the draft is as is, and we just kind of cover our bases, especially what we've seen from them, especially jungle bans and whatnot, it's more so of how can we activate ourselves, right? How can we activate ourselves, and in terms of the execution here, I think even something as simple as not dying first blood first minute in is a step in the right direction. You know what I mean? Like, those small things really can build up and help here. So, they're facing right now match point, championship point currently for YG. We're going to give our players a little bit of a breather and a time to go ahead and recalibrate here, especially here for Team 7. They need it. Me and Mirko need it. We are going to be taking a short break here before we jump into potentially the last game of this grand final, this best of 7. It cannot end in a sweep, right? So grab your snacks, hydrate while you guys can. We will do the same. We'll be taking a short break. Again, I'm Nice. That's Mirko. We'll be back after this.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ အားသက်စရာ စဈေးနှုန်းပြခန်းသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာဈေးနှုန်းပြခန်းသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
The Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the grand finals. We're already midway or potentially towards the end of it. I'm Naisu, this is Mirko to bring you the grand finals here for the MSL Myanmar Season 2 Grand Finals. The qualifier to the MS7 World Championship. And right now, it is championship point, match point for Yagnos Galacticos, man, against Team 7. When we just thought Team 7, Mirko, would have a potential chance to win Game 3, it slipped out of their hands once again, now sitting at 3-0 for YG. We've already thrown some ideas out there on what could happen, you know, what exactly Team 7 needs to do, and it really just came down to execution, because the draft you kind of throw out the window if you guys have missed the previous games or even the yesterday's games. And you know, YG is one of the teams out there that bends the rules of the draft. And so really when it comes down to it, I think for Team 7, maybe just go to comfort here for Game 4 and just execute better than you have in the previous games.
Yeah, they tried a crazy strat in game number 3, so they've already gotten that out of the way, right? That's the best time, by the way, to get your experimental draft out. When you're already 2-0 up, when morale's at an all-time high, you can still go for those experimental drafts. And if you win, again, big morale boost. So game 4, I would say, keep it simple. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe don't go for the same draft you did in game number 3. I still think, you know, that is a composition that it just was tailor-made for that specific game because of the joy pickup, right? In the next game, I think just go through the fundamentals again, because I think they've already kind of destroyed Team 7 and their morale right now. It's at an all-time low. They've tried everything. They got so close with an amazing draft in game number 3, and they fell short. So game 4, if Yangon Galacticos don't overthink the situation, if they don't go for anything too crazy, and they just stick to their strengths, I feel they have what it takes to just go and sweep this. Even though, again, before this grand final started, before MSL MM started, I don't think any of us, including Leo from yesterday, would expect a full sweep in the grand finals.
It's you know, we've seen some sweeps in other regions, mine included, for the grand finals, man. But it's just, you know, it's sometimes it's just that case again where some teams, you know, the way that they perform up in the regular seasons and then the play-ins and everything else, once they get to the grand finals, there's, you know, sometimes it's like they're laying it all on the line. It's just sometimes the opposing team is just able to kind of bring these strategies or the compositions or just even down to the execution better, and it results into these sweeping grand finals. Now, that's not to say, again, I think if anything, it's way better that we saw Team 7 play Game 3 the way that they did, because that gives them a kind of a better morale boost going into Game 4, right? It's way better that it was that case instead of being a stomp Game 3, because then your morale would just be, you know, down on the dirt. So this is something that they can take and say, you know, we almost had Game 3. Let's just focus here on this next game, not think about it as, you know, championship point or anything like that. Let's just go in with Game 4 with our game plan, with what we want to bring to the table, and just play better than we did last time. I think that's the key component here for Team 7 to get a game under their belt to extend this grand final series. And yes, it's difficult. It's so much easier said than done, obviously. But, you know, for Yangon Galacticos, man, they've been very clean. They've made some minor mistakes from game to game. But nonetheless, it's hard to find that weak point in their armor. You know, when we look at the way YG is playing, we're going to see what random map we get here for Game 4.
Again, don't mind that game 3. This is going to be game 4 that we're heading into this. Are we going to get broken walls for once here? Come on, broken walls. Okay, it's going to be expanding rivers. No broken walls just yet. Expanding rivers. It's probably the most... I feel like expanding rivers is probably the most like non-changed, right, map that we had from what we were used to. It's literally just expanding the river little speed buff that you get when we used to have it as a much smaller portion of that river map. So here we go. We got the switch up of sides. We are going to see a Hellcurt ban and that Fanny ban come through. There's the YSS and the Grok. What are we going to see Team 7 prioritize here? Do we still see blue side priority being CC?
Yes, sir. The CC prioritization has been really, really good again for Team 7. I don't know if they want to go for it again, though. It's been good for YG. In Game 1, they decided to pick up the CC first, and they were able to win with it. But after that, Team 7, when they got their hands on the CC, it hasn't really worked well for them. So, still the same drafts, by the way. They will ban out the Hellcurt. They will respect Han and his signature pick on the Guinevere. And it's the Yi Sun Shin plus Grok combination here in the bans, YG. At this point, it really just looks like they are going to go for comfort. Coach Mara seems very, very comfortable. The Uranus will be banned out here. A really good pick for every single team in Myanmar so far. But Team 7, despite the fact that they haven't been able to find success in the CC, will still pick it up. It's too expensive to let it go like that. But that means YG can just go back for the Jusin. This could be a repeat of game number 2, Naisu.
Could be, especially with this. Interesting. There it is. The Jushin's brought up. Oh, the Baksha open too. You know, it's interesting to see the way that even the draft happened here. You know, with this. So I don't know. It's definitely hard here. I think part of this, when you look at it, is like, what does Team 7 bring to complement this CC? They're going to get the Eve, which did work out. You know, in essence for Xian really well. Helped them deal with some of the objective fights and later on towards the team fights. But even so, knowing that you're against a Baksha and a Jushin, that's a lot to deal with in terms of like utility and also that front lineness that you have here in terms of the Baksha and the rotation. That's one thing that we've been seeing. You know, we just had this discussion in the last draft, man. You know, Han on these utility junglers. You know, it's not like he did anything crazy on the Fredrin in the last game. So I feel like, but he was still a stalwart in the jungle and when it came to the objectives, and that's what you can do in the Baksha as well.
Man, the Baksha has been an amazing pick again. Also for AI, they were able to get their first game, their only game against Team 7 through the Baksha pick. And now that Yangon Galacticos, a team that has had Team 7's number every single way of the grand final so far, they get their hands on the Baksha, the Jusin as well. This is the ultimate prio in the meta. We mentioned to keep things simple, but YG are getting not just the simple picks, but the best picks in the meta. Baksha, Jusin, now what do they go for? Do they just go for the Granger? Because I feel like at this point, it'll be strange not to see the Granger. They can also go for the Gatot Kacha, obviously, if they just want the classic. But there you go. The signature Yangon Galacticos, man. You already have some really strong, simple picks. You need to add a dash of ridiculousness there, a dash of chaos into the lineup, and it was the Benedetta that showed up in game 1 that will show up here in game number 4 as well, possibly the final game, and Ying gets a pick like this against the Yves. Naisu, it's going to be so difficult for Team 7 to play around this Yves now.
Oh, they're gonna have to, man, too. I think you know, this is the Benedetta is a great pick towards the Eve. So you're sitting here thinking, okay, still as we get through these second bans, the second phase bans here, the gold lane is going to be interesting, right? I mean, for this one, because you already have that Granger being banned out. I'm not sure if the Harith is gonna the Harith is gonna slip through here or not. But we could potentially see something different. I mean, for the majority of this matchup that we've been talking about, even leading into it, Stitch versus OP, that was the player head-to-head that we had. You know, OP primarily has had a whole lot of time on that Granger, but this time he's not going to get it. So Glue is being banned out here. What's the last focus? Are they still going to go for gold lane option, or do they swing in something else here? They still need to go ahead and see what the roam is going to be plus the gold lane here for YG. And I think even so, it's like you can't really tell with YG. They could still kind of swerve into these last two picks And I think that's why one of the hard things for the bans is they go with the chip. So the chip Guinevere was something that really devastated Team 7 back in Game 2. And so they will deal with that through the bans. So that's not going to pop up. No more chip here. So what does this leave for Rome? Are they going to go Rome or Gold? That next pick for YG. They could pick up. It's left open for Rome.
Should just be Harith first, I think.
Just go Harith. And then see what Blink ends up with. Like I said, Khalid being still open. There's the Harith, like you mentioned. So gold lane secured. We'll see what Blink pulls out. Again, he's one of the players that we've had a lot of our eyes on so far throughout the MSL. Has been able to do so much on a variety of Rome picks. Now for Team 7, this is the crucial moment where they can round out these first 3 picks that they got to potentially win them a game here in this grand final.
They gotta go for a crazy pick, man. The Hilda comes in, but in the gold lane, there's, well, that Granger band ended up shooting themselves in their own. Oh, I was thinking more of like, yeah, sure, the Hilda comes through, but I was thinking maybe like an Atan or a Claude to go up against the Harith and to play into the late game, but with this composition, now it's all in on early game Naisu. Yes, they have scaling in Yves and CC, but the scaling I don't think is like all... Oh, man, I think I personally would have wanted to see the CC and XP instead of the gold lane, because that's your only answer to the Baksha without the glue here. Now that the CC is in the gold lane, you won't be able to participate around the first turtle, and it does look like YG are just going to go for the Badang. Extra punish on the very... short range composition aside from the Eve, obviously, but CC, Khalid, Hilda, if they all group together or if they just walk to the wrong bush, they're going to get obliterated by the Badang and then the combo that follows.
And this is one of those heroes that we saw pick up by Yangos Galacticos even back in the play-ins. You know, this is, so again, it's Blink with that
an old
hero
signature
pool, the signature that he has in this Badang. So Team 7, they're going to have to go ahead and dig deep in this game 4. We'll take a look at their lineups here in just a second. Once again, as they prep into this, the Land of Dawn for game 4, facing that match point, that championship point for YG. Does T7 bring the best of the best to this table with this lineup? A Hilda can help provide the vision that they need alongside a Khalid, but the gold lane CC, a test for OP specifically, who has been primarily on the Grangers from their last series up until now. This is, again, once a moment where they have to step up to make this happen. Oh, I was going to lead us into the Land of Dawn here, but it looked like there was already early action happening. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 4, championship point right now for YG. Yangos Galacticos potentially on the verge of getting that spot to the grand, or to M7, the grandest stage there of MLBB Esports. M7, the slot for the taking. It's in reach. Can YG make it happen, or will we see Team 7 extend this series and bring a game under their belt?
They even got the early lead here up against the Khalid that really needs to be the one pressuring in the early game. No flicker means that they can actually walk up aggressively, and you can see the leash here done by the Badang. Taking a look at the emblems, Ying on the concussive blast again, just like in game number 1. So he's going to be looking for full prio, but that's why CK has also been given the concussive blast. It's a battle in the XP lane for prio as YG look to build up a lead that will end Team 7's run and that will push them to the M7 World Championship.
Okay. Very slow start, but hold on. Up in the river, there's some action up there.
Ooh.
Oh, first blood from Blink.
That's what I was saying, man.
Missed it, I guess.
Exactly. The flicker that was burned earlier, it's so big for the Khalid in the early game, man. Now it's first blood to Blink, the Khalid that needs to get value early game. You don't see the value in him, man. He's no Fredrin.
Yeah, he's not for this one right now, too, with this little bit of a lead that they've gotten themselves. They're going to get in position for this turtle. And, you know, with that, still trying to get some of these level 4s available to them. Fan's going to be careful here. He's going to poke down Han a little bit. CK now joining the fight on this far side.
Shield Unity pops into Poisons as well, is able to dish out a lot of damage. Shen on the back line, going to be caught as well, though. So far, utility for mid lane, but that's going to be 2 on the board as that's Ying taken very low. But they stay alive. Turtle over towards Team 7, traded for a kill on Shan. Who's that worth for?
Well, for Team 7, the best thing that they were able to do is, you know, get that kill and Lucky was able to get the turtle. So in that sense, you know, it keeps things under control. It's not some massive lead or anything, but based on how that first blood went over to Blink, you know, that's going to be okay. Look at Lina picking up a Sky Piercer already. So getting that
first item.
Yeah, first item, wants to get these stacks. We've seen this before, man. You know, the Jushins with the, if they get the stacks early on, it's crucial. Grab the code while you can too, guys. By the way, thank you so much for joining us during this MSL English stream over here from Myanmar to see who our representatives from Myanmar is going to be for the M7. Again, we thank you guys for joining us. It's been one heck of a ride these past 2 days here on the stream, and so far, you know, I know a lot of people aren't hoping for that sweep from YG. We need to see
but YG are still ahead. It's just Lucky.
Yeah, it's just Lucky making it. He's gonna have to rely on a little bit of luck here, man. I think for this Hayabusa, he can continue to scale up. That'd be the best thing. There's some pressure here on this side of the jungle, though. YG, what do they want to do? You know, they had a lead for a little bit, but it's been whittled down now to basically even out things. So great to see Team 7 fighting back for this. Once again, they're going to have to continue to do that, right? Scale up here. I think one of the biggest components to this, though, and maybe one of the weak points, is, again, how is this gold lane CC going to scale through the later portion of this game, you know? It's already great that Lucky is having the lead that he has, but eventually, you know, Stitch is going to be providing a lot more throughput in terms of damage on the Harith like we've seen before. And so now this turtle's coming up. Last one of the game so far. Team 7 has secured 2 of those turtles. We'll see if they're able to get the third one. Keep an eye on positioning for Blink here. They're going to get in position to try to get the upper hand. The Tier 1 turret's going to be worked on up top. Stitch can't get it just yet, though. So now with Turtle up, let's see what happens here. No big leads for either side. No turrets down just yet, too. Everybody wants to be a part of this fight. This last turtle of the game could change the momentum for this one.
Lina in the mid lane is suffering a bit of poke there. You can see the glowing wand on him, placed down by Shen. He's doing a good job at zoning the back line right now, but final blow to the back right there. Quad shot landing as well, but Han is consistent with that retribution. Ying gets eye for an eye, Crimson Beacon as well, but the real world manipulation catches him over. Stitch with him on force, jumps over to Shen, gets the kill back. Now Lina coming in. Oh, double pin down from Blink. CK still doing a lot of damage. Stitch able to flicker out. Lucky goes over to Quad Shadow again. This time just with the shurikens, takes Blink out. Lina with the flicker back. That's a Sky Piercer again, and he's looking for more. CK with the chase into the bush. She goes. Lina still getting the front line of Han, and Stitch goes back up top.
Oh, a trade back and forth.
Oh,
Stitch is quite low here. He's got to be careful. CK is going to be able to find him. Oh, no, he's going to go. Oh, Stitch.
A lot of damage. Has a chrono dash. That's going to be Stitch turning things around, but CK survives with the help of OP.
Oh, man, I don't, you know, Stitch was so low. He knew that multiple members of T7 were still around, so there you go. T7 fought for the turret. They're going to finally get it up the top side. They lost that last turtle, but that's okay. I think they're going to be happy about that. Han could be in trouble here. He's deep. He's starting the jungle. He is tanky enough, but can he get away?
I think so. There's no real lockdown for now, but that lockdown was there. RWM as well. Wait, Lina gets taken out by Lucky. Unstoppable. Now it's CK holding that bush. Lina's down, so the Sky Piercer stacks again will be depleted by quite a bit as they get a tier 1 in the mid lane, and they finally get the lead in game number 4.
Hey man, Lucky has been playing this Hayabusa like all day today, and finally in the game that they needed it to happen, he has a phenomenal game already, sitting at 5-0-1, continuing to scale up. You know, there is a problem that they have to deal with still from YG. They need to be able to go ahead and control Lina. Lina was stacking up here, though you can see it. He's even gonna get a little bit more defense to deal with this. You know, he's got a glowing wand now too, and we've seen the Jushin scale really well. But so far, Lucky has had a great start to this game. Lord is coming up here, and now they're in a good contest territory. He's going to go ahead and start it up. Look at the positioning that T7 has. You're going to have a fast rotate down here with these expanding rivers, half health on this Lord. Can YG fight this? They might just square off. Ying looking for an opening. They're going to go.
They go for the guy in front. That's going to be the kill. Oh, what a final blow, Petri! Stitch gets the kill. Lucky somehow still able to get the retribution on the back of a losing team fight. but it's YG who get the advantage still. They're gonna go for the tier 1 and possibly the tier 2 as well. Shan's the guy you would look to clear out these waves, and he's just not alive right now. YG gonna go for it. Lucky does land the quad shadow, and YG respect it. They don't want to push in forward. They know they got the win, and they don't want to risk losing it.
Oh man, Lucky, like I said, Lucky is digging deep here. Mirko gets the Lord for them. Even though they lose that fight, you know, and he's been carrying things really well into this game, this should give the rest of the team the opportunity to go ahead and find their own fighting form. Fan could be in trouble here. He does get this break, this cracked in. This Lord, though, they're going to push.
They're going to go all in onto Han. That's not a bad... that's really bad. Ying final blow gets Shan. They get the utility jungler, but the carries are all still alive. As that's an eye for an eye to get him out to safety. That's a flicker. Lina goes in and gets the Sky Piercer shut down. Unlucky. And they clear out mid again. YG walk away with a winning team fight.
Oh my goodness, and the fact that Ying survived that after he went in, I mean, you called it. The Ying final blow is basically what he was able to do under the Lord, man. And surviving when Lucky was hunting for him down, and then a good punish from Stitch and Lina. Lina is that problem. You know, 8-2-2 right now, stacked up on his Sky Piercer, is a big issue to deal with if you're Team 7. So now with this, the Lord was dealt with. You know, you have this bit of a gold lead that YG has, but it's not even about the gold lead here. It's these team fights that are breaking out. And, you know, Lucky can only do so much on a Hayabusa. He's been able to do it for the majority of the game, but now that we transition towards, you know, mid to late game transition, some of that responsibility has to be on the rest of the lineup here. And that's why I was saying, you know, even as we take a look at the instant replay brought to us by Infinix, you see this fight, Electro final blow used down here. He didn't even have the Petrified to be able to actually use it for that, but it still sets up. And then he survives this, right? He survives with the eye for an eye, gets out of Lucky's range, and they capitalize off of it. So now if you're looking towards Team 7, like I said, this is where we need to see what is going to happen here for Shan and OP. Can they actually come in with these heroes that they picked up? Ying actually going to be okay? Do they actually go for a counter engage here? They're going to focus around on this top side, but they will just kind of keep things under control. Stitch double buffed up, by the way.
Big moves by YG there up top. It was an attempt from Team 7. They do bait out the Crimson Beacon, and with the Lord spawning in 13, I guess they'll have it down for a bit longer, but I don't really think YG care about that, right? Lina is so safe in the back, so safe in fact that he got a Sky Piercer first item and he's not really getting punished that much. Shan has been the one punished a bit more, despite the fact that we thought we were going to see Team 7 play for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things for Lina, you know, where it's just he started out strong, knew that he had the confidence to be able to play around the space with this Jushin pick that's been doing so well, especially as we saw, it's one of the most picked heroes here for MSL Myanmar. Now the fight for the space around this Lord, crucial. 13 minutes in, look at the poking happening here too. Fan's got to be really careful not to get a little overzealous and overstep towards this side. He's going to go ahead and heal up with Quicksand Guard. That's going to be fine. Han picks up a Radiant Armor to help deal with some of that damage being pumped out from Xian. So CK providing some of the vision, but they're going to blitz down this Lord. Quarter of health here.
He's going to go in. Radiant Sandstorm again. Red Tree this time will be won by Han, and Shen gets deleted by the final blow again. They're not doing good enough to peel for Shan. OP caught in the pin, and Lina gets another 2 stacks on Sky Piercer.
Oh, this is going to be tough. They see the tier 2 turret down in the mid lane. They're still going to pressure in. They know they've got a numbers advantage with 2 down.
Oh no.
Are they going to push in?
That's the base turn, the mid lane falling. CK trying to defend, gets covered. Shield Unity, fist crack as well through the wall. Lucky with a desperate shadow kill. It's just him left. Young Gun Galacticos dance in the chaos that others fear. Clash after clash, storm after storm. The ghosts of last season fade as they sweep T7 clean 4-0. And now they set their eyes on M7, where every international titan must look over their shoulder because the Galacticos from Myanmar are coming.
You can see the emotions here. This isn't just a victory, it's a statement. It's a promise that the world stage will feel their presence. Myanmar has awaited this moment, and Yangon Galacticos just kicked that door wide open in a sweeping fashion. Once again, congratulations to them. Emotions here high for YG, as it should be, and a great championship moment for them. In just a minute, we're going to be showing it over to our hosts here. It looks like we're going to do that just now. Let's go ahead and listen in on our champions, YG. Again, a sweep here in the grand final. Unique picks, unique compositions. Let's throw it over on stage.
A chain, Sheila, Borgo, Daroga, the Kego, the Charlie go to shoot Kazalaya, Pipashin. Tazloshi, young uncle Letty go, Lakota Lane, Daro, Chimia Bella Jamlashi.
Tie, a cook poison out, the KO Chilo County poison man, or the KO Titan and Su, YG and the Sokuyashi Donna in our Pipai. Oh, by a Kusolution or the M7 World Championship go, Shangon Letty goes gonna be Titan and a Yayu Yasha Pipai. Okay, well, Kulumio, accounts of one on also T, Lone who break the team, but Timala out the performance in it. So, yeah, big at the team 7 goal at our notice is in Ima. The Kego counted performance to Daro Tammy Jamadi, Zero Kulumio. No, the KO performance day, Kanga Piake, Shango Gladi goes, Daro, Alemani, Alijueva, what our Peko Jamaishi. Winning moment, the KO Piabo County, no? Hold on, I'll be like Jamlashi, Shango Gladi go! Okay, well, that's Lucy. Patamos on the Biotinaro, Golong Goda, congratulations to Biotimai. So, Towns and Diamond Daro, winning interview Pipai. So, Holomio champion Sugo, Titan Tatane, so cool Kate Pomao, Pabiotina Yashile.
Can I say good? I check out Pio Vai. Hello, Pimelo, Manavida.
Singing a tinker, Kazaja de Bodas. You
can I check out, drop your wife. Can I say?
ကျွန်တော်ညီ3ယောက်ကိုနိုင်ငံခြားပို့ရမှာဆိုတော့ပို့ပြီးပြောပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ online ရရင်လာအားပေးလူတွေရောအပြင်ကလာအားပေးတဲ့လူတွေရောအားလုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ online ရရောဒီရရောလာအားပေးတဲ့သူတယောက်ချင်းလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီတက်ပို့ပြီးတော့စူးစမ်းသွားအောင်ကျွန်တော်ယုံကြည်ပေးတဲ့ 1G အကိုတွေကိုလုံးလည်းအများကြီးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မယုံကြည်ဘဲနဲ့တောက်တင်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့လူတွေအားလုံးလည်းကျွန်တော်ဘာလုပ်နိုင်လဲဆိုတာပြသခဲ့ပါပြီပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အလုံးမှာရှိတဲ့ newborn မသက်စီအကုန်လုံးကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့လိုအပ်တဲ့အချိန်တိုင်းမှာအမြဲတမ်းကူညီပေးနေခဲ့လို့ Daddy ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်အားပေးရတဲ့အတွက်လည်းအားလုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ် 1G အားပေးရတဲ့အတွက်လည်းအများကြီးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
Thank you for everything. Thank you for your support. I think I'm the only Filipino who's playing on Myanmar now. The good thing, I believe in these boys. Okay, from day one until now. Okay, you did your best, and this is the right time. We're going to represent the Myanmar. Please trust us and please support us. This is not our dream anymore. This is a dream for Myanmar. Okay. We love you so much.
Now time may go to Kumijima, Bono. Time worry, Massatin game, Dilomio, champion people to Trita Gabula.
အဲ့ဒါတော့ကျွန်တော်ရှေ့ interview မှာလည်းအများကြီးဖြေခဲ့ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော် YG သင်းကိုရောက်ပြီဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ရည်ရွယ်ချက်ကတစ်ခုတည်းပါပဲအချိန်တိုင်းချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ဖို့ပါပဲချန်ပီယံဆိုတဲ့ချန်ပီယံမဟုတ်ဘူးဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကြာရှုံးတာပါပဲ
နောက်တစ်ယောက်အနေနဲ့ကိုဘလစ်ဖြည့်ပေးပါအောင်မှာအကုန်လုံးကစောင့်နေကြပြီအဖြေတွေကို
ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ဖို့ယုံကြည်ကြရတော့100%ပါကျွန်တော်ဒီလူတွေနဲ့အကုန်လုံးယုံကြည်ပြီးသားမလို့
โอเคပါဒါဆိုရှင်ကိုစစ်ကရောဘယ်လိုမျိုးလဲဖြည့်ပေးပါအောင်
ကျွန်တော်ကတော့ထွေထူးပြောစရာမရှိပါဘူးအစားတည်းကယုံကြည်ပြီးသားပါကျွန်တော်လူတွေဒီပွဲစားကလေးကကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးလည်းယုံကြည်ပြီးသားပဲပြီးတော့ဒီချန်ပီယံဖြစ်မယ်လို့လည်း100%ယုံကြည်
ဒီဝင်းမှာကျွန်တော်ရှေ့ regular season မှာဆိုအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးနေကျွန်တော်ကြော်ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့မှဒီ play ရင်လည်း play ရောမှာအကောင်းဆုံးလုပ်နိုင်ပြီးတော့ champion ရမယ်လို့လေတခါရေးတွက်ပြီးသားပါကျွန်တော်တို့က play ရောရောက်တယ်က champion ဆိုတော့တွက်ပြီးသားမလို့ရင်းရောကျွန်တော်ပြောရဆိုပဲဘယ်လိုလဲကျွတ်တွက်ပြီးသားကြီးပါ
ကျိုတီတိထားပြီးရတယ်သူက play in တွေကသူကမှန်ပြီးသားပေါ့ဟုတ်လား champion ရော
champion တော့အစားရတော့မှန်းတာပေါ့ဒါပေမဲ့မလွယ်ဘူးဆိုတော့သိရတယ်ကျွန်တော်တင်း7ရောအရင်ရောပဲတင်းတက်လာကျွန်တော်ကောင်းစောမယ်လို့ပြင်ဆင်လာပြီးတော့ကြားတယ်
โอเคပါဟုတ်ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နောက်ထပ်မေးခွန်းအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်အတာ coach ကိုဒါမေးချင်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ MSL season 2ရဲ့ champion လည်းဖြစ်လာပြီနိုင်ငံခြားလည်းသွားပြီးတော့ ဆော့ပြရမယ်ဆိုတော့ဘာတွေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြင်ဆင်ထားမို့လို့မယ်လို့ထင်လဲ
ကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းလိုနေသေးတယ်အမားလေးတွေကိုထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြင်ဆင်လိုက်ရင်တော့ international မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးလုပ်ပြနိုင်မယ်လို့ယုံကြည်ပါတယ်
โอเคပါဟုတ်ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နောက်ဆုံးအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်အပိနေရအခုလိုမျိုးလုံးဝကိုဒီအကျိတ်နဲ့အပိနဲ့ပြည်သက်ကြီးအတွက်လည်းတယောက်ချင်းစီကအပိဖို့အတွက်ပေါ့နော်နောက်ထပ်စကားလေးပြောပြပါအောင်တယောက်ချင်းစီလေးအကုန်လုံးကိုပြောပြပါအောင်
ကျွန်တော်တို့အခုချိန်ထိစောင့်ပြီးအားပေးနေတဲ့ပြည်သက်ကြီးအားလုံးကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုဒီအားပေးနေတဲ့တယောက်ချင်းစီတိုင်းကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီတက်ပို့ပြီးတော့လောက်နေအောင်လည်းစူးစမ်းတော့ပါမယ်လို့ပြောတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးတဲ့လူတွေရောအားမပေးတဲ့လူတွေရောကျေးဇူးများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်
ဒီချိန်ထိကျွန်တော်တို့ဒုက္ခခံပြီးတော့လာအားပေးတဲ့ပြည်သက်တယောက်ချင်းစီတိုင်းကိုကျေးဇူးများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်
ကျွန်တော်လာဆဲခဲ့တဲ့လူတွေရောလာပြီးတော့အပိစကားပြောခဲ့တဲ့လူတွေရောအကုန်လုံးကိုကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်အဓိကကျေးဇူးတင်နေတာကတော့ကျွန်တော်မိဘတွေပေါ့အမေရဲ့ဖေကိုတကယ်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကိုကျောင်းတစ်နှစ်နားဝင်ပေးပြီးတော့စူးစမ်းဝင်ပေးရတဲ့အတွက်လည်းတကယ်ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့online တွေရော offline မှာရောလာအားပေးလူတွေလည်းအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်ပေါ့နောက်ဆုံးအချိန်ကြီးပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့တဲ့အချိန်ကြီးအားပေးနေလူတွေအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးပါတယ်နောက်လည်းအားပေးပါဦး
အခုလိုမျိုးဖြေချပေးရတဲ့အတွက်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ congratulation လို့ထပ်ပြောပြရစေရှင်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်တော့ဒီ YG player ရောပရိသတ်ကြီးရောစောင့်မျှော်နေတဲ့အချိန်ဖြစ်တဲ့ဒါဘာအချိန်ဖြစ်မလဲရန်ကုန် Galacticos Champion ဆုကြီးကိုချီးမြှင့်လို့ရပါပြီရှင်ရန်ကုန် Galacticosရန်ကုန် Galacticos
YG အသင်းကချန်ပီယံဆုကိုကင်မြောက်လို့ရပါပြီနော်
YGโอเค Okay ပါဟုတ်ကင်မရာအကိုတွေလည်းရှေ့ကနေတော့နည်းနည်းလေးဖိတ်ပေးကြပါလားနော်အရှိမ audience တွေကဒါတို့ကြည့်နေလို့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့အခုဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒီ M7 World Championship ကိုစုကူရရှိသွားတဲ့သူကတော့ရန်ကုန် Gladiators ဖြစ်ပါရဲ့ရှင်โอเคပါဆိုတော့ရန်ကုန် Gladiators တွေဒါတို့ထုံးစံအတိုင်းပေါ့နော်ဒါတို့စုချင်းငွေလေးစုအစီအစဉ်လေးလာတော့ရှိပါတယ်ဒါကိုမချိုကနေပြီးတော့တစ်ချက်လောက်ဒါတို့ဆက်ပြီးတော့ပြပြပေးပါအောင်ရှင်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့စုလက်ဆောင်ပေးဖို့အတွက် Infinite Mobile ရဲ့ Marketing Manager ကိုစော်လွင်ဝန်းကိုစုချင်းမြင့်ဖို့အတွက်စင်မြင့်မော်ကိုဖိတ်ခေါ်ခြင်းပါတယ်ရှင်
7 World Championship ရန်ကုန် Gladiators
ကိုစော်လင်ကိုစုလက်ဆောင်လေးချီးမြှင့်ပေးပါအောင်ရှင်ဟုတ်ကဲ့အခုလိုမျိုးစုတစိတ်များချီးမြှင့်ပေးပါတော့ကိုစော်လင်ကိုဂျမ်းမဲကျေးဇူးတင်ရှိပါတယ်ရှင်ညီမလေးနောက်ထပ်စုတစိတ်ချီးမြှင့်ပေးဖို့အတွက်ဖိတ်ခေါ်ပေးပါအောင်
ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါရှင်နောက်ထပ်အနေနဲ့စုချင်းငွေ200ကို Vigo Energy Drink မှာဒီ brand manager ဖြစ်တဲ့ဒီမထထခေကိုအတားတို့ဖိတ်ခေါ်ချင်ပါတယ်အတားတို့ကိုစုလေးချီးမြှင့်ပေးပါအောင်ရှင်ဒါတော့အတားတို့ဒီ MSL ကိုဖြစ်မြကိုကြီးပေးထားတဲ့ offshore beverage partner ဖြစ်တဲ့ဒီ Vigo ကနေပြီးတော့ဒီချီးမြှင့်တဲ့200ကျပ်ဖြစ်ပါရဲ့ရှင်โอเคပါအခုလိုမျိုးစုများကိုချင်းမြင့်ပေးကြပါတော့မထထခင်ကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါရှင်โอเคပါဒါဆိုရှင်ဒါတို့နောက်ဆုံးတစ်ခေါက်လောက်ပေါ့နော်အပိတ်လေးအနေနဲ့ရန်ကုန် Gladiators ကိုဒါတို့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဂုဏ်ပြုလိုက်ရင်ကောင်းမလား
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့နောက်ဆုံးတစ်ခေါက်အနေနဲ့ရန်ကုန် Gladiators အသင်းကိုအားပေးလက်ခုပ်တန်အကျယ်ကြားချင်ပါတယ်ရှင်
ဟုတ်ရှင်အားလုံးပဲနောက်ဆုံးတစ်ခါလောက်ချန်ပီယံဆုကိုကိုင်းမြောက်လိုက်ကြမလားချန်ပီယံဆုကိုအားလုံးပဲနောက်ဆုံးတစ်ခါလောက်ဒါတို့ကိုင်းမြောက်ရင်းနဲ့ဒါတို့ဒီနေ့ကိုအောင်မြင်စွာနဲ့ဒါတို့ပြီးဆုံးလိုက်ကြပါရရှင်1 2 3 YGโอเคပါရှင်အခုလိုမျိုးဒီနေ့ပွဲကြီးကိုဖြစ်မြောက်ကူညီပေးထားတဲ့ဒီ partner တွေ brand တွေအားလုံးကိုအတားတို့ကနေပြီးတော့ဒီကနေကျေးဇူးအထူးပဲတင်ရှိပါရှင်ဒါတို့နောက်ထပ် season တွေမှာလည်းတကယ်ကိုကောင်းတဲ့ performance တွေအသင်းတွေနဲ့အတူဒါတို့ပြန်လာပါအောင်မယ်လို့ဒါပြောချင်ပါတယ်ရှင်ဒါဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒါတို့ဒီနေ့ကိုအဆုံးသတ်လိုက်ရင်ကောင်းမလားမရေ
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဒီနေ့ပွဲကိုလာရောက်ကြည့်ရှုအားပေးနေကြတဲ့ပရိသတ်ကြီးကို like ကနေတဆင်ကြည့်ရှုအားပေးနေတဲ့ပရိသတ်ကြီးအားလုံးကိုလည်းကျတို့ကအရန်မဲကျေးဇူးတင်ရှိပါတယ်နောက်ထပ်ပွဲစဉ်တွေနဲ့အတူတူပြန်လာခဲ့ပါမယ်ရှင်
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်โอเคပါဒါဆိုရှင်အတားတို့အားလုံးပဲဒီ MSL season 3ကြရင်ပြန်တွေ့ကြပါမယ်ရှင်အားလုံးပဲတတာ